What if the most beautiful man in the universe was nothing more than a pawn in a cataclysmic game of divine desire? Adonis, a name whispered in reverence and envy, a symbol of mortal perfection, yet he stands at the eye of a storm brewed by two fierce goddesses. Aphrodite, the sultry queen of love, and Persephone, the enigmatic mistress of the underworld, are locked in an epic tug-of-war over one mere mortal. But what if he harbors a secret that could topple Olympus itself? Caught between celestial forces, Adonis is no ordinary man. He's a living embodiment of lust and longing, a spark igniting a battle that transcends mere affection. Their celestial competition sends shockwaves through the cosmos, a cosmic Tinder match gone terribly wrong, where swipes lead to war. Picture it, flowers wilting in the wake of godly fury, love songs twisting into battle cries. How far will they go? What sacrifices will be made when pride and passion collide? Each goddess wields her power like a double-edged sword, divine beauty masking their ruthless ambition. Aphrodite, with her intoxicating allure, lures Adonis like a moth to an unquenchable flame. But Persephone, shadowy and alluring as a midnight snack, knows how to tempt him with the darker pleasures of existence. Who wouldn't be torn between love and death, sweetness and seduction? Every encounter drips with tension, pulsating with primal energy. Adonis, dazzling, desirable, yet deeply flawed, finds himself spiraling into a world of betrayal and blood. When Aphrodite's laughter reverberates through the valleys, it's a siren's call, promising bliss. When Persephone's whispers creep through the shadows, they tease the allure of the unknown, drawing him closer to the edge of oblivion. Who will claim him? Who will suffer the consequences? The stakes rise as passion morphs into obsession and beauty becomes a curse. With every heartbeat, the god's insatiable thirst for Adonis turns grotesque, pushing boundaries like a reality show gone off the rails. Imagine deity-driven melodrama, where love is wielded as a weapon and beauty is the battlefield. Tensions flare, the air sizzles with lust and desperation. The mortals? Collateral damage in this celestial brawl. But the greatest mystery lies not in who will win, but in what is revealed when the dust settles. Will Adonis rise as a hero, a tragic figure, or a mere afterthought in a game played by titans? What will be the price of beauty, and can love born of rivalry ever escape the chains of envy? In a world ruled by gods, where every glance can ignite chaos, Adonis stands at the brink. Will he capture the love of one goddess and lose his soul to the other? Or will he forge his own path through the chaos, wielding a power neither divine can comprehend? Welcome to the shimmering chaos of whispered secrets, tantalizing betrayals, and a beauty that could shatter the heavens. The game is on, and the clock is ticking. The wind howled like a mourning spirit, and in that anguished cry, the very fabric of existence seemed to shudder. Beneath the sprawling night sky, where stars blinked like forgotten memories, a woman lay on the cold, hard ground, her breath coming in agonizing gasps. Her name was Myrrha, and she was the daughter of the king of Cyprus, yet royalty felt like a distant echo now, drowned out by a heart pounding with despair. An unholy fire coursed through her veins, igniting a fevered madness that no crown could extinguish. I remember the moment everything changed. I remember the moment when the world tossed her into a fate entwined with horror and passion, a reckless gamble that would upend the heavens. It was a curse thick with shadows, whispered in the corridors of power, echoing through the chambers of her heart. The whispers spoke of longing and lust, of a forbidden love that could warp the very notion of humanity. The gods, with their cruel whims, laughed from the mountaintops, and Myrrha, my dear Myrrha, had become their plaything. It was a betrayal, a darkness that clung to her like a shroud. She looked to the heavens, begging for mercy from a moon that offered none. Her fingers clawed at the earth, desperately seeking an anchor in a world that had spiraled into chaos. The anguish twisted her expression, a beautiful mask marred by a tragic fate. And in that moment, she was both a queen and a captive, yearning for salvation while spiraling into perdition. Then came the figure through the shadows, a man adorned in the fineries of a king, yet his eyes, a tempest of storms, betrayed a soul weighed down by 1,000 unspeakable burdens. He was King Cinyras, her father, yet the bond they shared was tainted, twisted by fate's cruel hand. He approached her, oblivious to the horror that hung in the air, his heart blind to the impending ruin. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and with every heartbeat, the universe held its breath. "Why do you weep?" Myrrah, he asked, his voice a gentle caress, as if his words could soothe the wretched anguish bubbling beneath her skin. But there was a darkness lurking in her soul, a truth that would shatter the fragile world he had built. "Father," she whispered, the word a dagger lodged painfully in her throat. What could she say? What could she reveal before the abyss swallowed her whole? I am lost." The words left her lips like a prayer, a plea for understanding that felt as futile as grasping at smoke. Her emotions churned within her, a tempest of shame and love, yearning for a release that felt impossible. In that instant, shadows danced around them, weaving a tapestry of fate that foretold a birth both sacred and cursed. For within Myrrah's womb lay the seed of Adonis, a child who would forever be bound to the tragedies of his lineage. His existence was both a triumph and a lament, a promise of beauty forged in the fires of despair. But how could the child born of such tragedy ever escape the chains of his ancestry? Time seemed to warp, twisting like the gnarled tree roots that clung desperately to the earth. I remember when the ground quaked, an omen, a harbinger of the chaos that would ensue. Myrrah's hands trembled, each pulse of her heart a reminder of the life within her, and yet every throb sent shards of icy dread coursing through her veins. Would he ever be free? Would he bear the weight of her sins, the burden of his lineage, or could he carve a path of his own in the unforgiving light of day? And in that moment of visceral clarity, the air thick with tension, a decision coalesced in her heart. Myrrah would not let her child bear the scars of her own torment. Her resolve hardened like steel, igniting a spark of defiance against the gods who reveled in her suffering. "I will protect him," she vowed in a whisper so fierce that the wind seemed to still, as if the universe itself paused to listen. "I will protect him from the truth, from the horrors of what he is." But protection came at a price. A price that would push her deeper into the abyss, further from the light that flickered like a dying star in her heart. In the shadows, the figure of Cinyras drew closer, oblivious to the storm brewing within his daughter. His hand reached for her, a gesture of love, but it felt like a noose tightening around her throat. "You're my daughter. I am here." "You are safe," he murmured, yet his words felt empty against the cacophony of her fears. "Safe," she echoed, the word tasting bitter on her tongue. What is safety when everything that's sacred is twisted? How could she reveal to him the truth that could shatter the very core of their existence? Outside, the night deepened, shadows morphing into phantoms that danced on the periphery of her vision. A distant howl pierced the air, a reminder that the world beyond their small sanctuary was steeped in chaos, a tempest waiting to break free. The clock of fate ticked ominously, each chime a marker of their impending doom, each second stretching into eternity. I remember the stillness that wrapped around them, a thick fog of uncertainty that clung to their skin. And yet, within that silence, there was an echo, a pulse that thrummed like a heartbeat. Adonis would rise from these ashes, emerge from this tangled web of desire and despair. But who would he be? Would he be a beacon of hope or a harbinger of sorrow? Time bled into itself as Myrrah wrestled with her fears, her love, and the suffocating grip of destiny. No answers, only questions. No escape, only the relentless march of time, drawing closer to an inevitable confrontation, a collision of fates that would reverberate through the ages. She closed her eyes, wishing for peace, and in that fleeting moment, she felt the weight of the cosmos resting on her shoulders, a burden that would shape the very fabric of existence. And so, in that moment of darkness, the story of Adonis began, not with a birth, but with a curse. The shadows whispered, the winds howled, and the stars wept for what was to come. The wheel of fate turned, relentless and unyielding, and within it lay the heart of a child, caught between the love of a mother and the sins of a father. The night was alive, charged with the promise of destiny, and as the moon hung low, a new chapter began to unfurl, a symphony of longing, heartbreak, and the cruel dance of existence. I remember every heartbeat, every breath, every flicker of light against the encroaching darkness. It was just the beginning, a prologue to a tale that would span centuries, echoing through the corridors of time, woven into the very essence of humanity itself. And as the winds howled, the cosmos shifted, ready to witness the birth of a legend, the rise of Adonis. The darkened sky hung low, pressing against the earth like a secret too heavy to bear. I stood on the precipice of the world, watching as the shadows of trees twisted and danced in the moonlight, their gnarled fingers beckoning to the past. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the whisper of destiny, a heartbeat that quickened with every breath I took. Adonis, my beloved, lay somewhere beyond the veil of this dark forest, a place where myth and reality coalesced in a bittersweet symphony of longing and loss. I remember the first time I saw him. It was beneath the boughs of the ancient oak, a tree so old that its roots seemed to cradle the very essence of time itself. He was a vision, a fragment of sunlight caught in the web of shadows, golden hair shimmering like wisps of flame. Laughter bubbled from his lips, a sound like the tinkling of distant wind chimes, pulling me closer even as the darkness wrapped around me like a shroud. But now that laughter had been replaced by silence, a void that gnawed at my heart and filled me with dread. "Call for him," cried Lysandra, her voice sharp against the stillness, unleashing a wave of desperation. Her eyes were wild, swirling with visions of a world where love could conquer death, but I could see the cracks in her resolve. She believed in fairy tales, but this was no storybook. This was a world where nightmares breathed life and hope was a fragile thread, fraying with every passing moment. "I can't!" I shouted, my voice a frayed rope, strained and taut. "He's gone. Lost to the shadows, lost to the curse." I could feel it, the weight of fate pressing upon my shoulders, dragging me down into a chasm of despair. I closed my eyes, imagining the fleeting moments we shared, laughter echoing in the corridors of my mind, a bittersweet reminder of what was. Each memory was a knife, carving a little deeper, as I fought to hold onto the fragments of us. But Lysandra stood firm, the fire in her eyes burning bright, clashing with the encroaching darkness. "You can't let him slip away. There's a way." She stepped closer, her breath warm against my skin, laden with urgency. "The Moonstone. It can bridge the realms. It can bring him back." I wanted to believe her, to grasp at that thread of hope dangling like a fragile spider silk glistening in the morning dew. An absurd thought, really, considering how easily it could snap. And what if it doesn't? What if it only drags me down further? The truth twisted my insides, a macabre dance of fear and longing. Adonis's face flickered like a dying ember in my mind, and I could almost hear his voice, rich and soothing, telling me to let go. But I wasn't ready to let go. Not yet. In that moment of turmoil, the shadows seemed to shift, condensing into a figure, a ghostly silhouette cloaked in the darkness of the trees. My heart raced, a wild stallion caught in a storm, as the figure stepped forward, revealing a face both haunting and familiar. It was Talia, the keeper of lost souls, her presence a chilling reminder of the price we pay for love and the burden of choices unmade. "Adonis is trapped," she whispered, her voice like rustling leaves in the dead of winter. "His spirit wanders in the twilight, a prisoner of fate. You must choose, my dear, between the love you seek and the life you know." Every word was a dagger, piercing through the veils of my resolve. I turned to Lysandra, seeking comfort in her unwavering gaze, but found only the flicker of uncertainty. Fear coiled around my heart like a serpent, suffocating and relentless. What would I lose if I chose the Moonstone? My sanity? My soul? "Nothing valuable is ever easily obtained," Talia continued, her eyes bore into mine, a bottomless abyss that threatened to swallow me whole. "What you seek lies beyond the veil, but tread carefully. The journey will take more than you are willing to give." I shivered, each word wrapping around me like vines, squeezing tighter and tighter, and I could feel the weight of the cosmos pressing against my chest. Time felt elastic, stretching into infinity as I grappled with the enormity of my choice. I could almost hear the clock ticking, a reminder of the hours slipping away, moments that I could never reclaim. "Please," I murmured, voice barely above a whisper, each syllable a prayer. "Guide me. Show me the way." But Talia simply smiled, a knowing smirk that tugged at the corners of her lips, and suddenly I was lost in a whirlwind of memories, Adonis's laughter, his touch, the way our worlds collided in a kaleidoscope of color. Each moment was a sunbeam piercing through the cracks of my heart, illuminating the shadows that loomed around me. The moon hung heavy in the sky, illuminating the path forward, a luminous thread connecting me to the spirit of my beloved. My heartbeat quickened, the rhythm thrumming in my ears: life, love, desperation. I felt the pull of the moonstone like a siren's call, luring me into the abyss where hope and despair entwined in a macabre waltz. Together, I said, a whisper, a vow. We will find him. Lysandra nodded, her resolve reigniting, and together we stepped into the darkness, a leap into the unknown, where the shadows danced and the echoes of our past hung like ghosts in the air. Each step crunched beneath our feet, a reminder of the fragility of life, the narrow line between love and loss. As we ventured deeper, the landscape transformed, morphing into something surreal. Trees twisted like tortured souls, their branches reaching for the heavens in a silent scream. The night felt alive, crackling with energy, each rustle of leaves sending shivers down my spine. I could feel Adonis's presence like a haunting melody, a bittersweet tune that wrapped around my heart. And in that moment, I understood. The mythical landscapes of Adonis's world were not just a backdrop, they were alive, a testament to the depth of love and the scars it leaves behind. A reminder that every heart bears the weight of its own mythology, woven into the tapestry of the cosmos, where dreams collide with reality, and the past lingers like a ghost, forever haunting, forever yearning. The choices lay ahead like a fork in the road, and as I held Lysandra's hand, I felt the pulse of the universe. We were more than mere mortals in this world of myth. We were a part of the story, a thread in the vast, intricate tapestry of existence. And though the path was uncertain, the fire in my soul burned brighter than ever, igniting a fierce determination that would carry us into whatever awaited beyond. The moon hung heavy, casting a silver veil over the city, whispering truths through the shadows of the night. In an alley where echoes danced with the ghosts of forgotten lovers, Elia's heart thundered like a war drum. She stood frozen, the scent of rain-soaked cobblestones mingling with the bitter tang of her regret. A single tear slipped down her cheek, but the night swallowed it whole, leaving only the weight of her choices. She had chosen power over love, and as the chill of the wind pierced her skin, she felt the sharp edges of loneliness cutting deeper than any blade. Across the street, Lysander leaned against the crumbling brick of a forgotten wall, eyes dark and stormy. He was a man torn between the heart's wild desires and the chains of duty. The love he felt for Elia had bloomed like a wildflower in the cracks of the city, vibrant and full of life, yet destined to wither under the weight of unfulfilled dreams. Every time he thought of her, it was like a punch to the gut, a reminder of what could never be, a love that flickered but could not ignite in the harsh light of their reality. And there, just beyond the flickering lamplight, was Aphrodite. She stood like a spectre, her presence pulling the threads of fate taut. Her laughter floated through the air, a haunting melody that stirred something deep within, a primal ache for connection. But her beauty was both a blessing and a curse. People adored her and yet feared her, knowing love could just as easily lead to destruction. She was a force, light and dark intertwined, her influence a tempest. Elia, Lysander's voice broke the silence like glass shattering. Why are you here? You shouldn't be alone. Elia turned, her heart racing, a fragile bird trapped in a cage of her making. I don't need your concern, Lysander. You don't understand. The words came out sharper than she intended, but the pain was a beast, clawing at her insides. She had built walls high and fortified, masking the vulnerability that lay beneath. She had sought power, and in doing so she had lost herself. Lysander stepped closer, his voice low, urgent. Then help me understand. You think you can escape love? It haunts you, Elia. It haunts me. It haunts all of us. Look around. He gestured to the shadows, to the lovers who clung to each other, trembling in the embrace of their own desires, the lovers who lived in the moment, clocks ticking, hearts racing, fleeting yet eternal. I remember, Elia whispered, the admission breaking the dam she'd carefully constructed. I remember the way you looked at me under the stars, the way the world felt so alive. But love is a lie, and I can't afford to be a fool. And there it was, the truth that curled in her gut, a twisted knot of fear and longing. Yet Aphrodite's laughter rang out, echoing through the alley like a cruel reminder. Love was not the fool, she was. In the depths of her heart, Elia wanted to surrender. To let go and let love lead. But fear clutched her throat, clawing, suffocating. Then embrace it, Aphrodite's voice swept in like the tide, grounding yet disorienting. What's so wrong with love? It's the very essence of existence. It burns, it breaks, but it also heals. It's everything, and nothing. Her eye sparkled with mischief, shadows of countless stories etched into her skin. It felt like a challenge, a dare. Lysander's eyes flickered with a desperate hope. What if we let go? What if we fought for what we truly want? The words lingered, heavy and electric, wrapping around them like chains that could either bind or liberate. Elia's breath caught in her throat. And if I lose everything? What if I'm left with nothing but ashes? Her words dripped with anguish, the raw truth of her vulnerability echoing in the stillness. The city seemed to hold its breath, the air thick with tension, shadows holding secrets that begged to be told. Love is worth the risk, he said, taking a step forward, the distance between them evaporating. Even if it burns us, it's better than living in the cold. Elia's heart pounded, an unstoppable rhythm that seemed to resonate with his every word. You don't understand the world I live in. I can't just walk away from everything. The thought of throwing it all away terrified her, yet the yearning to leap into the unknown was intoxicating. But Lysander's gaze held her captive, his truth illuminating the darkness that threatened to swallow her whole. Then stay here, in this moment, and let love confront your fears. You're not alone in this. Aphrodite watched, her silence a palpable force, a reminder that even goddesses tread lightly on the delicate strings of human emotion. It's a battlefield, love. It's chaotic and beautiful. What will you choose? To fight or to flee? The clock in the distance chimed, each note a countdown to an inevitable moment. Elia felt her heart racing, the pull of the cosmos urging her toward a choice that felt both terrifying and exhilarating. The shadows whispered, the night watched, holding its breath as if the world paused for her decision. Her voice trembled, raw and exposed. I remember the laughter, the warmth of your hand in mine. I remember the stars, the way they felt like home. But can I trust that love won't destroy me? Aphrodite's smile was enigmatic, a flicker of mischief and understanding. Love is never simple. It's the chaos of the cosmos, the dance of fire and ice. But it is alive, and to live is to love. The question is, Elia, are you brave enough to embrace it? Elia stood on the precipice of her fears, the shadows whispering her name, urging her to leap. Lysander reached for her, his hand extended, an unspoken promise lingering in the air between them. The city pulsed with life around them, the lovers, the dreams, the ghosts of what could be. Take my hand, he pleaded, his voice steady as the stars themselves. And let's face the chaos together. In that moment, the world felt impossibly vast and achingly small, a tangled web of choices and consequences. She could feel the weight of Aphrodite's gaze, the goddess of love woven intricately into their lives, her presence an ever-watchful guardian of their hearts. Elia's decision hung between them, a fragile thread that could shatter or bind them together forever. And as the shadows danced, the air thick with uncertainty and possibility, she felt the heartbeat of the universe echoing in her chest. Together, she breathed, stepping forward, allowing the darkness to cradle her. In that instant, she understood, love was not a choice but a force, wild and unyielding. And as she took his hand, the city erupted in a symphony of life, where the chaos of love and the promise of heartbreak intertwined, an eternal cycle that could never truly end. The ground trembled beneath her feet, the shadows of ancient trees stretching like skeletal fingers towards the sky, trying to grasp the last remnants of the fading light. Persephone stood at the edge of the world she had once known, the air thick with the scent of decay and the whispers of forgotten souls. Each breath was heavy with the weight of her decision, her heart pounding like a funeral drum. She had chosen the darkness, chosen to become the queen of the underworld, and yet, the taste of freedom still lingered on her tongue like the sweetness of ripe pomegranates. I remember the day he came for me, a harbinger of chaos wrapped in a cloak of allure. Hades, his gaze smoldering with 1,000 unsaid promises, lurking in the blackness like a predator. I was not afraid, I was drawn to him, a moth to a flame, the darkness calling to something deep within me that craved the thrill of the unknown. My mother, Demeter, a goddess of harvest, her eyes wide with terror, screamed as I was pulled into the abyss. I remember the way the ground opened up, swallowing the light, leaving behind only echoes and the scent of petrichor. And now, as I stand at this threshold, I feel her absence like a gaping wound. The earth is a tapestry of sorrow, stitched with threads of grief and longing. I can hear the cries of the souls wandering the dim corridors of the underworld, their torment a symphony of despair that pierces my heart. I have become their queen, a role I never sought, yet one I wear like a shroud. You are nothing without me, Hades whispers in the silence, his voice a velvet caress that wraps around my thoughts, suffocating and intoxicating. Then there's Orpheus, my heart's cruelest tormentor. His music flows through the underworld like an ethereal river, a haunting reminder of the world above. I remember the first time I heard him play, each note a delicate cut that bled into my soul, unraveling the darkness within. He came seeking me, a love unquenched, and in his eyes, I saw the fire of desperation. I remember my heart breaking for him, aching for the connection we had forged in the shadows. He plays now, strumming the strings of his lyre, a melody threaded with longing and despair. Persephone, he calls, his voice like silk against the rough edges of my existence. You don't belong here. The words hang between us, thick with bitterness, as if they are a wall that cannot be breached. You are a prisoner of your own choice, he continues, the sorrow in his voice resonating like a death knell. Am I? I reply, my voice barely more than a whisper, heavy with uncertainty. The love we share is a double-edged sword, cutting deeper with each shared glance. Didn't I choose this? Didn't I choose him? I feel the weight of my own betrayal of the light, of my mother, of my own heart. Yet Hades, with his dark charisma and haunting charm, holds me captive in a way that feels like liberation. Shadows flicker around us, coiling like smoke, and I can feel the tension crackling in the air. It's a vicious dance of love and despair, a spiral that pulls me deeper into the void. I remember the warmth of the sun, I say, my voice trembling with the weight of nostalgia. I remember how my mother's laughter felt like spring rain. But here, I look around, the realm growing darker with each moment. Here, the flowers are bones, and the rivers run with shadows. Orpheus steps closer, his hands trembling as he reaches for me, his touch a ghostly echo of what once was. You can come back with me, he pleads, desperation spilling from his lips like a broken promise. We can find our way back to the light. But the darkness wraps around me, a comforting embrace that feels more like home than the sunlit fields of my past. Do you not see? I whisper, tears threatening to spill over. I have become something else. The darkness is a part of me now. I am the queen, and yet I am still lost. The air shifts, electric with unsaid words, and Hades emerges from the shadows, his figure looming like a storm cloud ready to unleash its fury. You are mine, he growls, a possessive edge threading through his voice. You chose me when you tasted the fruit of the underworld. My heart races, caught in this tempest of emotions, love, fear, longing, betrayal. Hades steps forward, his presence both a comfort and a threat, a reminder that my choices have cost me everything. Orpheus stands resolute, a beacon of hope amid the encroaching darkness, yet I can feel the fraying edges of his resolve. The melody shifts, and I am transported back to the moment I fell into this abyss. I remember the weight of the pomegranate seeds on my tongue, their sweetness a lie that masked the bitterness of my fate. The clock ticks in the distance, a reminder that time is slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. Please, Orpheus begs, his voice cracking. I can't lose you to this darkness. I won't. And for a brief moment, I am torn between the love I had for the sun and the haunting beauty of the underworld I now rule. My heart clenches, a battlefield of desires, and I am left standing in the shadows, caught between two worlds. The tension rises, thick enough to choke on, and I feel the weight of destiny pressing down, urging me to make a choice that could shatter everything. Is it too late? I whisper, the question hanging in the air like a ghost, lingering and unanswerable. The shadows dance around me, the silence deafening, and in that moment, I am reminded of the fragility of life, of love, of the choices that lead us to the precipice of despair. The ground shifts beneath me, and I can feel the pull of both worlds, the light and the dark, the love and the loss. I am Persephone, the queen of the underworld, yet there is a part of me that still craves the sun's embrace. And as the tension hangs in the air, I know that this moment is only the beginning, a loop that will entwine us forever in a dance of shadows and light, a haunting melody that echoes through the ages. The air was thick with anticipation, a charged silence wrapping around the small gathering in the candlelit chamber. 5 flickering flames danced nervously, casting elongating shadows that whispered secrets across the stone walls. Adonis stood at the center, heart hammering like a war drum against his ribs, each beat a desperate plea for clarity. The prophecy hung heavy in the air, an oppressive weight that seemed to tighten around his throat, leaving him gasping for breath. Across the room, Ilara's eyes blazed with uncertainty, the firelight revealing every flicker of doubt etched across her face. She was a warrior, fierce and unyielding, yet now she looked like a child lost in a labyrinth of her own making. Adonis, you can't just ignore this. The signs, they can't be dismissed. Her voice trembled, a mix of fear and anger, each word punctuating the darkness. But how could he explain the dread clawing at his insides? How could he admit that the whispers of the stars above were taunting him, that their twinkling laughter echoed in his mind? The prophecy had been clear, too clear, outlining a fate that felt like a noose tightening around his neck. Ilara, he started, but the words faltered, lost in the churning storm of his own thoughts. What if it's wrong? It's never wrong. A fire ignited in her chest, flickering like the candles that threatened to melt down to nothing. The elders warned us. They spoke of blood and betrayal, of a choice that would shape our world, and yours. And there it was, the knife twisting deeper. Adonis could feel it, the impending betrayal lurking in the corners of his mind like a specter waiting to claim him. He had been raised as a beacon of hope, a harbinger of change, yet here he stood, a mere pawn caught in a game orchestrated by unseen hands. I remember, he whispered, the words a thin veil over the horror clawing at him. I remember the tales. The echoes of those who chose wrong. Suddenly, the door burst open, splintering the fragile moment. Rian, the once loyal friend turned wary ally, rushed in, eyes wild. You need to see this. His breath hitched as he scanned the room, the palpable tension wrapping around him like a shroud. They're gathering in the square. The lynch mob, they're coming for you. Adonis's heart dropped, a lead weight plunging into the pit of his stomach. The townsfolk, once welcoming and warm, now morphed into shades of hatred and fear, their faces twisted by the curse of the prophecy that had seeped into the very soil of their existence. They think I'm the monster, he breathed, dread pooling in the back of his throat. What if they're right? No, Ilara's voice cut through his despair like a sword. Each syllable was filled with fierce conviction. You're not a monster. You're our only hope. But Adonis could see the doubt flickering behind her eyes, the same hesitation that gnawed at his confidence. Did she believe those words? Or were they just a desperate plea to cling to something, anything, that resembled hope? The chamber felt smaller, the walls closing in, and the shadows grew more pronounced. Outside, the shouts of an angry mob reverberated through the air, a chilling chorus that pierced their sanctuary. Adonis's breath caught as he caught a glimpse of the chaos beyond the window. Torches flickered like malevolent stars, and the faces of the townsfolk morphed into grim masks of fury and fear. Adonis! Rian's voice broke through his spiraling thoughts, grounding him for a moment. We can fight. If we stand together, we can dash no. Adonis spat, the desperation spilling out, raw and unrefined. What if I'm the cause of their suffering? What if I'm the monster they believe me to be? The silence that followed was punctuated only by the growing roar of anger outside, a haunting reminder of the world they were about to face. Ilara stepped closer, her hand grasping his arm, grounding him in a way that felt both reassuring and terrifying. You are not a monster. You are a man, flawed, yes, but not evil. You have the power to change this. We can turn the tide. And in that moment, amidst the chaos unfurling beyond the crumbling walls, a memory surged forward like an incoming tide. He could see his mother's face, weary yet resolute, telling him stories of the stars, of their unyielding light against the darkness. You're not destined to fail, she had said. You are stardust and fury. The universe conspires for you. But what if the universe had conspired against him? What if the very essence of his existence had sown the seeds of ruin? The prophecy loomed like a dark cloud, threatening to engulf everything he held dear. The door rattled, splintering under the weight of a growing crowd. Adonis felt the world shift beneath him, the ground a swirling mass of dread and hope. "We have to go, now," Rian urged, his voice edged with panic. "But where?" Ilara's eyes searched his face, looking for answers he didn't have. "You can't run from destiny, Adonis. It will find you." Destiny. The word wrapped around him like chains. A choice loomed, dark and twisted, and he felt the pull of inevitability tugging him toward the abyss. Time stretched, the seconds morphing into an eternity as the sounds of the mob thundered closer, a cacophony of chaos. Adonis closed his eyes, grappling with the weight of his choices, the poison of the prophecy seeping into every pore. "I remember," he whispered again, the mantra soothing yet haunting. "I remember the stars. I remember the stories." And with that, he took a step forward, trembling yet resolute, pushing against the tide of fear and doubt. "Adonis!" Ilara's voice broke through, fierce and unwavering. "Whatever lies ahead, we will face it together." As the door burst open, the world beyond spilling into their sanctuary, he felt the cocoon of darkness shatter, revealing the terrifying beauty of a new beginning. Each heartbeat echoed in his ears, a relentless drum, as he stepped into the storm of fury, shadow, and light, knowing that his fate, whatever it may be, was now entwined with theirs. The moment I saw him, it was like the world exhaled. Time froze, and amid the chaos of the crowded marketplace, where vendors shouted like madmen and children darted through the throng, there he stood, Adonis. His beauty was raw, unfiltered, a lightning bolt against the dull backdrop of common faces. The way light caught the angles of his cheeks, the way laughter danced in his eyes like rippling water, I could hardly breathe. I remember thinking, this is it, and yet, what a fool I was to believe that beauty alone could shield him from the ravages that life would unleash. I was not the only one captivated, each gaze that fell on him lingered a moment too long, a moment heavy with longing, envy, and despair. The gods themselves might have turned their heads, distracted from their celestial tasks, for even they could not resist the siren call of his allure. I stood there, a shadow among shadows, clenching my fists against the swell of emotions. My heart thundered, it was a desperate rhythm, a plea for just a fraction of what he embodied. And yet, beneath the surface shimmer of his existence, turmoil roiled, like the restless sea beneath a calm sky. I remember that night, deep in the woods, when the moon hung low and heavy, its light spilling like silver across the ground. I was there, watching him from a distance, the flicker of campfire light illuminating his face, transforming him into something ethereal. But my heart was a restless beast, caught between admiration and the bitter pang of jealousy. I wanted to be near him, to bask in his glow, but I also wanted to tear him down. To pluck that beauty like a fragile flower, to keep it for myself. "Don't you dare," I whispered to myself, clenching my teeth. But there was a power I could not control, the insidious whisper in the back of my mind urging me to take. To possess. His only mortal, the voice crooned, dripping with malice. His beauty is a gift, but gifts can be taken. And then there was her, the one whose heart had been claimed by Adonis, whose laughter rang like chimes in the summer wind. Her name was Cleo, and I could never quite suss out whether I loved or hated her. I watched her lean into Adonis, her fingers brushing against his arm, and I felt something shatter within me. It was a simple touch, yet it echoed through the hollow chambers of my heart, reverberating like the tolling of a bell. "Why do you let him have you?" I wanted to scream. "Why not me? I am here, too." The jealousy twisted like a knife, carving deep into my soul, but Cleo, clever, bright Cleo, saw beauty in his vulnerability, while I only saw the surface. She believed that beneath his flawless exterior lay a heart yearning for connection. I wanted to believe that too, but my heart was too tainted, too entangled in darkness. Beauty fades, I would remind myself, cursing the way I felt. But every time I saw them together, laughing and whispering beneath the stars, I felt that darkness wrap tighter around me, pulling me down into a suffocating abyss. "You are nothing," the voice sneered, "less than nothing, nothing but a shadow." In the depths of that abyss, a plan began to fester. It was raw, dangerous, a spark of madness that flickered and burned. I thought about the power of pain, of how it can carve beauty into something unrecognizable. I saw the way Adonis laughed, carefree, and I wanted to shatter that laughter, to drive a wedge between him and Clio's radiant heart. He cannot be a god, I thought feverishly. Let him feel the weight of mortality. Let him know the agony of loss. The night of the festival arrived, cloaked in a shroud of intoxicating colors and the sweet scent of roasted lamb. The city pulsed with life, but all I could feel was the cold grip of inevitability. Adonis stood at the center, the sun-kissed skin glimmering as the flames danced around him. I watched, breathless, as Clio cheered for him, her voice ringing like silver bells. "He is a god among men," she shouted, and in that moment, I wanted to scream back, "What about the gods among gods?" But the moment slipped away like sand through my fingers. In the midst of that cacophony, I made my move. I pushed through the crowd, a ghost, unseen. My heart raced, thrumming against my ribcage, an urgent warning. Adonis stood oblivious, basking in the adoration, and I felt a surge, electric and wild. No more, I thought. No more beauty without depth. With trembling hands, I reached for the dagger hidden beneath my cloak. The blade shimmered, reflecting the vibrant colors of the festival, as if the universe itself recoiled from the darkness I was about to unleash. I felt the air shift, a heartbeat's pause, before the night erupted into chaos. I lunged towards him, the world spinning, the cheers turning to screams, and in that moment, I became both the hunter and the hunted. Clio's eyes met mine, wide and horrified. "What are you doing?" she gasped. But I was already lost in the frenzy, the intoxicating blend of desperation and fury. The dagger glinted a promise of destruction. I was not just aiming for Adonis, I aimed to sever the bonds of beauty from the mundane, to prove that even the most divine could bleed. Time stopped, the universe holding its breath, and in those eternal moments, I understood, beauty does not belong to the flawless. It is woven in the cracks, the scars, the moments when we are most human. But the chaos had begun, the tether holding me to sanity fraying as the world spiraled into darkness. I remember the first taste of steel, the sharpness that sliced through the air, and I felt alive. But with that life came an understanding of what I had unleashed, an irrevocable wave of despair, an echo of beauty lost forever. As I plunged the dagger, I felt the warmth of life spill away, and in that chilling moment, I realized I had not just scarred Adonis, I had carved a wound deep in my own heart, a mark that would never fade. The air crackled, thick with the scent of impending storm, as Aphrodite stood at the edge of the forest. The darkness around her was a living thing, pulsing with anticipation. She could hear it, the whispers that threaded through the trees, secrets stitched into the bark, warning her, warning of him. The universe held its breath, a cosmic pause that stretched far beyond the confines of time. Here, in this moment, she was not the goddess of love, she was a woman, vulnerable and raw. I remember the first time I felt fear, she thought, the memory like a mirror reflecting something deep and unsettling. A fleeting vision of her mother, a figure draped in shadows, the weight of expectations bearing down like lead. But now she was different, freer yet bound by an invisible thread. A rustle snapped her from reverie. A figure emerged from the depths of the forest, his silhouette framed by the silver glow of the moon. Adonis. His presence crackled with energy, a vibrant pulse of life that seemed to challenge the very essence of death. Every muscle in his body rippled, sculpted by the hands of fate itself, and for a moment, the world narrowed to just her and him. I remember, she gasped, feeling the air thicken, when beauty tasted like a curse. Memories flickered like dying embers, the love affairs that burned bright and fast, leaving only ashes. The weight of longing coiled around her heart, squeezing, tightening. Would he be another fleeting flame? He stepped closer, and she could see the storm raging in his eyes, an ocean of hurt, of confusion. "Who are you?" he demanded, voice raw, the words laced with both challenge and fear. "I am Aphrodite," she whispered, though the name felt heavy on her tongue, like a stone. Love was a battlefield, and she had been its general, victorious yet weary. But tonight, I am just a woman, standing on the edge of a storm. "Love is a storm," he retorted, the bitterness in his voice sharp enough to cut. It tears apart the soul and leaves you in ruins. He stepped back, eyes narrowing, each heartbeat a drum echoing in the silence that followed. I'm not part of your games. Games. The word tasted bitter. She could feel the heat of rejection radiating off him like vapor, and it disoriented her. No, Adonis, it is not a game. I know loss. I know heartache. Do you? His laughter was humorless, a brittle sound that shattered the stillness around them. What do you know of loss? You, who can sway the hearts of men with a single glance. You, who plucks love from the ether and tosses it like seeds to the wind. The truth pierced her. She felt it in her bones, the vulnerability laid bare before him. And what do you know of love? She shot back, her voice trembling. What do you know of having your heart laid open under the moonlight, exposed and waiting? The shadows thickened, swirling with every word, and time stretched taut between them. Each breath was heavy with unspoken confessions. The air grew thick, electric with the tension, and for a moment, fear and desire danced like flames, flickering dangerously close. I was never meant to be loved, he said, and the sorrow in his voice wrapped around her like chains. I am a hunter, born to chase shadows, not to be caught by them. I am not a shadow, she cried, fiery passion igniting within her. I am love's very essence, and yet here I stand, longing for what I cannot possess. Silence fell again, thick and suffocating, as if the world itself had paused to witness their confrontation. She could feel the weight of it, the ache of truth hanging in the space between them, a chasm wide and deep. The moon, a silent guardian, watched over their collision of wills. You think love is easy, he challenged, his gaze piercing, and she caught the flicker of vulnerability behind his bravado. It's a trap. A trick played upon fools. Then let me be a fool, she breathed, heart racing. Let me be the one who dares to step into the fire. The tension crackled, and in that moment, she felt the universe shift, a whisper of fate unfurling its wings. She saw the possibilities flicker like distant stars. What if he was the one? What if he was more than just a fleeting encounter? The pulse of the cosmos quickened, and the shadows danced dangerously close, an ominous reminder of what could be lost. What if I hurt you? He stepped forward, his voice a low growl, laden with fear. What if I cut you open, and love bleeds out like a wound that won't heal? Then let me bleed, she replied, her voice steady, filled with a fierce resolve. Let me feel everything, raw and unfiltered. I long to break free from the shackles of expectation, to feel alive, even if it means risking it all. His breath hitched, and the tension swelled, wrapping around them, binding them in a moment thicker than time itself. The air shimmered as their eyes locked, a silent understanding blooming like wildflowers in the cracks of a forgotten path. I don't know if I can love you, he whispered, the fragility of his admission hanging heavy, yet it bore the weight of something profound. Then let us learn, she implored, stepping closer, letting the warmth of her body mingle with the cool night air. Let us find out together what love can endure. But in the distance, the storm gathered, dark clouds swirling ominously, as if the universe itself was warning them, teasing them with the foreshadowing of fate. The tension between them coiled tighter, a serpent ready to strike, as the world around them held its breath, the cosmic clock ticking down to an unknown reckoning. And with that, in the heart of the storm, two souls poised on the edge of a precipice, the darkness whispered promises and threats alike, as they stood, forever entwined in a dance of raw emotion, on the brink of what was yet to come. The storm raged outside, a cacophony of thunder and howling wind that seemed to echo the turmoil inside. I could feel it in my bones, as if the very air pulsed with a desperate longing. The flickering candlelight cast jagged shadows against the walls, dancing like the ghosts of lost loves. I stood there, heart hammering, caught in the web of my own fear, fear of losing her, fear of the truth that lay just beyond the threshold of my understanding. Stay away from the window! Clara shouted, her voice trembling with urgency, her eyes wide with horror as the tempest whipped through the night. But it wasn't the storm that terrified me. It was the storm raging within her, the tempest of emotion she'd kept bottled up, like a fragile glass orb threatening to shatter. I wanted to reach for her, to wrap her in my arms and shield her from everything, my own insecurities, the ghosts of our past, the looming shadow of what we could never be. I can't, I started, but the words fell away, swallowed by the roaring wind. My heart raced, a wild thing desperate for release. I was a fool, caught in the chaos of my own making. I remembered the days when love felt effortless, when laughter flowed like wine, warm and intoxicating, and we danced in the turquoise glow of twilight. And now, this. Just tell me the truth. Clara's voice cracked, a jagged edge slicing through the heavy air. She turned away, gazing into the storm, her silhouette framed by the flickering light, a tragic queen caught in a world that refused to understand her. My breath caught in my throat. I remembered how we once sat beneath the stars, how she whispered secrets into the night, dreams woven with starlight and sweet promises. But now? Now she stood like a fragile statue, frozen in fear, in anger, in love. I could see the love flickering within her, battling against the storm of betrayal, and it made me ache. I longed to soothe the tempest, to calm the raging sea of her emotions, but every time I reached for her, I felt the space between us widen, a chasm filled with unsaid words and regrets that stung like salt on an open wound. Tell me you love me, I whispered, my voice barely audible over the storm. The moment stretched, heavy and taut, filled with the weight of everything left unspoken. I watched her face, the shadows playing across her features, and I could almost see the battle within her, each flicker of doubt, each pang of longing, like the electric crackle of thunder overhead. I remember when we first met, I said suddenly, my voice breaking the silence that enveloped us. The way you smiled, like you held the sun in your hands. I thought you were magic. Now look at us, Clara whispered, her gaze turned to the darkened sky, where lightning split the air, illuminating everything for a heartbeat, a glimpse of the beauty that hid beneath the chaos. You think love saves us? Love doesn't save us. It binds us, and then it breaks us. That statement hit me like a fist to the gut. I felt exposed, raw, the truth of her words reverberating in my chest. Love was an intoxicating poison, a sweet nectar that could dissolve into bitterness before the last drop was tasted. I had seen it too many times, love that burned brightly and then flickered into oblivion, like a candle snuffed out by a sudden gust of wind. I'm not ready to lose you, I confessed, my voice barely more than a whisper, and the vulnerability of it threatened to shatter me. I stepped closer, my heart pounding against my ribs, each beat a desperate plea. She turned to me, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, fragile as the first snow in winter. And what if you already have? The storm outside howled louder, a feral beast demanding to be heard, drowning us in its tumult. I remember, I started, my mind flooding with memories that felt both vivid and distant, each laugh, each kiss, every stolen moment shared like treasures hoarded in the corners of my heart. I remember how we promised to face the storms together. Promises, Clara scoffed, her voice sharp as glass, are just pretty lies we tell ourselves to make the pain bearable. Her bitterness stung, and I felt the heat of her anger wash over me, forcing me to confront the monsters lurking in the shadows of our love. But with every jagged word, I saw the cracks in her armor. I reached out, my fingers brushing against hers, a tentative connection that sparked with electricity. The storm howled outside, but the tempest within our hearts was louder, more ferocious. I refuse to let you go, I said, my voice steady, filled with a sudden clarity, a fierce declaration that broke through the haze. I'd rather face this storm with you than drown alone. In that moment, time stretched, and the weight of our unspoken fears hung heavy between us. I could feel the tension crackling in the air, the unshed tears caught in the corners of her eyes like fragile stars on the brink of falling. A flicker of hope ignited in her gaze, a tiny spark amidst the turmoil, and for a single heartbeat, I thought we could mend the fractures in our hearts. But the storm raged on, a relentless reminder that love was never easy, never clean. It was a wild, chaotic force, a force that could lift us to the heavens or plunge us into the depths of despair. Stay with me, I breathed, my heart aching with the weight of my plea, as the storm outside roared with a life of its own, weaving its way into the fabric of our shattered dreams. The shadows danced around us, whispering secrets of love and loss, beckoning us to confront the truth we had been avoiding. And then it struck me, the realization that love, with all its chaos and confusion, was perhaps the greatest storm of all. As I stared into Clara's eyes, I knew in that moment, the tempest was just beginning. The moon hung low, a hollow eye in the night's dark canvas, casting a silvery glow over the forest floor. Leaves rustled like whispers, secrets teetering on the edge of revelation. Adonis stood still, heartbeat crashing in his ears, each thud a reminder of his fragile human form. He was no longer a god of beauty, he was flesh, blood, desire, a hunter tangled in the web of mortality. I remember the chill, a bite that sank through skin and bone, a promise of danger. There was an urgency in the air, thick with the scent of damp earth and impending doom. He reached for his bow, fingers trembling, not from fear, but from the thrill that coursed through him, igniting every nerve. The night was alive, and something stirred in the shadows. From behind a gnarled tree, Cassia watched, her breath hitching as she clutched a frayed cloak to her chest. She was a ghost of her former self, hollowed by loss and the weight of unspoken words. Adonis had drawn her into this wildness, a dance on the precipice of madness and beauty. She couldn't bear to lose him, yet he was slipping away, captivated by the primal call of the hunt. "I can't do this," she whispered, the words escaping like autumn leaves, fragile and scattered. "You can," he assured her, but his voice held the tremor of uncertainty. He turned, eyes fierce yet haunted, mirroring the turmoil that twisted within her. Adonis, the god of desire, now a man grappling with the abyss of his own existence. He was drawn to it, this intoxicating life, yet terrified of what it could cost. She recalled a time when their laughter echoed through sun-drenched fields, a world untouched by shadow. I remember, her memories were shards of glass, beautiful yet cutting. The laughter had faded into a silence that loomed like a storm cloud. The past was a distant whisper, a cruel taunt of what once was. Suddenly, a rustle broke the silence, sharp and insistent, pulling them both into the moment. Adonis's instincts flared, he spun, bow taut, ready to unleash the arrow that could mean life or death. Cassia's heart raced, thudding like the drum of war, a reminder that in every heartbeat, there was fear. She wanted to scream, to beg him to step back, but the words lodged in her throat, heavy and burning. In the shadows, a figure emerged, a wolf, eyes gleaming like twin stars in pitch darkness. The embodiment of their fears and desires, it stood as a mirror reflecting their inner turmoil. "Adonis," she breathed, a plea wrapped in desperation. Would he recognize that the hunt wasn't just for the thrill? It was a search for identity, for a place in this chaotic world. He lowered the bow, breath hitching as he took a step forward, drawn by an unknown force. The wolf regarded him, a creature of pure instinct, unbound by the chains of consequence that shackled human souls. Adonis felt an overwhelming urge to embrace this rawness, the untamed spirit that seeped into his very being. To be free, to be whole, but at what cost? Cassie's heart shattered at the sight. "You can't." "Not like this," she implored, voice trembling, a fragile thread in the tempest. "You'll lose yourself." "I'm already lost," he whispered, the admission hanging heavy in the air. The wolf growled low, a sound that sent shivers crawling down their spines, each vibration resonating with the truth. They were all creatures of instinct, caught in the throes of their realities. Time slipped away, warped and distorted like a funhouse mirror reflecting their fears. Cassia stepped forward, desperation igniting her veins. "Remember when we sat by the fire? You spoke of dreams, of freedom. This isn't it. This is a shadow, a void." Adonis blinked, memories flooding back, the warmth of their shared laughter, the heat of their intertwined souls. He felt the pull of the wolf, the primal urge to hunt, but every instinct screamed against the idea of losing her. Cassia, but the wolf was a seductive siren, drawing him in, each heartbeat echoing with temptation. He could feel the weight of his choices, the consequences of stepping into the night without a tether. He was both hunter and hunted, a paradox of existence. A creeping realization dawned, life was not merely a hunt but a tapestry woven from love and loss. Every thread ripped away by the fangs of ambition, jealousy, or fear left a raw wound on the fabric of their souls. This was not just a quest for glory, it was a journey into the heart of darkness, a confrontation with the self. And in that moment, the air thickened with tension, the forest holding its breath as if waiting for a resolution, a choice. Adonis's breath came shallow, mind racing through the labyrinth of desire and fear. What if he chose to abandon the hunt? What if he stepped back into the light, into the warmth of Cass's embrace? But the wolf snarled, an embodiment of the darker desires that lurked in every shadow of his heart. In its eyes, he saw a reflection of his own struggles, a longing to be free, to be more than the labels placed upon him. I remember when I thought life was simple, he murmured, voice laced with nostalgia. But nothing is ever simple. Then help me understand, Cassie pleaded, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Help us remember what it means to be human. Each word hung in the air, a tether that bound them together, a lifeline in the storm. The confrontation loomed, a collision of souls caught between the past and an uncertain future. Just then, as if the cosmos conspired, the wolf stepped back, silent and watchful, a guardian of secrets yet untold. Adonis and Cassius stood at the precipice, hearts racing in unison. The hunt was not just for survival, it was a reckoning, a moment of choice amidst the chaos. The moonlight flickered as if echoing their heartbeat, merging the heavens with the earth, and in that flicker, they found the echo of hope. Would they seize it, or would they let it slip away into the abyss? Time unfurled like a ribbon, stretching into eternity. And in that breath, a decision loomed, heavy and electric, threading through the silence and shadows. The night awaited, a canvas yet to be painted with the colors of their choices, a dance between desire and redemption, where every heartbeat would resonate through the ages. The air crackled with an electric tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in streaks of blood red and bruised purple. Adonis stood amid the chaos, heart pounding like a war drum, the echoes of shouts and cries enveloping him like a shroud. He was no longer the boy who sought approval, no longer the fragile creature molded by the expectations of others. Tonight, he was a raw nerve, stripped of illusions and cloaked in shadows, caught in a whirlwind of emotion that threatened to consume him whole. The girl, Lyra, was there, too, her eyes wide, reflecting the dying light, brimming with fear and a fierceness that ignited a fire in Adonis's chest. She was everything he had wished for but never felt he deserved. Every fleeting glance between them was charged, a silent promise wrapped in the tension of unsaid words. But this wasn't the time for confessions, this was a moment of reckoning. The sounds of the city thrummed around them, a cacophony of danger that pulsated through their veins, demanding action. "I can't do this," she gasped, her breath hitching as if the very air was being stolen from her lungs. There was a weight to her words, a depth that twisted in Adonis's gut like a dagger. He was painfully aware of her vulnerability, and the thought of losing her made him feel raw, exposed. "You can," he insisted, voice low but steady, the urgency ringing in his chest like a war cry. "We can. Together." The turbulence in her gaze told him she wanted to believe him, but the world was unforgiving, its clock ticking mercilessly, relentlessly pushing them toward an unknown fate. He took a step closer, feeling the heat radiating from her skin, the warmth igniting a spark within himself. He recalled the stories of heroes, the great battles fought and won, and for a moment, he dared to think he could be one of them. The transformation was happening, the boy was shedding his skin, and a man was emerging, forged in the fires of necessity and raw emotion. Like a ghost whispering in the night, the memory of his past clawed at him, but he pushed it away, each thought a stroke against the canvas of his resolve. "I remember the way I used to hide, the way shadows fell around me like a cloak. I remember the taunts, the laughter that echoed in my ears, the way I felt invisible, a mere wisp in a world of giants. I remember the day I vowed to change, to become more than the boy they thought I was." But within him, the echoes of doubt still lingered, clawing at the edges of his newfound strength. What if he failed? What if he was destined to remain just a flicker in the darkness? His heart raced, the weight of the moment pressing down like an anvil on his chest. Yet, it was the fierce determination in Lyra's eyes that anchored him, it was the flicker of hope igniting against despair. "Adonis!" A voice cut through the chaos, Cain, his brother, charging toward them like a tempest. Cain was raw power, a force of nature, and yet beneath that bravado lay scars deeper than the physical. Adonis admired him, yearned to be like him, yet feared he'd never measure up. How could he? Cain was the sun, and Adonis, well, he was just the moon, forever chasing that light. There's no time, Cain barked, urgency dripping from every word. We need to move now. A split-second decision, sharp as a knife, hung in the air. Adonis looked between them. The world felt as if it was tilting, the ground beneath their feet trembling with the weight of unspoken fears. He could see the shadows gathering, a threat relentless and looming, pressing closer like dark fingers curling around their throats. I won't leave her, Adonis said, voice trembling but resolute. The words felt like a promise, not just to Lyra but to himself, a pledge to protect, to fight, to become something greater than he ever thought possible. Lyra stepped forward, determination etched on her delicate features. Then let's fight together, she said, and in that heartbeat, the air shifted. The fear that had once paralyzed them ignited into something fierce and powerful. Adonis felt it surge within him, a tidal wave of courage crashing against doubt, sweeping him up in a flood of adrenaline. They could be warriors, he thought. They could be fierce and unyielding. They could face the darkness together. With a shared glance, an unspoken understanding blossomed between them, a promise that no matter the cost, they would not back down. And with that, the transformation began. Adonis felt the weight of the moment settle into his bones, the fear morphing into a primal instinct. He could feel his heart beating in sync with the shadows creeping closer, and he grasped the very essence of who he was becoming, a young man forged from pain and desire, a guardian of the light against the encroaching dark. The confrontation was imminent, a storm looming on the horizon, and with each passing moment, he could sense the tension coiling tighter, ready to explode. The trio stood at the precipice, an icy wind howling around them, and all he could think about was the fire in their hearts. For the first time, he didn't fear the unknown, he embraced it. With every breath he took, he became more alive, more aware of the gravity of the moment. The world slowed, time itself warping around them, and as the shadows drew near, Adonis felt ready. The boy was gone, replaced by the warrior, a figure who understood that growth often comes from the ashes, that transformation often demands sacrifice. In the distance, the clock struck, reverberating through the night like a harbinger of fate. Each chime echoed in his chest, a reminder of the urgency, the inevitability of change. He could feel it all, the heartbeat of the city, the whispers of the cosmos, the collective hopes and fears weighing down on them like a cosmic burden. He was Adonis, no longer a mere shadow but a beacon amidst the darkness. And as they prepared to confront their destiny, the air thickened with possibility, with a promise of transformation, a moment that could change everything. The stage was set, the players in place, and all that remained was the heart-stopping, breath-stealing moment of truth that lay just ahead. The moon hung low, a bleeding pearl in the night sky, casting shadows that whispered secrets among the ancient trees. I could feel the tension crackling in the air, the sharp taste of it, metallic and alive, as I stood frozen beneath the gnarled branches. My heart thundered like a war drum, echoing the unyielding sense of foreboding that wrapped around me. I was not alone, she was here too, waiting, watching, with eyes like shards of ice that pierced through the darkness. Myra. The goddess of beauty, envy's sharpened edge. Her mere presence cracked the air, a taut string pulled too far, ready to snap. I remembered how effortlessly she moved, her laughter, like glass breaking, shattering the serenity of night. The warmth of her grace was suffocating, even as her smile glimmered like a blade beneath moonlight. Every compliment I'd ever received felt like salt in a wound when she was near, every whispered praise turned to ash in my throat, a bitter reminder of my own inadequacies. And then, the other. Callista, the goddess of wisdom, cloaked in shadows, always lingering at the edges of brilliance. I felt her tension, a simmering cauldron ready to boil over, as if she carried the weight of all the stories untold. Her thoughts were a labyrinth, twisting and turning into uncharted territories I longed to understand but feared to enter. She had always been my anchor, but now, as envy twisted its grip tighter around my gut, I felt her presence like an anchor pulling me deeper into murky waters. Do you feel it? Myra's voice sliced through the night, cold and laced with venom. That shadow lurking behind you, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I could only nod, my throat tight as if the shadows themselves had clamped down on my words. I remembered our bond, once as luminous as the stars. Now, it flickered like a dying candle, and I could almost taste the betrayal in the air. Every unspoken word between us hung heavy, thick like fog. What was once light now suffocated in the weight of our rivalry. Callista stepped into the moonlight, her figure ethereal yet grounded, like the calm before a storm. "You don't have to compete, Myra," she urged, her voice a melody, a plea that echoed with sincerity. "Beauty does not detract from wisdom. We can coexist." But Myra laughed, a sound that curdled the air, dangerous and intoxicating. "You think your wisdom can overshadow my beauty? You think they don't compare? The world will always choose a shimmering facade over the murky depths. They'll choose me." Each word struck like a dagger, the chill of envy wrapping around my heart, squeezing until I could barely breathe. My own insecurities clawed at me, whispering dark truths. Why would anyone choose my insights when they could bask in Myra's brilliance? Why would they seek the depths when the surface was so inviting? I felt like a ghost, watching, waiting to be acknowledged, but never truly seen. "Enough!" I burst forth, the word escaping my lips, raw and desperate. "Enough of this dance of shadows. Enough of your rivalry. We are more than this." Myra turned, anger igniting her gaze, while Callista's eyes softened, a mirror of my despair. "You think this is just rivalry, don't you?" Myra hissed, her voice low and lethal. "This is survival. Your wisdom, your beauty, they are weapons in a world that revels in competition." I felt the weight of her words crush down upon me, drowning me in the reality of our existence. Every goddess for herself, fighting for the favor of those below, for the fleeting acknowledgement that came with the whims of mortals. I remembered the echoes of laughter that once filled our gatherings, now twisted into a cacophony of jealousy and strife. "Why can't we break free of this?" I begged, my voice trembling, ghostly like the mist weaving through the trees. But the air vibrated with unresolved tension, a taut wire stretched to its limits. Callista's gaze fell, the shadows of doubt flickering across her face. "Because, my dear, envy is a poison. One that courses through our veins and sets us against one another." Myra stepped closer, the distance between us compressing, her beauty a magnet, yet her words a storm. "Look at you, so eager to be the peacemaker. But peace is a lie, a fairy tale woven by those afraid to confront the truth. You think wisdom triumphs over beauty? It doesn't, it merely suffocates beneath it." The words wrapped around me like a serpent, squeezing tighter, twisting my heart. "Do you hear the clock?" Callista whispered, her eyes darting to the shadows, as if time itself was a ticking bomb. "It's counting down, and when the last chime sounds, everything will change." I looked at them, these two powerful beings, and felt the enormity of our collision, a cosmic battle of light and darkness. They were both magnificent, yet so deeply flawed, Myra, with her beauty that lured and ensnared, and Callista, with her wisdom that felt like a double-edged sword. Each was a reflection of the other, a mirror that revealed the fears buried deep within. I remember, I started, but the words caught in my throat, heavy as a stone. I remember when we stood for each other, not against. The memory was a fragile thread, frayed and ready to snap. Myra's expression flickered. Was that regret? But that was before we knew the truth. She hissed, venom dripped in every syllable. Before we realized that this world thrives on rivalry. Callista's hand grasped mine, warmth igniting against the chill of the night. "Then let's not allow it to define us," she implored, but the pleading in her voice hung like a distant star, fading into the darkness. "Can we escape?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, a fragile hope glimmering in the abyss. But even as I spoke, I felt the shadows closing in, the weight of envy tightening its grip around all three of us. The air thickened, quivering with uncertainty and unresolved tension, a storm brewing on the horizon. The clock ticked on, time slipping through our fingers like sand, and I knew, in that moment, that the confrontation was inevitable. The collision of wills would shatter what remained of our fragile bond, but I also understood that in the depths of that chaos, there lay an undeniable truth. Would we find ourselves in the battle? Or lose ourselves entirely? The answer hung suspended in the air, an echo of our unspoken fears, lingering like smoke after a fire, ready to ignite with the slightest spark. As the moon waned, shadows danced, and I felt the pulse of fate quicken. A storm was brewing, and the night was far from over. The night was a living thing, a pulsating heart wrapped in shadows. Breathless, I stood at the edge of the world, where the far-off flickering of lanterns merged into a blur of indistinct colors. A chill snaked through the air, twisting around my spine like a serpent preparing to strike. The city lay before me, its cobblestone streets slick with rain, glistening like the scales of some ancient beast. It felt wrong, so wrong, that the moon hung full and silver, a voyeur to the chaos below. That's when I saw him. Adonis, his form etched in moonlight, moving through the throngs of merrymakers. Laughter danced around him, but there was a heaviness in his eyes, an unshakable weight that gnawed at the corners of his smile. I remember that moment, the way the world seemed to hold its breath. My heart raced, an erratic drumbeat echoing in the stillness of my mind. He was everything, light and shadow entwined, aglow against the darkness that threatened to engulf us all. And then she appeared, Persephone, like a spectre summoned from the depths of despair. Her hair flowed like ink in water, dark and mesmerizing, and her eyes burned with a haunting fire. She moved with the kind of grace that only the damned possess, slipping through the crowd, pulling Adonis closer, closer, until they were nearly one. A chill wrapped around my heart. I was a mere spectator, a ghost haunting the edges of their world, and it was agony. I remember, I whispered, as if the very act of speaking could tether me to the moment. I remember the taste of the air when she closed in on him, the way it thickened, became almost syrupy with tension. The world felt alive, thrumming with an electric energy that made my skin prickle. It was a collision of dreams and nightmares, a surreal tableau caught in the amber of time. Her voice cut through the din, soft yet commanding, an echo of spring trapped in a winter's grip. Adonis, she purred, come with me. I can show you what lies beyond this hollow revelry. It was an invitation laced with poison, a promise of something sweet and sinister all at once. I could see him falter, caught in the web of her allure, the pull of something deeper than desire. In that moment, I knew. I understood the fragile edges of his soul, how they trembled at the brink of decision. He was flawed, as we all are, wrestling with the ghosts of his own making. The crowd faded into shadows, their laughter becoming an ominous whisper, a reminder of the joy he longed for yet couldn't grasp. I felt a knot twist in my stomach, a raw panic surging forth. Would he choose the light, or would he surrender to her darkness? I remember the colors of that night, the deep blues of the sky, the jagged silhouettes of the buildings, each one a witness to this crime against fate. My words were jagged, broken shards of a memory that might slip away if I didn't hold on tight. The clock's tick-tock became a metronome for my heartbeat, each beat a silent scream. Persephone, please, I shouted, my voice a desperate plea swallowed by the laughter and music. The sound was a tide, swelling, crashing against the rocks of my resolve. He doesn't understand what you're asking of him. Her gaze flicked toward me, those burning eyes filled with an ancient sorrow. And yet he does, little shadow. The words dripped with disdain, each syllable a shard of ice aimed at my heart. He knows the weight of the world is too heavy for a soul like his. Why fight it? Adonis hesitated, caught in the maelstrom of his own fears, the battle of heart and mind raging beneath his skin. What do you mean? He murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, the sound enveloped by the cacophony around us. Come, Persephone beckoned, a smile curling at the corners of her lips, seductive and sinister. The earth can keep its hollow joys. I offer you eternity, my love, a sanctuary in the shadows, where pain is but a memory. My heart plummeted. The very air seemed to still, a heavy silence that paralyzed the world. Adonis was torn, his eyes darting between the shimmering facade of laughter and the dark promise she offered. I felt myself unraveling, the threads of my loyalty to him fraying with each breath. I remember the moment he reached out, his fingers brushing against hers, a tender connection, yet so profoundly wrong. It was as though light kissed darkness, and I was left in the cold. The ghost of longing wrapped around me, each heartbeat echoing with unspent love. Don't you see? I cried, desperation surging. Life is fleeting, yes, but it is vibrant, filled with a chaos that is worth every fleeting second. My voice broke, raw and aching, as I struggled against the rising tide of despair. You're not a prisoner, Adonis. You have the choice. But the darkness in her eyes flickered, a tempest threatening to engulf everything in its path. The air crackled with tension, and I could feel the weight of destiny pressing against my chest, suffocating. Adonis turned to me, confusion swirling in his gaze, a tempest of emotions, fear, and desire battling for dominance. In that moment, I saw it all, the flicker of hope, the shadow of despair, the promise of something more than this life. But what would he choose? Adonis, I breathed, my voice a mere whisper against the storm raging within him. You are not alone. But even as I spoke, I felt the ground shift beneath us, a seismic tremor that heralded something inevitable. The clock ticked louder, the shadows deepened, and as the moment hung suspended in time, I knew that the choice was no longer his to make. The cosmos had aligned, and the abduction had begun. A single raindrop splattered against the cobblestone, its sound swallowed by the thunderous heartbeat of the storm raging above. Lightning flickered, illuminating the shadowy alleyways of a city wrestling with its very existence. There, in the stench of dampness and betrayal, the world felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash between what was rightfully owned and what could never be possessed. I stood at the heart of it all, heart pounding, locking eyes with Aisling. The tempest echoed her turmoil. She was a fierce flicker of defiance against the dark, chestnut curls framing her face like a lioness preparing for war. But her eyes, those eyes, were hollowed mirrors of fear, reflecting an abyss I recognized too well. I remembered her laughter, once a balm for my soul, now a distant specter haunting my thoughts. You can't give it to him, I whispered, my voice barely slicing through the storm's fury. He doesn't understand what it means. The word slipped from my lips, a desperate plea caught in the fragile web of our shared history. The weight of the decision loomed over us like the storm clouds, heavy and oppressive. Neither do we, Aisling shot back, her voice a blade tempered by desperation, but we can't let it slip away. Behind her stood Selim, his presence a solid wall, but his expression danced with uncertainty. He was a man forged from shadows and dreams, a warrior with wounds that never healed, both inside and out. Once, he had been our champion, our beacon of hope, but now, admiration dulled with the tarnish of doubt. What if we lose it all, he murmured, the fear in his voice slicing through the air, sharper than any sword. What if it consumes us? I remembered how we used to laugh at the absurdity of life, how the simplest moments felt like poetry. Remember the time we thought we could take on the world with nothing but a catapult and a dream? I tried to inject some levity into the storm, but Aisling's gaze held no humor. We were children then, she said, but there was a tremor in her voice, a flicker of nostalgia tangled with regret. Now we're armed with nothing but our mistakes. Thunder rumbled in agreement, a monstrous growl that echoed our strife. The shadows of the alley wrapped around us, twisting our fears into something grotesque. Time felt disjointed, slipping through my fingers like water, each second a reminder of our impending doom. I stepped closer, feeling the electricity between us, a jarring reminder of what we might lose. He'll twist it, Aisling. It's not just an object to him, it's a weapon, a tool for domination. I could see flashes of doubt cross her features, but she fought them back, a warrior at heart. And what about us? What do we become if we let this chance slip through our fingers? Her question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken fears. I remember the nights spent under a sky littered with stars, dreaming of brighter tomorrows. But dreams felt like ghosts now, slipping from our grasp. Possession isn't just about holding something, it's about the burden it brings, Selim interjected, his voice a low rumble. We're not just fighting for what's ours. We're fighting against becoming something we can't bear. Lightning struck, illuminating a silhouette in the distance, a figure cloaked in shadows, exuding a cold chill that turned my blood to ice. I recognized him, the one who sought to claim what was never his to possess, a puppet master manipulating the strings of fate. His name echoed in the recesses of my mind like a cursed incantation. The Unforgiven, I breathed, the name tasting bitter on my tongue. Ashling's resolve hardened, her body tense like a bowstring pulled tight. Then let's end this. I could see the fierce spark igniting within her, a fire that threatened to consume her. But behind that flame was something darker, an abyss of emotion, of hurt and betrayal, layered like the city's cobblestones, cracked and uneven. I feared what might emerge if she unleashed that fury. Together? I asked, needing reassurance, although I felt it slipping through my fingers like sand. Together, Selim affirmed, but I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a reminder of how fragile our unity had become. We took a step forward, the storm pulling us deeper into its thrall, as if the heavens themselves were conspiring against us. Each drop of rain felt like the weight of our choices, the fears we had buried rising to the surface, demanding acknowledgement. What would it mean to confront the unforgiven? The shadows writhed at the edges of my vision, whispering secrets woven with despair. I remembered the late-night conversations, the hopes and dreams we had stitched together, now unraveling into a tapestry of regret and dread. What do we have left to lose? I asked, the words tasting like ash, the weight of reality pressing down on my shoulders. Everything, Aisling replied, her voice steady yet trembling, as if the admission itself could fracture her. But sometimes, the things we love most are the very things that bind us. And in that moment, a heartbeat stretched into eternity, filled with the weight of every unspoken word, every longing glance. The storm raged around us, and though we stood united, I could feel the invisible thread of our connection unraveling, threatening to tear us apart. Then, with a crack like thunder, the unforgiven stepped forward, his presence darkening the air, a harbinger of destruction. You think you can protect what's not yours? He sneered, the words dripping with malice, a promise inscribed in blood. The confrontation was at hand, and I felt the world blur, the storm outside mirroring the tempest within. This was the moment we had been preparing for, yet the unknown loomed larger than ever. Would we emerge as victors, or would we become mere shadows of who we once were? I locked eyes with Aisling and Selim, our fates entwined in that electric silence, the storm howling with the unshed tears of 1,000 souls. We were no longer just children playing at war, we were warriors, bound by the relentless struggle for possession, not just of an object, but of our very essence, our identities. And as the unforgiven advanced, the air thick with tension, I realized this was only the beginning. The struggle raged not just among us but within us, a divine conflict spiraling toward its climax. What would it take to truly possess our destinies? What would we sacrifice, and what would we become in the process? Time slowed, and every heartbeat reverberated through the air, marking the moment where everything hung in the balance. The storm roared, and we braced ourselves for the collision. This was not just a fight for possession, it was a reckoning, a confrontation born from the very depths of our souls. The rain fell in sheets that night, pounding against the cobblestones like 1,000 hearts breaking in unison. I stood there, drenched, the cold seeping into my bones, my breath visible in the dark air, each exhalation a ghost of the warmth I craved. In the distance, a figure emerged through the curtain of falling water, a silhouette that sent shivers racing down my spine. It was him. Jonah! My heart twisted, caught in the crossfire of longing and regret. The streetlights flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced between us, and in that moment, time twisted, bending and folding like the pages of a forgotten book. I remembered the nights we spent tangled in each other's arms, whispering dreams into the restless dark. But those dreams had morphed into nightmares, and now, every word between us was a blade, sharp and unforgiving. Lila, he called, his voice breaking the silence, a desperate plea wrapped in layers of emotion. I could see it in his eyes, an ocean of hurt and confusion, waves crashing against the shore of his heart. But I was lost in the storm of my own making, the riptide of fear pulling me under. I took a step back, the rain washing away the remnants of our past. You shouldn't be here, I said, the words tumbling out, jagged and raw. I wanted to scream, to shout the truth that clung to my throat like a noose. I was not the same girl he once knew, the girl who laughed freely, who believed in love without boundaries, without shadows lurking behind every corner. I have to be here, he insisted, taking a step closer, his soaked clothes clinging to his body, a perfect reflection of how he clung to the remnants of us. I need to know why you left, why you pushed me away. Each syllable cut deep, carving out the space between us. I could feel the walls I had built around my heart trembling, threatened by his proximity, his insistence. "Because love is a lie, Jonah!" I shouted, the words echoing back at me, hollow and pained. "It's a beautiful illusion that only ends in destruction." And then the memory crashed over me like a wave, pulling me under. I remembered that fleeting glance he gave me, the one where hope flickered but ultimately faded. I remembered the night he slipped away, the night the universe conspired to take him from me. The clattering of glass, the frantic breaths, the shadows that loomed larger than life. "Lila," he whispered, stepping into the rain-soaked abyss, his eyes a tumult of emotions, "I never stopped loving you. I never stopped fighting for us." His voice cracked, and I could feel the weight of his surrender pressing down on my chest. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to drown in that love, to let it wrap around me like a warm embrace. But the ghosts of our past hovered at the edges, haunting me with every memory. The moments of joy intertwined with pain, the way he would pull me close and whisper promises only to let them slip away like grains of sand. "You don't understand," I replied, my voice barely a whisper. "You don't know what it's like to feel that kind of love, only to have it torn apart." The rain intensified, each drop a reminder of everything we had lost. I saw the frustration on his face, the tightness in his jaw as he fought to hold back the tide of emotion threatening to spill over. "I know what it's like to feel lost without you," he shot back, determination drenching his words. "To exist in this world without the light you brought into my life. Every day has been an uphill battle, Lila." We stood there, two fractured souls caught in a maelstrom of love and heartache, the air thick with unspoken words. The ghosts of our past swirled around us, and I could almost hear their whispers, the echoes of laughter mingled with cries of despair. I wanted to reach out, to bridge the chasm between us, but fear gripped my heart like a vice. "Jonah," I began, but the words caught in my throat, tangled in the web of memories and regrets. The truth was a fragile thing, and I feared it would shatter the delicate balance we had built. I could feel the weight of my confession, the burden I had carried for so long. "I thought I was protecting us." His gaze softened, confusion flickering like a candle's flame. "Protecting us? Lila, by leaving? By cutting me out?" The rain fell harder, and I could feel the world around us slipping away. "I didn't want you to suffer," I said, feeling the tears mixing with the rain, each drop a testament to my pain. "I thought if I walked away, it would hurt less." But it only hurt more. The silence that followed was deafening, a chasm of understanding that stretched between us, fragile yet unyielding. It was then that I noticed the way his hands trembled at his side, the hope and despair intertwined in a deadly dance. "So, what now?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, the weight of the question hanging heavily between us. I looked into his eyes, searching for the remnants of the love we once shared. There was fear there, yes, but also a flicker of something else, something that felt like home. But could I trust it? Could I risk everything again for a love that had once scorched me? And then, without thinking, I took a step closer. The rain enveloped us, a curtain that shielded our fragile moment from the world. The distance between us shrank, and I could feel the intensity of his gaze, the way it pierced through the veil of my doubts. In that heartbeat of silence, everything hung in the balance, our past, our pain, and the possibility of a future. "Jonah," I breathed, my heart pounding, a low thrum against the backdrop of chaos. "I don't know if I can do this, but I want to try." And just like that, love's complications wrapped around us, a chaotic, messy intertwining of hope and fear, desire and regret. As the rain fell harder, it washed away our defenses, leaving us bare and exposed in the storm of our emotions. The confrontation loomed ahead, but amidst the chaos, there was a flicker of something bright, a chance to rewrite our story, to break free from the chains of our past. And in that moment, under the relentless rain, I knew this was just the beginning. The ground trembled underfoot, the air thick with a damp, suffocating heat that clawed at the throat. Shadows danced around the flickering torchlight, and in that moment, I was not just an observer, I was buried alive in the heart of darkness. My heart raced, pounding against my ribcage like a frantic beast desperate to escape. I could almost hear it whispering to me, "You cannot turn back." I remember when the sun was high, spilling its golden laughter across the fields of blooming flowers. I remember the sound of laughter, echoing like the sweetest symphony in the distance, before it all turned to silence. Those were the days I thought I could outrun my fate, but now, in this oppressive gloom, I was reminded of the truth I tried to forget. The underworld was not merely a place, it was a state of being, a mirror reflecting the darkest corners of our souls. Eurydice stood beside me, her face a mask of bravado that trembled at the edges. Her eyes, once bright with the light of 1,000 stars, now flickered like dying embers. "We can't go down there," she whispered, her voice cracking like thin ice underfoot. "We can't. What if we never come back?" The fear in her voice sliced through me, sharp and cold. This was not just a descent, it was a surrender. A surrender to the very depths of despair. I could feel the weight of her words. Every breath we took pulled us deeper into the depths of Persephone's domain. The murmur of the river Styx flowed like a dark lullaby, beckoning us closer. "You don't understand," I said, my voice barely rising above the oppressive silence. "I have to find him. I have to bring him back." But as the words left my mouth, I felt the fraying edges of my resolve unraveling. Was this about him, or was it my own selfish need to reclaim what had been stolen from me? The shadows twisted and turned, and from those depths emerged a figure draped in mourning. It was Hades, king of the forgotten, the keeper of lost souls. "You dare to tread here?" His voice rolled like thunder, swallowing the air between us, tossing it aside like crumpled parchment. His presence was suffocating, a darkness so profound it swallowed the light whole. "I seek my husband," I stated, though it felt more like a plea than a proclamation. My heart ached with every syllable, and the echo of my voice slipped through the air like smoke. Eurydice trembled beside me, her fingers brushing against mine, a fleeting connection in this abyss. I could feel her turmoil, a cocktail of hope and dread simmering beneath her skin. She had lost her love too, and the thought of walking these desolate halls alone gripped her like a vice. "What if he's gone?" she whispered. "What if we can never find him?" But I could not let despair take root. I could still feel his warmth, like the ghost of summer on my skin. I remembered his laughter, the way it echoed against the walls of our shared memories. I remembered the way he danced, careless under the sun, as if the world had been made for him alone. No. He is here. Somewhere in this darkness, I will find him, I vowed, the certainty in my voice trembling against the bitter chill of the underworld. As we moved deeper, the ground beneath us shifted, revealing twisted paths that branched like veins, pulsing with the agony of lost souls. "What are these shadows?" Eurydice asked, her voice barely a whisper, as if speaking too loudly would awaken them. They slithered through the gloom, wisps of forgotten dreams and unfulfilled desires. Each shadow bore a memory, a glimpse of what once was, a reflection of lives that flickered and dimmed. Memories, I breathed, understanding dawning. They cling to this place, trapped forever in the darkness. I could feel the weight of their sorrow seep into me, heavy as the chains binding them to their fate. We must keep moving. But the shadows reached out, clawing at our legs, whispering secrets of despair. They whispered of lost love, of betrayal, of power that corrupted and devoured. "You don't belong here," they hissed, their voices swirling around us like a tempest. I could feel their bitterness clawing at my heart, trying to convince me that hope was a fool's errand. And yet, through the chaos, a flicker of light caught my eye, a distant glow that pulsed like a heartbeat, steady and unyielding. "There!" I shouted, my heart racing. "Do you see it?" Eurydice nodded, her fear momentarily forgotten, replaced by a sliver of hope that ignited a fire within her. We pressed on, driven by an urgency that blurred the edges of our reality. The shadows writhed and howled, but we pressed through, fueled by desperation and the flickering promise of reunion. Each step took us deeper into the heart of the underworld, where light battled darkness, and every heartbeat echoed like a war drum. As we neared the source of that light, a figure emerged from the haze, a silhouette etched against the brilliance. My breath caught in my throat, a knot of emotions twisting within me. "Orpheus," I called, my voice trembling, every syllable a prayer. He turned, eyes wide with disbelief, mirroring the hopes and fears that swirled within me. But just as our eyes locked, the shadows surged forward, clawing at the edges of our embrace. "No!" I screamed, desperation choking my voice. "I won't let them take you again." The ground trembled violently, the air crackling with electric tension. In that moment, the underworld itself seemed to pause, holding its breath, as if waiting for a decision, a choice that would ripple through eternity. Eurydice clutched my arm, her eyes wide, reflecting both horror and resolution. "What if we can't go back?" she questioned, the weight of the moment crashing down around us. The shadows howled, echoing her fear, reaching for us with cold, greedy fingers. But deep within, I felt the fire of determination blaze anew. "We will go back," I declared, my voice a fierce roar against the tempest. "We have to fight." And as I stood there, heart racing, with shadows swirling and hope flickering like a dying candle, I realized this descent was not merely a descent into the underworld. No, it was a battle for our very souls, a clash between light and dark that would either shatter us or set us free. In this moment of unbearable tension, with love and fear entwined in a deadly dance, I understood, this was just the beginning. The confrontation ahead would echo through the ages, reverberating like a heartbeat against the silence of eternity. The struggle for light was about to unfold, and with it, the fate of us all. The air trembled with a haunting silence, thick enough to suffocate. Shadows clung to the walls of the cavern-like secrets, twisting into grotesque shapes that danced in the flickering light. A single drop of water echoed through the darkness, each blink a countdown, a reminder that time was slipping away. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, a slow, rhythmic beat that felt too alive, too aware. It was the pulse of something ancient, something waiting for Adonis. I remember the moment when he first stepped into the light, emerging from the depths like a ghost summoned from the past. His eyes were wild, a storm of emotions battling within them, fear, rage, hope, each one battling to break free. When he spoke, his voice tore through the silence, raw and jagged like broken glass. "I am not who I was," he said, and the words sent shivers down my spine. "I am something else now." Sophia stood a few paces behind him, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. She had always been the anchor, the one who kept me grounded in this chaotic world. But in that moment, as she looked at Adonis, the man who had once been her everything, her grip on reality began to slip. "You can't just come back after everything," she shouted, her voice cracking like ice underfoot. "You left us. You left me. Left." The bitterness in his voice was like a whip, cutting through the air. "I was taken. You don't understand what it was like down there." He gestured toward the shadows, his hands trembling, as if the darkness itself was clawing at him, trying to pull him back. Every second, I fought to remember. Every moment was a battle against the void. I wanted to reach out, to tell him that I understood the shadows that stalked him, that the scars on his soul mirrored the ones on mine. But the air crackled with tension, thick as smoke, and words felt insubstantial. Instead, I stood frozen, a witness to the tempest unfolding. Sophia stepped closer, her voice rising, desperate. "You think you're some kind of hero? That you can just waltz back into our lives as if nothing happened?" Her face was a storm of hurt and anger, and I felt the weight of her pain, heavy like a leaden shroud. "You're not the same. You never will be." Adonis's gaze faltered, the fire in his eyes dimming as if her words struck a deep chord. "I'm trying to come back," he murmured, his voice dropping to a whisper, pleading. "But it feels like I'm carrying the weight of the world on my shoulders." The silence hung between them, a fragile thread threatening to snap. I could see the shadows creep closer, wrapping around him like a shroud, whispering secrets that only he could hear. "It's not just about you anymore," Sophia pressed, her voice vulnerable yet fierce. "It's about us. About what you've done to us." I remembered the day they took him, the chaos, the screams, the frantic search that led to nothing but echoes and shadows. I had searched the depths of my own nightmares for him, and he had become a ghost, a myth whispered in the dark corners of our town. And now, here he was, bloodied and broken, yet somehow more alive than ever. But was he really back? Or just a hollow shell, filled with shadows? Adonis took a step forward, the light catching on the scars that marred his skin, a map of his suffering. "I can't erase the past," he admitted, voice trembling like autumn leaves in a chilling wind. "But I want to fight, not just for myself, but for both of you. I can't face the darkness alone anymore." Sophia's eyes softened for a fraction of a second, and the air crackled with the possibility of hope, fragile and fleeting. But then she recoiled, the hurt surfacing like a tidal wave. "You think you can just say those words and everything will be okay? That we'll just forget?" Her anger was a firestorm, consuming everything in its path, but I could see the embers of something more: pain, love, betrayal. "No!" Adonis roared, the sound echoing off the cavern walls, a primal scream that resonated with the very marrow of my bones. "I want to face this, the nightmares, the ghosts. All of it." His fists clenched, and I could feel the tremors of his soul, the urgency, the desperation to reclaim what he had lost. But the cavern seemed to mock him, the shadows whispering tales of despair, urging him to retreat. "Then fight!" I shouted, feeling the weight of his anguish pressed against my chest like a vice. "Fight for us! Show us you're still here, that you're still the Adonis we loved." My voice cracked, raw with desperation. "But you must face the truth first. You can't run from what's inside you." The shadows trembled at my words, dark tendrils reaching for Adonis, mocking him, taunting him with visions of the past, a past that clawed at my own heart. He stood there, caught in the space between light and dark, the embodiment of our fears and hopes, longing to break free. His breath came in ragged gasps, and I could see his mind racing. Each heartbeat was a question hanging in the air, begging for answers that danced just beyond reach. I remember the light," Adonis whispered, eyes glazing over with memories of warmth and safety. "But I also remember the darkness. The weight of it. It's suffocating." "Then let it go," Sophia cried, her voice a desperate plea. "Let it go and come back to us." In that charged moment, something shifted. The shadows quivered as if sensing the stirrings of something profound, redemption, perhaps, or a chance to rewrite the narrative of their intertwined fates. Adonis took a step forward, his face illuminated by a flickering hope that dared to bloom amidst despair. But could he truly return? Could he shed the skin of his past and become something new, something whole? I watched as he wrestled with the ghosts that haunted him, and I felt the weight of my own demons pressing against my chest, threatening to suffocate. There was no conclusion here, no simple resolution. Just the raw, aching tension of three hearts intertwined, battling their way toward an uncertain future where shadows and light danced as one, forever entwined. And just like that, as the cavern echoed with the heavy silence of potential, I knew that the return to the surface was not just Adonis' journey, but ours too, a relentless, heart-wrenching climb out of darkness, seeking the light once more. A storm was brewing, the air thick with the scent of rain and the electric crackle of tension. Adonis stood amidst the trembling trees, their branches swaying like the anxious fingers of a mother gripping a child too tight. He could feel the pulse of the earth beneath his feet, a heartbeat, a warning. He was a young man, barely a whisper above the cusp of 20, with sun-kissed skin that glimmered like gold under the darkened sky. But today, that golden hue felt tarnished, a shadow lurking behind his laughter, staining his joy. "I remember the first time I saw her," he murmured to himself, the words fragile, almost lost in the howling wind. Her hair, a cascade of autumn leaves, fiery and wild. He could see her now, that image seared into his mind, Callista, with her laughter like wind chimes in a summer breeze, full of life, a creature of the seasons. Each moment with her was an echo of something vast, something beautiful yet fleeting, like sunlight breaking through the clouds only to be swallowed again. But the storm was not just in the sky. It raged inside him, a tempest of longing and despair. The memory of their last encounter clawed at him. He could still hear her voice, a haunting melody. "Love is like the seasons, Adonis. You can't hold it forever. It blooms, it fades, it returns. But what if it never returns?" Adonis clenched his fists. What if? The question clung to him like the dampness in the air, heavy and suffocating. The weight of her words mirrored the weight of the dark clouds looming overhead. He had tried to brush it aside, to ignore the fear gnawing at his insides. But how could he forget? How could he forget the way the world had shifted when she told him she was leaving, her heart heavy with choices he could not fathom? The ground beneath him felt unsteady, as if the earth itself was mourning, grieving for something lost. Just then, a flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating the silhouette of her figure in the distance, blurred by the rain. His heart seized. Was it her? Or a cruel trick of the storm, a figment of his desperate imagination? He took a step forward, the cool, damp earth squelching beneath his feet, every step a prayer, a hope, a plea for something, anything, real. But it wasn't Callista. It was Marcus, his best friend, the one person who'd seen him at his best and at his worst, the one who had navigated the labyrinth of his heart. Adonis, he shouted, his voice a lifeline in the chaos. But there was urgency in his tone, something raw and seething. We need to go. The river is rising, and the dam won't hold. Adonis felt the world spin. His heart raced, torn between the panic in Marcus's eyes and the haunting memory of Callista. What about now? Marcus's expression twisted, an unyielding storm of fear and desperation. Adonis's thoughts crashed together like waves, and he hesitated. She was out there, in the tempest, and he couldn't abandon her when she needed him most. We can't leave her, he shouted, the words choked with emotion. She's gone. You have to let her go. Marcus's voice broke, and Adonis felt the fracture deep in his chest. He could hear the truth in Marcus's words, but the echo of Callista's laughter lingered like a ghost, taunting him. You're losing yourself. You have to fight for you. Fight for you. The phrase struck like a lightning bolt, illuminating the shadows of his heart. Adonis looked into Marcus's eyes, those familiar pools of loyalty and concern, and saw the reflection of his own turmoil. I can't, he whispered. If I let her go, what's left? Life, Marcus replied, urgency crackling between them. The seasons will change. You can't stop them, Adonis. And just like that, the wind shifted. The weight of the storm pressed against his skin, the rain drenching him to the bone, but beneath it, something began to stir, a flicker of hope amidst the despair. He felt the world turning, the cyclical nature of life whispering at the edges of his consciousness. The heaviness was still there, but it was different now, alive with the possibility of rebirth. I remember, he said, his voice breaking through the noise, the way she used to dance in the rain. She'd laugh and spin, unafraid, and I wanted to be that wild. He searched Marcus's gaze, seeking understanding, and found it, mirrored back at him. Then be wild. Don't let her memory drown you. Use it to rise, Marcus urged, and in that moment, Adonis felt a surge of defiance. The storm outside mirrored the tempest within, but he wouldn't drown, not today. They turned, running towards the shelter of the trees, the rain pouring down like a baptism. Adonis felt alive, each drop awakening something deep within him, a frantic pulse, a heartbeat resonating with the earth. He remembered the seasons, the cycles that marked his life, the spring of laughter, the summer of love, the fall of loss, the winter of despair. But there was something more, there would always be something more. And as they raced through the thickening shadows, the world around them twisted and turned, branches clawing at the fabric of their existence. He could sense it, the inevitability of change, the looming confrontation that awaited them. The storm was just a prelude, a chapter in the never-ending book of seasons that spoke of life, loss, and the unyielding drive to find joy in the chaos. Time slipped through his fingers like grains of sand, but Adonis held on fiercely to the present, to the pulse of his heart, to the promise whispered by the storm. There would be pain, there would be joy, and through it all, he would learn to dance again, to embrace the wildness of life, to cherish each fleeting moment. And with every step into the unknown, he felt Callista, her spirit woven into his own, urging him forward into the tempest, daring him to love again. So they ran, through the shadows and the storm, into the swirling chaos of nature's fierce embrace. Time would tell what awaited them, but in that heartbeat, in that breath, magic lingered in the air, a promise of rebirth, a dance waiting to unfold under the watchful eyes of the stars. The moon hung low, a swollen eye in the velvet sky, casting an eerie glow over the forest path. Shadows danced like specters among the trees, whispered secrets carried on the chilly wind, and a sense of something profound, something terrifying, thrummed in the air. Adonis stood there, heart racing, muscles taut, every instinct screaming at him to run, yet he was rooted to the spot. He could hear the distant rustle of leaves, the soft crunch of twigs snapping underfoot. Something was out there, hunting him. He remembered the tales, the warnings, beasts prowling, spirits haunting, but none of that mattered when faced with the raw, primal fear curling in his gut. He was not just a hunter tonight, he was the hunted. Adonis, a voice broke through the silence, sharp and urgent. It was Rhea, her breath fogging the cold air, eyes wide and frantic. "We need to go. Now!" Her wild hair framed a face painted in fear, a brushstroke of desperation that made his heart ache. They had been friends, allies, caught up in this hunt, but now, with their lives dangling like fragile threads, everything felt skewed, like a funhouse mirror reflecting their worst fears. "I can't leave," he rasped, barely recognizing the sound that escaped his lips. "Not yet." "Why?" She stepped closer, fingers trembling as she gripped his arm. "What is it you're searching for?" He wanted to articulate the chaos in his mind, the swirling visions of glory and devastation. He wanted to tell her that tonight was about more than survival, it was about proving himself, about a legacy written in blood and sweat. He wanted to say, "I remember the golden fields, the laughter of a childhood long lost, the dreams of a hero's path." But those words were lost in the haze of adrenaline and dread. "It doesn't matter," he finally said, pulling away, breaking the connection that felt too intense, too real. "We have to keep moving." But Rhea didn't step back. "No, it does matter. You think you're the only one with demons chasing you? I'm not just here to follow you into the dark. I'm here because I have my own battles to fight." The intensity in her voice struck him, cutting through the fog of his determination. He could see it in her eyes, the spark of something fierce and unyielding, a reflection of the very spirit that had drawn him to her in the first place. "Rhea," he murmured, a hint of softness creeping into his voice, "this isn't a game. We can't afford to be reckless." "Reckless?" she shot back, her words sharp as knives. "Or maybe it's just the truth that scares you. You think you're fighting for glory, but what if it's just an excuse? An empty promise to fill the void?" Silence followed, heavy and oppressive, thickening the air between them. Adonis felt the weight of her gaze, the challenge in her voice. It cut deeper than the cold. What if she was right? What if the hunt was nothing more than a distraction from the loss that gnawed at his insides? He thought of the faces he'd left behind, his brother, a memory wrapped in laughter that felt distant now, his father, a shadow cast long and dark, looming over every choice. Suddenly, a guttural growl echoed from the depths of the forest, deep and resonant, a voice of the wild that sent shivers racing down his spine. Rhea's expression shifted, eyes wide with terror, and that unspoken fear hung between them, a taut string ready to snap. "Adonis," she breathed, her voice trembling, "we need to," but before she could finish, the world erupted into chaos. A figure, massive and feral, emerged from the shadows, muscles rippling beneath matted fur, eyes glowing with hunger. It lunged, teeth bared, and time fractured, splitting in two, the moment stretching like elastic, until the sound of Rhea's scream tore through the night, jagged and piercing. In that instant, everything shifted. Adonis was no longer the conqueror, the dream chaser, he was simply a young man, desperate to protect the last tether he had to his humanity. He sprang into action, heart pounding in his ears, but his body moved with a will of its own, driven by instinct and fear. "Get back," he shouted, pushing Rhea behind him, the world reduced to the pulsing rhythm of their breaths, the beast's growl like thunder in his ears. He could feel the weight of his decisions pressing down, 1,000 regrets crumbling into dust. Was he truly prepared to sacrifice everything for a fleeting moment of triumph? The creature lunged again, and he could smell the musk of its rage, blood and earth and primal fury. Adonis swung, fists flying, fueled by an adrenaline that burned hotter than the fear coiling in his belly. The beast and man intertwined in a dance of life and death, and in that moment, amidst the chaos, he could hear Rhea's voice, a steady whisper interwoven with the snarls and howls. "Adonis, believe! Believe in something more." Those words pierced through him like arrows. Believe. The hunt was never just about survival. It was about connection, about sharing the burden of their fears and dreams. He remembered the fleeting moments, laughter shared beneath starry skies, the promise of dawn after the darkest night. With a surge of newfound strength, he faced the creature, no longer alone. Rhea stood at his side, defiant and fierce, ready to confront their nightmares together. Together, they would face whatever came for them in the night, forging a bond born of fear and hope, darkness and light, a relentless pursuit of a future that shimmered just beyond the horizon. And as the beast descended upon them, teeth bared and claws poised, the world around them blurred into a cacophony of sound and fury, time collapsing into a single heartbeat, two souls intertwined, clinging to each other within the eye of the storm, ready to confront their fate. The moon hung low and heavy, a bloodshot eye in a sky of bruised velvet. Shadows stretched like fingers across the damp earth, as if reaching for something that had been lost. A rustle in the underbrush, a sound like whispered secrets, sent a chill racing down my spine. I knew, in that fleeting moment, that something was wrong. I clutched the hilt of my dagger, heart hammering, breath shallow as I scanned the forest, the air thick with anticipation. Then I saw him, Thomas, charging through the undergrowth, eyes wide, wild as they flickered between the trees. "It's coming," he shouted, his voice cracking like dry twigs underfoot. He was my friend, my brother in arms, but today his face was a mask of fear that I had never seen before. "What is it?" I couldn't keep the tremor from my voice. The weight of dread settled in my stomach. "What's chasing you?" He stumbled closer, the underbrush tearing at his clothes, as though the forest itself wanted to swallow him whole. "The boar. It's massive, like a shadow come to life." There was a desperation in his eyes that told me he wasn't exaggerating. Sweat glistened on his brow, and for a moment, I saw the little boy who once ran barefoot through sun-drenched fields, carefree and laughing. But laughter wouldn't save us now. I turned, scanning the woods beyond the trees, listening. The silence was deafening, pregnant with the promise of violence. I could hear my pulse, thundering in my ears, drowning out the night. The forest felt alive, its breath heavy with age and secrets, the scent of earth and decay swirling around us like a shroud. Then came the grunting, a low, guttural sound that echoed through the trees and sent a bolt of ice through my veins. "Run!" I screamed, instincts kicking in. I didn't look back as we tore through the underbrush, each footfall a prayer. The forest was a labyrinth, winding and treacherous, but our hearts were pounding the same frantic rhythm, the rhythm of survival. I could see Thomas ahead, his silhouette flickering in the shadows, and I felt a surge of determination. We would not let this creature take him. But fate has a way of twisting the knife just when you think you're safe. A sound shattered the night, a roar, primal and full of fury. The ground trembled as the beast emerged, its form hulking and monstrous, tusks gleaming like daggers in the moonlight. Time slowed, every heartbeat stretching into eternity, each breath a battle against the rising tide of terror. I remember being struck by the sheer beauty of it, the raw power, the terrible grace of the creature as it charged like a storm unleashed. But beauty is a cruel companion in moments like these. "Thomas!" I shouted, but the words felt useless, lost in the chaos of the moment. He turned, eyes wide, too late to escape the creature's wrath. In that fraction of a second, I saw his fear morph into something else, something darker. I remembered how he had laughed in the face of danger, how he had always been the braver one. I had always followed him, and now, as I watched the beast lunge, I felt the weight of our past pressing down on me like a leaden cloak. He didn't scream. It was a sickening thud, a brutal collision, and I felt the world splinter around me. I wanted to run, to flee, but the horror held me still. The boar reared back, blood on its tusks glistening like a grotesque crown. And there was Thomas, crumpled on the ground, a broken doll discarded in the dirt. "No!" The scream tore from my throat, raw and primal. The world around me faded to a blur as I lunged forward, adrenaline flooding my veins, the dagger a mere extension of my rage. The creature turned, its eyes dark pools of malice, and I was nothing more than a fleeting thought to it. I struck, the blade sinking into flesh, and for a heartbeat, I felt powerful. But power is fleeting. The beast howled, a sound of pure rage and pain, and I was thrown backward, the ground rising to meet me, the air knocked from my lungs. I gasped, scrambling to my feet as it charged again. I could feel Thomas' presence fading, the warmth of his laughter slipping through my fingers like sand. I knew I was losing him, losing everything, and the weight of that knowledge was suffocating. Fight! I screamed at myself, as if my own voice could pull me from this dark pit of despair. Fight for him! But my body wasn't listening. The boar was relentless, an unstoppable force of nature, and its fury felt like the wrath of the cosmos itself. I had never been so afraid, not even when our village burned. A child's fear, innocent and boundless, flooded back into me, and I was lost in the memory of simpler days, of sunlit fields and laughter that felt like a distant dream. Get up! I begged, though I was really pleading with the ghost of my friend, with the boy who had always found a way to fight back. And somehow, I remembered him, his courage, his laugh. I stood, trembling but resolute, and faced the beast again, feeling the weight of the night pressing against my chest. The forest was watching, the trees whispering in a language lost to time. With every ounce of strength, I hurled myself at the creature, the dagger gleaming in the moonlight. I was the embodiment of rage and grief, a tempest unleashed. I would not let him die. The world exploded into chaos, time warping as the confrontation spiraled into madness. Each thrust of the dagger was a prayer, each cry a vow. I was fighting not just the creature, but my own guilt, my own despair. And in that chaotic dance of life and death, in the flashing of tusks and the roar of the wild, I felt something shift, a momentary flicker of hope. But hope is a fragile thing, easily snuffed out in the blink of an eye. And just as quickly, the darkness closed in. The wind howled through the empty streets of the city, carrying with it the scent of rain and the weight of unspoken sorrow. This was no ordinary night. It was pregnant with loss, each raindrop a teardrop falling against the cobbled stones, echoing in the silence. I stood there, heart in my throat, surrounded by shadows, feeling the sharp sting of memories clawing at my chest. The moon hung high, a silver coin stuck in the fabric of the night, indifferent to the grief that enveloped us. Anastasia, I whispered, knowing the name would shatter like glass in the quiet. She was here, somewhere, entangled in the darkness. I could feel it. Every heartbeat pulsed with the sound of her laughter, a haunting melody that played softly in the recesses of my mind. But tonight, it was overlaid with the wailing of Aphrodite, a relentless cry that resonated through the night, pulling me toward the edge of despair. As I took a step forward, the weight of my own guilt gripped me, sticky and unrelenting. I remember when we used to run through these streets, her hair like a wild banner in the wind, carefree and alive. Now, the same streets were riddled with ghosts, shadows of what once was, smiles that had withered under the cruel hand of fate. I could still see the flicker of hope in her sapphire eyes, the way she believed love could conquer all, even as the world cracked beneath our feet. But hope was a fragile thing, easily extinguished, and I had played my part in its demise. I remember the night it happened. The urgency of my footsteps as I raced through the rain, the muffled cries that echoed off the walls of the alleyway. Anastasia! The name was a prayer on my lips, desperate and trembling. I can still see her, illuminated by the flickering street lamp, her figure a silhouette against the storm. I called her name, but the universe answered only with silence. And then, the sound of shattering glass, a scream that slipped through my fingers like sand. Stop! A voice broke through the haze, sharp and demanding. It was Marco, my best friend, but he felt like a stranger in that moment. You can't go back there. His hands gripped my shoulders, grounding me in reality, but I was already lost in the echoes of what could have been. You have to let it go. Let it go. The words hung in the air between us, a bitter reminder of the weight I carried. I tore myself away from him, from the ache of his understanding, and stumbled toward the place where dreams had turned to ash. Every step was a reminder of my failures, every breath a reminder of the night I didn't save her. The alley loomed before me, a dark mouth ready to swallow my grief whole. The brick walls were stained with memories, their cracks whispering secrets of the past. I pressed my hand against the cold surface, as if it could absorb my pain, but all it did was echo back the torment I felt. In the distance, I saw her, Anastasia, a ghost of the girl I once loved, standing at the precipice of time. She was illuminated by that same moonlight, an ethereal figure wrapped in shadows. Her eyes were pools of sorrow, and the sight of her made my heart shatter anew. I opened my mouth to speak, but the words, heavy with regret, lodged in my throat. I wasn't worthy of her name on my lips. Why? The words slipped from her lips, a soft gasp that cut through the night like a blade. Why did you leave me? Her voice cracked, a fragile bridge between this world and something more profound. It trembled with anger, with betrayal, with an ache that could only be born from loss. I was scared. I shouted into the void, tears streaming down my face, mingling with the rain. I thought I could save you, but I didn't know how. The truth poured out like a broken dam, raw and unfiltered. I thought I could save myself. I was a coward, hiding behind the facade of bravery, too afraid to face the demons that lurked in the shadows. Her laughter echoed, a ghostly sound that sent shivers down my spine. You think you're the only one who suffered. The shadows shifted, and in that moment, I saw Marco standing there, a silent witness to our pain. The guilt pooled between us, heavy as lead. You think you can absolve yourself by grieving for me? I turned to him, desperation clawing at my insides. Help me. Tell me how to make this right. But Marco's eyes were dark pools of understanding, reflecting the truth that I was too afraid to face. There was no right in our world, just the mess we created and the ghosts we carried. Some wounds don't heal. His voice was a whisper, a warning carried on the wind. We carry them with us, like shadows, and they never really leave. I looked back at Anastasia, feeling the weight of her gaze boring into my soul. You don't have to forgive me, I said, my voice trembling. But please, tell me how to live with this. I can't, the words faltered, lost in the spiraling chaos of my heart. The night thickened around us, a blanket of grief and longing, as if the very cosmos mourned with us. Time blurred, minutes became hours, seconds stretched into eternity. I was drowning in the tidal wave of my emotions, each wave crashing against the shores of my sanity. I remember, I choked back a sob, my breath hitching in my throat. I remember the way you smiled, the way you danced in the rain. I remember, enough, she cried, the sound a thunderclap that shattered the stillness. You remember the past, but can you change it? Can you bring me back? Silence engulfed us, a suffocating weight pressing down. I could feel the world spinning beneath my feet, the stars flickering in and out of existence. The universe was vast and indifferent, a cosmic joke played on those who dared to dream. In that moment, I knew that grief was not just a feeling, it was a living entity that wrapped itself around you, squeezing until you could barely breathe. It was a haunting melody, a wailing that echoed through the corridors of our souls, echoing the loss of everything we held dear. And as I stood there, tangled in the web of heartbreak and longing, I realized that this was only the beginning. The wailing of Aphrodite would never truly cease, it would be a constant reminder of the love that lived and died in the shadows, a haunting song that would linger in the air long after the night had passed. The air was thick with despair, cloying like the scent of rotting flowers, as Ilara stood on the precipice of the world she knew. A solitary candle flickered in the darkness, throwing shadows that danced grotesquely on cracked stone walls, whispering secrets of love and loss. She clutched a tattered piece of parchment, the last words of her beloved Adonis, the message a ghost haunting her heart. Meet me where the stars bleed, it read, a dying wish echoing in her mind. The night was an abyss, vast and impenetrable, and somewhere out there, beneath the inky sky, he waited. Yet how could she face him? The weight of grief hung heavy on her shoulders, a shroud woven from memories of laughter now twisted into haunting echoes. Adonis, with his sun-kissed skin and laughter that rang like silver bells, still lingered in her thoughts, a vibrant spectre refusing to fade. She had promised him eternal love, but what was love against the relentless grip of death? Through the cracked window, she glimpsed the moon, a pale witness to her sorrow, and knew it was time. Time to step into the realm where the living danced with the dead. The cult of Adonis awaited her, a frenzy of mourners clad in white, their faces painted with ash, eyes hollow yet flickering with an unsettling fervor. They were drawn to the rituals, the haunting melodies that spilled from their lips like blood from a wound, a desperate plea to the heavens for the return of a lost god. As Elara descended into the chaos, she was consumed by the thrumming heartbeat of the crowd. Here, the lines blurred, the living mingled with the spirits, their grief a shared tapestry woven from the threads of loss. She felt a jolt of recognition as she locked eyes with Lysander, Adonis's closest friend. His eyes, once bright, were now murky pools of regret and anger. Memories of their childish adventures now lay shattered around them, like glass from a broken dream. "I remember," he whispered, voice thick with tears, "the way he laughed." Each syllable dripped with sorrow, a reminder of what had been. "We thought we were invincible." The words hung between them, a fragile bridge spanning the chasm of their pain. Elara's heart clenched. She remembered. The laughter that once filled the air, the warmth of summer days spent basking in sunlight, the innocence of youth. Yet now, in the flickering candlelight, they were marionettes, strings cut, flailing in the dark. The cult's leader, a figure cloaked in shadows, raised his arms, the gathering falling silent. "Tonight, we call upon the spirit of Adonis." His voice, rich and sonorous, rolled over them like thunder, awakening something primal within. "We mourn, but we also celebrate. For death is merely a doorway." Elara felt the ground beneath her shake. "What doorway?" She grasped Lysander's hand, the warmth reassuring but igniting a firestorm of doubt. They were foolish to think they could summon him back. The crowd swayed, their bodies moving in a hypnotic rhythm, a desperate dance of longing and despair. They were caught in a vortex of emotion, spiraling deeper into a shared madness. "I can't do this," she gasped, a tremor in her voice. The air around them pulsed with energy, and every heartbeat echoed like a drum in her ears. "He's gone. You can't bring back the dead." Lysander turned to her, anguish etched into his features. "But what if he hears us?" His voice held a trembling hope that clawed at her insides. "What if, no?" She pulled away, grasping at the air as if it could shield her from the pain. "What if he doesn't want to come back? What if he was free, dancing among the stars, unfettered by the gravity of their grief?" The thought gnawed at her, bittersweet like the taste of copper. The chant rose again, a wave crashing over them, drowning out reason. "Adonis! Adonis!" The ritual reached a fever pitch, bodies thrumming like the strings of a harp, vibrating with the electricity of longing. Elara's breath quickened, a battle raging within her. She felt the pull of the crowd, the desperate need to connect with something greater, something that transcended the veil of death. Yet the fear clawed at her throat, choking her resolve, a reminder that this was a mirage, a cruel illusion. "He's not coming back," she screamed, her voice breaking the trance, slicing through the fervor like glass shattering on stone. The crowd turned, eyes wide with shock, horror painted on their faces like masks of despair. In that moment, she caught a fleeting glimpse of Adonis, a flicker in the shadows, a teasing smile that twisted her heart. Was it a trick of the light, or was he truly there, watching, waiting? The line between reality and memory blurred, time folding in on itself like a dying star. "Please," she whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I miss you." Each syllable was a prayer, a plea to the cosmos, a heartbeat echoing in the void. The silence stretched, heavy and charged. The cult held their breath, waiting for a sign, a miracle. And then, amidst the tension, a breeze whispered through the gathering, carrying the scent of roses, vibrant and alive. Elara knew, in that flickering moment, that love could not die. But the shadows shifted, and with it, the atmosphere darkened. The ground trembled beneath her feet, a warning. The ritual was spiraling out of control, fueled by grief and desperation. This was no simple call, this was a tempest, a storm brewing on the horizon, threatening to consume them all. Lysander grabbed her arm, pulling her closer. "We have to leave." His voice was a frantic whisper, filled with urgency. But Ilara felt the pull of the cult, a siren song beckoning her deeper into the abyss. Adonis, she cried out, abandoning all reason. The atmosphere crackled with energy, and in that heartbeat, she knew they had crossed a line, a threshold they may never return from. They were bound to this night, to the morning rituals that whispered of resurrection yet only promised despair. The boundaries of love and loss warped, twisted into something unrecognizable. And as the cult chanted on, a dark figure emerged, a shadow among shadows, bringing with it the chilling realization that some doors, once opened, should never be closed again. And so, they stood on the edge of a precipice, hearts racing, caught between the living and the dead, the past and the future. In that moment, they knew this was only the beginning. The night stretched infinitely, haunted by echoes of the beloved, a bittersweet reminder that love, in all its forms, is a tempestuous force, unyielding and relentless. And as they faced the darkness, they were left with one question that would linger in the air, sharp and potent: what price would they pay to bring him back? Shadows swirled beneath the streetlights like whispers of forgotten souls, and the air thickened, suffocating, as the clock struck midnight. Each chime echoed through the empty streets, a heartbeat in the silence, and a chill crept down my spine. The world was holding its breath, waiting. I stood there, frozen, my heart hammering in my chest, staring at the old iron gate that had once welcomed the living but now loomed like a grim sentinel over the dead. Adonis lay buried beyond, his legacy a weight on my shoulders, a ghost in my mind. I remember the first time I saw him. He was not just a figure, he was life, bursting with laughter, untouched by the stern grasp of mortality. We were young and foolish then, eyes wide with dreams too big for our small town. Together, we painted our futures in vivid colors, a canvas stretched across the skies. But those colors faded quickly, the hues turning to ash when the news arrived: Adonis was gone. Just like that, his laughter silenced, his light extinguished. The world turned gray. The irony stung. Life had handed me the brush, and I had painted our dreams with the brightest tones, only for him to be snatched away. I felt the edges of my own existence fray, and the weight of his absence pressed down like a vice. I wandered through the streets haunted by memories. I saw him in the faces of strangers, in the laughter that echoed in the wind, and the warmth of the sun on my skin. But every time I reached for those memories, they slipped through my fingers like grains of sand. Eleanor stood beside me, her sadness a heavy cloak draped over her shoulders. She was Adonis's sister, and I could see it in her eyes, the storm churning beneath the surface, the flash of anger mixed with grief swirling like a tempest. I knew her pain, I felt it rip through my own heart. Why him? She whispered, and the question sliced through the night. It was a question that nestled deep in my gut, gnawing at my insides. Why him, indeed? The cosmos had a sick sense of humor, picking favorites and tossing others aside as if life were a twisted game. I remember the day of the funeral, the rain pouring down in heavy sheets, as if the heavens themselves mourned. We stood in a circle, faces shadowed under black umbrellas, and the earth seemed to swallow our words whole. Each goodbye was a dagger thrust into my chest, and I could see Eleanor breaking, her hands trembling as they clung to the cold earth. The world around us blurred, and I was trapped in a moment that stretched on forever, a photograph faded but never forgotten. In that moment of despair, I felt something shift within me. Anger ignited, a roar, consuming fire. I turned to Eleanor, my voice barely a whisper: we can't let his memory die. We owe him that. Her eyes met mine, and a fragile connection ignited. Together, we would honor him, reclaim his laughter and life from the shadows that threatened to swallow it whole. I saw the flicker of determination in her gaze, a light that mirrored my own. But the path to remembrance was fraught with obstacles. Each recollection of Adonis was a ghostly reminder of what we had lost, and the weight of our shared grief anchored us in a sorrowful dance. We couldn't escape the past, no matter how hard we tried. The world felt like a cruel joke, and the punchline was a hook buried deep in our sides. I remember the night spent in silence, staring at the stars, feeling the universe expand and contract with each breath I took. Was he out there, among the constellations, laughing at our mortal struggles? As the days turned into weeks, the the anger morphed into something more profound, an urgency to make Adonis' spirit live on. We gathered friends, recounting tales that turned into legends under the moon's watchful gaze. With every story, we carved his name into our memories like an ancient rune, a talisman against the crushing darkness. Laughter echoed through the night, a haunting melody that danced with the shadows, but the ache of absence lingered like a spectre. Then came the moment when all that grief and anger collided. Eleanor and I found ourselves standing at the foot of that old iron gate, ready to confront the very essence of death itself. It was dusk, the sun bleeding out into a canvas of orange and purple, as if the sky itself mourned with us. I felt my heart race, a drumbeat reverberating through my bones. The weight of our quest pressed down as we pushed the gate open, its creak reverberating through the air, a sound so final, it echoed like a death knell, marking the moment we crossed from the living to the realm of the lost. What if he's not here? Eleanor's voice trembled, breaking the fragile spell of our determination. But I couldn't afford to entertain that thought. He is here, I insisted, a wild hope flaring within me. We stepped into the graveyard, each step heavier than the last, the ground swallowing our resolve. The tombstones stood like silent sentinels, watching, waiting. And there it was, Adonis' grave, the earth freshly turned, the flowers wilting, the moment heavy with the weight of unspoken words. I knelt, fingers tracing the inscription, feeling the cold stone against my skin. "You don't get to leave us," I whispered, my voice cracking, a desperate plea to the void. "You don't get to fade away." Eleanor knelt beside me, tears glistening in her eyes, and the moment shattered like glass, cutting through the night. "You promised you'd always be with us," she sobbed, and I could see the weight of her grief clawing at her heart, an unrelenting beast. I wanted to comfort her, to pull her back from the edge, but I was teetering there myself, caught in the tempest of our shared despair. In that graveyard, with death looming so palpable, I understood, we were forever tethered to the legacy of Adonis. His laughter, his dreams, his very essence lived on through us. The tension wrapped tightly around us, binding our souls to the earth as we grappled with the profound impact of his absence. Each heartbeat reverberated with the knowledge that life was fleeting, cruel, and yet, so achingly beautiful. As the stars blinked into existence, I felt the weight lift just a fraction, replaced by a flicker of hope at the promise that the impact of death could never extinguish the fire of life. We would carry his spirit, forging ahead into the unknown, a part of us forever entwined with the cosmos, always searching, always yearning, always remembering. The journey was just beginning, a loop that would echo into eternity, and I could feel the pulse of life thrumming beneath the sorrow, an unbreakable bond, a legacy that would never truly die. The air is thick with unease, a taut string pulled tight across the chasm of winter's last breath. Outside, shadows linger in the corners of the town, dark and restless, whispering secrets of what lies ahead. I stand at the edge of a crumbling porch, the wood splintering beneath my weight, the creak of the boards echoing like a warning bell. Somewhere in the heart of this place, life stirs, a slow, desperate resurgence that beats with the rhythm of a heart yearning for freedom from the chokehold of frost. "Annie, come inside." Jacob's voice slices through the morning air, laced with an urgency I can't ignore. His silhouette hovers by the door, a guardian against the chaos threatening to spill forth. I remember when we believed spring would be a gentle bloom, a soft awakening. But the earth is restless, alive with violent color and rage, and I feel it in my bones. The tremors of change that promise not just rebirth, but reckoning. "Just a minute," I shout back, though my voice quakes. It's not just the cold that chills me, it's the weight of memory, the ghost of what we lost last year, the laughter that was swallowed by the frost. I close my eyes, and the colors swirl, deep greens mixing with the burnt umber of decay, vibrant yellows that flare like hope in the dying light of despair. They swirl like the thoughts racing through my mind, thoughts of Jacob, his love, his flaws, the way he holds the universe inside his gaze. Behind me, the past looms like a specter. I remember the night it all shattered, the brittle laughter that fell silent with the first crack of ice. I remember the way he cradled my broken heart, the slow, painful glue of his devotion attempting to mend what I thought was irreparable. But the ghosts of our mistakes linger, and I am still learning how to breathe in the aftermath. "Annie." His voice, softer now, pulls me from the depths of my thoughts. "Please." There's desperation there, a crack in his armor that exposes the vulnerability he so often hides. I turn to face him, the sunlight spilling over us like liquid gold, but all I can see is the shadow of fear etched in his brow. Do you ever wonder if we're fighting a losing battle? I ask, my voice a tremor. His eyes darken, a storm brewing beneath the surface, and I realize he's fighting his own demons, fears of inadequacy, of failure. It grips my heart, knowing our battles intertwine yet remain so separate. Spring isn't just about flowers, Annie. It's also the mud, the muck, the hard work that lies beneath. His words hang heavy, filled with the weight of unspoken truths. I feel the heat of anger flare within me, and yet, beneath it, a flicker of understanding. We are both so broken, so beautifully flawed, and yet we cling to each other with a desperation that feels both thrilling and terrifying. As I step back into the house, the door slams behind me, sealing off the wild world outside. The warmth resonates within, yet it feels like a cage. The walls pulse with memories, each corner filled with laughter that echoes like a haunting melody. I glance at the small table where we used to share dreams, the fruit bowl now empty, a harsh reminder of what was and what could never be again. But the sun shines, cutting through the chaos of our lives, an omen, a promise. I catch a glimpse of our neighbor, Mrs. Hargrove, bending low in her garden, her hands deep in the earth. The sight pulls at me, a reminder that life persists even amid despair. I remember the story she told, the way she spoke of planting seeds, of nurturing them through the storm. She stands, brushing soil from her weathered hands, her face crowned with the fierce joy of spring, and I am struck by the wild beauty of it. Annie! Jacob calls again, pulling me from my reverie. Get your coat. We have to go. Where? I say, my heart racing, a sense of urgency igniting the air between us. To the forest. It's alive, he replies, his eyes ablaze with fervor. You have to see it. And suddenly, dread creeps in, a coldness that seeps through my very being. The forest? Alive? The woods have always held a darkness, a shroud of mystery that wraps around its ancient trees like a lover. I remember the stories, the warnings whispered in hushed tones. What if we find something we're not ready to face? What if we find everything we've been searching for? His challenge hangs in the air, a tightrope strung between hope and despair. The decision fractures the moment. I step outside, the world erupting in a burst of color, the bright greens, the blossoms daring to thrive amid the remnants of winter. But the trees loom, their gnarled branches stretching like skeletal fingers towards the sky. The forest beckons, a siren song that tugs at my heart. It's a reminder that renewal often blooms in the most unexpected places. We move forward, our breaths mingling in the crisp air, each step a heartbeat, a pulse. I feel the weight of the earth beneath my feet, solid, unyielding, alive. The forest swallows us whole, shadows dancing across our path, the leaves whispering secrets long forgotten. I can hear Jacob's heartbeat, steady and strong, yet I wonder if it matches the frantic rhythm of my own. There, in the depths of the woods, life is burgeoning. The flowers break through the dirt, defiantly reaching for the sun, and I can't help but think of all the times I've felt buried by my own fears. I remember the day I thought I couldn't climb back out. But here it is, the stark, raw beauty of resilience. It pulses like a heartbeat, reminding me that even in the darkest moments, life can flourish. Annie, look! Jacob's voice cuts through the stillness, filled with wonder. I turn, and my breath catches. The forest floor is a tapestry of color, life springing forth like a miracle. The sight ignites a fire within me, a longing to let go of the past, to embrace the beauty of now. But I can't shake the feeling that something lies just out of reach, something both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The shadows deepen, and the wind stirs, carrying with it the echoes of the past. I feel the weight of every choice, every wound, and every fear that clings to me like a second skin. Are you ready? Jacob asks, his eyes searching mine, looking for the courage I'm not sure I possess. I take a deep breath, and for the first time in a long while, I feel the stirrings of hope. I think so. But as we step deeper into the heart of the forest, I can't shake the feeling that the resurgence of life is only the beginning. The shadows deepen, the whispers grow louder, and the forest breathes around us. We are not just battling against winter's icy grip, we are facing the very essence of who we are, the ghosts we carry, and the lives we have yet to uncover. And so we move forward, hand in hand, into the unknown, a fragile flicker of hope in a world that feels both beautiful and terrifying. The earth stirs beneath us, and I know this is just the beginning. The real fight is yet to come, an inevitable confrontation with our own hearts, the shadows that linger, and the life that yearns to be birthed anew. The clock struck midnight, its hollow chime echoing through the empty streets, a ghostly chorus that twisted the air. The moon hung low, a pallid eye watching over the city as shadows danced at the edges of alleyways. I stood there, heart pounding, my breath a frosty mist, feeling the weight of everything, the weight of choices made, of love lost, of death waiting just behind the next corner. It was a haunting hour, the kind that clings to your skin like a promise. Adonis. His name echoed in my mind like a prayer whispered in the dark, both beautiful and terrifying. I remembered the way he laughed, how it sparkled in the air, a light cutting through the oppressive night. But that laughter was gone now, replaced by a silence so thick it felt suffocating. I could almost see him, that golden boy who danced through life, reckless and untamed. But his beauty was a double-edged sword, a cruel joke played by the universe that thrived on duality, life and death, joy and despair. And there was Myra, standing a few feet away, her face a canvas of despair and determination. She shivered, not from the cold but from the fear that wrapped around her like a serpent, coiling tighter with every passing moment. The shadows played tricks on her features, making her look more ghost than woman. In that moment, I hated time for its relentless march forward, for every tick of the clock that stole another second from our fleeting existence. "We can't let him go," she whispered, her voice barely a breath, trembling with urgency. But what did we know about letting go? I felt the weight of all my failures, the moments I should have acted, the words left unsaid. I remember the first time I saw Adonis. He was laughing, running through a field of wildflowers, sunlight cascading over him like a halo. Even then, I sensed the fragility of that beauty, the way it hovered just out of reach, as if it belonged to the realm of dreams. Now, that laughter felt like a memory dancing on the cusp of oblivion, and I was terrified of reaching out and shattering it. "Do you ever feel like we're just echoes?" I asked Myra, my voice breaking as I spoke. "Like we're living in someone else's memory?" The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. She turned to me, her eyes reflecting a deep sorrow, yet there was a flicker of hope. "Sometimes," she said, "but echoes can grow louder, can't they?" And as if summoned by her words, the night shifted. A gust of wind swept through the alley, chilling my bones, carrying with it the scent of decay and the whispers of lost souls. I could see it now, Adonis, trapped in a world of shadows, a victim of his own brilliance. The life that radiated from him had become a beacon for darkness, and it was time to face it. I steadied myself, knowing our confrontation with fate was inevitable. We moved together, our footsteps echoing against cobblestones, each step a defiance against the choking silence. I could feel the pull of Adonis' presence, like a string tugging at my heart, leading us deeper into the darkness. I glanced at Myra, her resolve was a flickering candle, but it was enough to guide us. As we stepped into the yawning mouth of the old cemetery, it felt as if the world had swallowed us whole. Tombstones loomed like sentinels, their weathered faces etched with the stories of those who had come before. Each grave was a heartbeat lost to time, a reminder of our own fragility. I recalled the tales of those who had walked these paths, lovers torn apart, dreams buried beneath the earth. It was a landscape of grief, yet within it lay a strange beauty, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Suddenly, there he was, a silhouette against the moonlight, ethereal and haunting. Adonis stood between the graves, his figure both alive and dead, a paradox that sent a chill racing through my veins. I wanted to scream, to run, yet my feet were rooted in place, entranced by the ghostly allure of his presence. He turned, and in that moment, I could see the shadows clinging to him, a darkness that whispered of despair. "Why did you come?" His voice sliced through the night, a melody tinged with sorrow. I felt my heart clench. There was a betrayal in that question, a depth of pain that I could hardly bear to face. Myra stepped forward, her hand trembling. You're not alone, Adonis. You never were, she pleaded, her voice a fragile thread weaving through the night. But he shook his head, and the world around us shifted again, reality warping like a mirage. You don't understand, he whispered, his gaze piercing through the layers of my soul. Beauty is a curse. It draws the darkness like a moth to flame. And in that moment, I could see it all, the weight he carried, the fears that chained him, the choice between life and death that he faced every single day. I wanted to reach out, to bridge the chasm between us, but fear gripped me like a vice. The echoes of his laughter filled the air again, but this time, they were laced with anguish, a haunting reminder of what was at stake. You're not just a memory, Adonis, I shouted, desperation pouring from my heart. You're alive. You can fight. But the shadows were closing in, and I could feel the darkness pulling at him, hungry and relentless. I could sense the clock ticking down, the inevitability of loss threading through the fabric of our lives. Myra, I gasped, my voice barely a whisper, we have to save him. He's worth fighting for. Tension crackled in the air like the electric touch of a storm. Time stopped, and in that stillness, I saw it, the flicker of hope in Adonis' eyes, the flicker of life battling against the encroaching shadows. We were all echoes of something greater, of love, of pain, of choices unmade. And in that moment, none of us knew if we could emerge from the darkness unscathed. But as the moon hung low, an eternal witness to our plight, I knew this was not the end. The struggle between life and death would rage on, and so too would our fight to reclaim what was lost. In the shadows of the cemetery, the echoes of our lives intertwined, and only the dawn would reveal our fate, a new beginning or a haunting farewell. The darkened alley was alive with whispers, shadows swirling like restless spirits, and the air was thick with an electric tension, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. I stood at the epicenter of it all, heart pounding in my chest, each beat echoing like a drum in the silence. The moon hung like a watchful eye, illuminating the figure before me, Adonis, the embodiment of beauty, a tragic hero caught in the web of his own allure. Why do they love you like this? I asked, my voice barely breaking through the tension. It felt like a sacrilege to question the very essence of him. His beauty was a gift, yet here it was, a curse that clung to him like a shroud. I don't know, he replied, his eyes dark pools of sorrow. They see me, but they don't know me. I'm just a man, a fleeting dream in their waking lives. His voice trembled, a haunting melody caught in the throes of despair, and the shadows around us seemed to lean in, listening to the tragedy of his words. Behind him stood Daphne, her spirit fragile, yet fierce like the roots of a tree that refuses to let go of the earth. She watched with a mix of admiration and pain, her own heart a battlefield, torn between the desire to love him and the fear of losing herself in the process. How could she love him fully when the world was so ready to consume what was beautiful? The weight of that thought sank heavily between us, an invisible chain binding her feet to the ground. I remember the first time I saw you, she whispered, her voice breaking, as if the memory itself was a fragile bird ready to take flight. The sun caught your hair, and for a moment, I thought the world had stopped. But I was wrong. It keeps spinning, and you're just a flicker, a candle in a storm. Adonis turned to her, his expression filled with an intensity that felt almost tangible. And you, Daphne, are the stillness in that storm. Without you, I'm nothing but a fleeting moment of beauty, a ghost haunting the ruins of what could have been. The city was alive around us, an orchestration of laughter and clattering feet, yet here we stood, caught in a moment suspended in time. The shadows elongated and twisted, the heartbeat of the night pulsing dangerously, each breath we took weighed down by the gravity of unspoken fears. I could almost hear the clock ticking, a relentless reminder that time was slipping through our fingers, the sand in the hourglass dwindling. As we stood in that crucible of emotion, a sharp noise shattered our fragile bubble, a distant scream, raw and primal, echoing through the alleyway. I turned, adrenaline surging, instinct screaming, but all I found was darkness, a void where danger lurked, waiting patiently. Do you hear that? I asked, my voice trembling as the reality of our situation began to seep in like cold water. This wasn't just about beauty anymore, we were entwined in something greater, something darker. Adonis stepped closer to me, his breath warm against my cheek. It's the sound of longing, of hearts breaking, he said, his voice laced with a haunting sadness. It's the tragedy of love unfulfilled, of dreams that slip away like shadows at dawn. Daphne's hand reached out, her fingers grazing Adonis's arm, the contact electric. You can't keep hiding behind that mask of beauty, she urged, her voice fierce yet tender. You're more than what they see. You have to confront the darkness inside you, the part that aches for something real, something lasting. But how could he? How could a man, so revered for his beauty, dare to step into the shadows? The streets seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of their own, a reminder that beauty is as fleeting as the night. It calls to us, seduces us, but in the end, it devours those who dare to hold it too tightly. I could see it in Adonis's eyes, his longing, his fear, the unbearable weight of being both adored and feared. I remember, he whispered, his voice a threadbare whisper, a child's laughter, the scent of blooming flowers, the warmth of the sun on my skin. But now. He turned, arms wide as if to embrace the world. Now, I am trapped in this gilded cage, a puppet on strings, and all they want is to cut me down. And there it was, the heart of the storm, the amalgamation of beauty and tragedy, woven together like threads of a tapestry, each strand telling a story of raw desire and unrelenting fear. The alley felt smaller as if the walls themselves were closing in, suffocating the air we breathed, making the stakes feel impossibly high. What if I let them? Adonis said suddenly, his words slicing through the tension like a knife. What if I embrace my own destruction? Would that make me real? Would that make them love me more? No. Daphne cried, her voice a desperate plea, filled with the kind of urgency that makes hearts race. Don't you see? They don't want to love you, they want to possess you, to turn you into a statue, to sit on a pedestal and worship what you represent. You're not a trophy. In her eyes, I could see the tempest of emotion swirling, the passion, the fear, the unwavering hope that somehow, amidst the chaos, they would find a way to reconcile their desires with their truths. We were all ghosts in this moment, searching for a flicker of light amidst the encroaching darkness, each heartbeat a reminder of our humanity, our fragility. Then came the silence, an eerie pause that felt like the calm before the storm. The city around us hushed, as if holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable collision of beauty and tragedy, of love and despair. Adonis closed his eyes, his breathing steadying, yet I could feel the tremors of uncertainty in the air. What if I chose to be both? He whispered, eyes flickering open, revealing depths of pain that begged to be understood. What if I chose to embrace my beauty and my darkness? The alley stood still, suspended in time, a fragile moment pregnant with possibility. And then, like the unfolding petals of a night bloom, there came a surge of emotion so raw, so visceral, it felt like the world was shifting beneath us. The shadows danced, the air crackled, and in that moment, we all understood, beauty, in its essence, is intertwined with tragedy, and to love fully, to live wholly, means to embrace both. And as the clock continued its relentless ticking, we were left standing at the crossroads of our own desires, the echoes of our heartbeats merging with the pulse of the night, lingering in the air like a ghost, a promise, a warning, a reminder of everything we yearned for and everything we feared. I remember the moment the painting caught my breath, a stillness that rippled through the gallery like the hush before a storm. The air was thick with the scent of linseed oil and unspoken tales, and there he was, Adonis, suspended in the rapture of beauty and impending doom. His skin glistened like a fresh sunrise, the colors vibrant yet haunting, a delicate reminder that life is fleeting, as fragile as the petals of a wilting rose. Each brushstroke seemed to pulse with a heartbeat, an echo of an artist's despair and desire, whispering secrets that clawed at my heart. I stood transfixed, my soul entwined with his, aware that every eye in the room was drawn to this fragile god, this embodiment of longing. In the corner, Sienna, a woman with eyes like stormy seas, wrestled with her own tempest. Her hands trembled as she clutched a tattered notebook, its pages filled with sketches of Adonis, each one more anguished than the last. She was an artist, yet she felt like a ghost among giants, invisible in a world that worshipped beauty while she bore the scars of imperfection. She ached to capture him, to immortalize the essence of his tragic grace, but the deeper she dove, the more she felt her own artistic spirit slipping away. "I need to paint him," she whispered to the silence, but the words dropped like stones into the abyss, swallowed by doubt. Adonis was everything she longed for, an ideal, a haunting melody that played just out of reach, and yet, in his presence, she felt her own inadequacy bloom like a dark flower. And then there was Marcus, standing at the precipice of his own choices, his heart a battlefield. He was a critic, a man who wielded words like blades, slicing through the fragile egos of artists like Sienna. Yet here he was, entranced by the same painting that had captured her spirit. He felt the weight of his own hypocrisy, the cruel irony of dissecting beauty while being unable to create it himself. "Can you feel it?" he murmured to no one, "the pain of perfection?" His voice was a husky whisper, heavy with regret, as he recalled his own failures, the nights spent in solitude, surrounded by the remnants of unwritten critiques and unanswered letters. Adonis was everything he despised and adored, an ideal that mocked his reality, a reminder that he had traded authenticity for the safety of critique. As Sienna's gaze fell upon Marcus, a spark ignited, an understanding forged in shared torment. They were both searching for the same thing, validation in a world that craved aesthetics yet punished vulnerability. "Look at him," she said, her voice trembling as if she were confessing a secret. "He's everything I am not." Her words hung in the air, laden with longing and despair, each syllable a heartbeat drumming against the walls of the gallery, echoing like a funeral march. Marcus turned to her, his expression unreadable, yet in that moment, they were bound by the same thread of desperation, a fragile connection woven through their shared admiration for beauty and the agony it ignited within them. The lights dimmed, shadows stretching like ghosts across the canvas, and the air thickened with an unnameable tension. Outside, the city pulsed with life, the laughter of lovers mingling with the cries of the lonely, but inside, it was a sanctuary for their pain. Adonis, still frozen in beauty, held the weight of their crumbling worlds. Sienna's breath quickened, and she felt the urge to reach out, to touch the canvas, as if connecting with the essence of the god would somehow imbue her with inspiration. "I could paint him," she whispered, the words spilling forth like a spell, but Marcus's eyes widened in alarm. "No, Sienna! You're chasing a phantom!" His voice was sharp, cutting through her reverie. "You'll never capture him." His words were laced with jealousy, a raw emotion that surged from a place deep within, an anger directed not at her, but at himself for daring to believe that beauty could ever transcend reality. The gallery felt smaller, suffocating, as if the walls were closing in, their very breaths charged with the electric tension of unexpressed emotions. And in that heartbeat of silence, Adonis became more than a painting. He morphed into an embodiment of their struggles, a mirror reflecting their flaws and aspirations. Sienna trembled, torn between the desire to create and the suffocating fear of failure, while Marcus grappled with the haunting specter of his own inadequacies. They stood on the edge of something vast, an abyss of creativity and despair, a chasm that threatened to swallow them whole. As Sienna raised her hand, trembling, Marcus stepped closer, their energies intertwining in a desperate dance of connection. "Don't let him consume you," he whispered, his voice a mixture of warning and yearning. But she could feel the pull of Adonis, a siren song that sang of beauty, a promise that all their pain could be transformed into something magnificent. The shadows around them deepened, and she took a breath, ready to plunge into that churning sea of color and emotion, while Marcus clung to the edges, terrified of the depths below. Time stretched and twisted, the world outside fading into a blur as they grappled with their choices. Within the gallery, Adonis remained a silent witness to their unraveling, his painted eyes holding the weight of their dreams and fears, a testament to the eternal dance between beauty and despair, between creation and self-doubt. In that moment, as the tension coiled like a serpent ready to strike, I felt the raw pulse of their conflicting desires, the urgency of their unspoken words hanging in the air, promising a confrontation that could either birth something beautiful or shatter their fragile spirits into a million irreparable pieces. The intensity of their emotions was palpable, electric, a storm brewing in the confines of painted walls, a restless energy that mirrored the chaotic rhythm of life itself. And just as they teetered on the brink of that revelation, the lights flickered, casting shadows that twisted and danced, creating a rift between the two souls drawn together by fate yet torn apart by fear. Time held its breath, a moment poised on the edge of eternity, as the echoes of their hearts intertwined with the immortal beauty of Adonis, a constant reminder that in art, as in life, the line between creation and destruction is perilously thin, and the struggle for meaning is an unending, haunting ballet. The moon hung low, a sliver of silver caught in a jagged sky. I stood in the ruins of an ancient city, the stones whispering secrets of love and despair, a testament to a time when gods walked among mortals. The air was thick with tension, an unspoken promise that something would break. Shadows danced, flickering against crumbled walls as if caught in a timeless struggle, each one holding the weight of 1,000 unshed tears. I remember the first time I saw him, Adonis, standing amidst the chaos, a figure of raw beauty and unyielding sorrow, as if the world had conspired to both exalt and destroy him. His eyes, deep wells of longing, held the echoes of a love so fierce it could shatter mountains. He was the embodiment of passion, the very essence of life and death intertwined. And I, watching from the fringes, felt the pull of his journey as if it were my own, a gravitational force that dragged me into a vortex of heartbreak, desire, and the relentless march of fate. Then there was Aphrodite, his lover, radiant and fierce. The goddess of love, her laughter like the tinkling of glass, yet beneath it lay a tempest of rage and jealousy. I saw her fight against the chains of inevitability, her heart a battlefield where love and possession clashed like swords. She was flawed, too, a radiant flower trapped in the thorns of her own making. Her grace was a mask, one that could slip and reveal the darkness lurking beneath. "Adonis, you must promise me," she said one night, her voice low, tremoring with an intensity that sent chills down my spine. "Promise you will return from the hunt." A plea wrapped in desperation. The air crackled, a premonition of loss swirling around us, thick and suffocating. "I will return," he vowed, and those words reverberated through the night, a haunting melody that clung to the edges of our souls. But promises are delicate things, easily broken, like fragile glass held too tightly. I could see the shadow creeping in, lurking just beyond the horizon, the dark tendrils of fate tightening their grip. Time, an insidious thief, slipped through our fingers, moments bleeding into one another like colors on a canvas. I remember the scent of wildflowers that day, a bittersweet perfume of innocence and inevitability. Adonis, lost in the thrill of the hunt, laughed with abandon, and the sound echoed through the valleys, a melody of joy that would soon become a mournful dirge. He wielded his spear with the grace of a dancer, each movement a testament to his vibrant spirit, the world alive in his presence, yet death lurked nearby, waiting, biding its time. "Do you feel it?" I whispered to the shadows, searching for an answer among the ruins. The silence answered with a cold breath, a soft sigh that sent shivers down my spine. Was it fate? Was it the gods themselves, spinning the threads of our lives into a tapestry of sorrow? The day of the hunt dawned, painted in hues of crimson and gold, the sun a cruel witness to the unfolding tragedy, its rays bathing the world in a deceptive warmth. Adonis, magnificent and fearless, rode into the wild, while Aphrodite's heart hammered in her chest, a frantic rhythm of dread. I could feel her pulse, thudding in the silence, each beat a reminder of the fragile line between love and loss. I remember the way she paced, her fingers twisting in her hair, the weight of her anguish pressing down like a stone. "Come back to me," she murmured, but the words fell like leaves in autumn, beautiful yet destined to wither. I wanted to scream at her, to shake her and tell her that love, raw and unyielding, doesn't protect against the inevitable. But how could I? I was powerless, just a spectator in this play of shadows and light. And then it happened. The earth trembled as if mourning, the wind howled a warning as Adonis fell beneath the mighty boar, a creature fierce and relentless, embodying the chaos of nature. I felt the world shatter, pieces of my heart scattering like broken glass, each shard a memory of joy turned to horror. His blood, vibrant and red, painted the ground, a vivid contrast against the muted earth. I could see the moment frozen in time, the light fading from his eyes, the laughter extinguished like a candle snuffed out too soon. Aphrodite, she was like a storm unleashed, her cries slicing through the silence, raw and unrestrained. I wanted to reach out, to embrace her despair, to wrap her in the warmth of understanding, but all I could do was stand there, a ghost among the living, trapped in a moment that would stretch into eternity. "Why?" she screamed, desperation clawing at her throat. "Why did you take him?" The gods, the cruel architects of fate, remained silent, leaving her to grapple with the void, the aching emptiness where love once flourished. I remember the night that followed, heavy with sorrow, the moon casting ghostly shadows on the ground. Adonis lay there, lifeless, and the stars seemed to weep for him, lights dimmed by the weight of loss. Aphrodite cradled his head in her lap, her tears mingling with the earth, a baptism of grief that resonated through the cosmos. In that moment, the world blurred, the boundaries between the divine and mortal melted away. I was there, a witness to the unbearable intimacy of love and loss intertwined. I felt the pulse of the universe, a heartbeat that resonated with longing, a reminder that love, even when severed, continues to echo through time. I remember the stillness afterward, an eerie silence that settled over the landscape, the air thick with unspoken words. It was in that quiet that I realized, even in the face of tragedy, we are all tied to each other through our desires, our losses, our relentless search for meaning. As dawn broke, a new day emerged, but it was a day tinted with the shadows of yesterday, a tapestry woven with threads of beauty and pain. Adonis lay still, but his spirit flickered in the hearts of those who loved him, a reminder that while life may be fleeting, the love we share reverberates through time, a haunting echo that refuses to fade. And so, as I stand here, amidst the ruins of stories long forgotten, I can't help but feel the weight of their legacy, the interwoven tales of love and longing, of beauty and despair. The narrative continues, a loop of emotions that spirals onward, each heartbeat a reminder that in this vast expanse of existence, we are never truly alone in our yearning. The shadows whisper, and I listen, knowing, always, that the story of Adonis lives on, eternally intertwined with the pulse of the universe. The air was thick with the scent of myrrh and sorrow, a haunting perfume that wound itself around the mourners like a serpent, suffocating yet intoxicating. Shadows danced beneath the flickering torchlight, twisting and writhing as if alive, echoing the turmoil in Lena's heart. She clutched the tiny idol of Adonis close to her chest, its cool surface a stark contrast to the fevered warmth of her skin. Each heartbeat pulsed with an urgency that matched the restless night. With every thump, she could feel the weight of her desire, the burden of her dreams, and the bitterness of her reality. The procession wove through the narrow streets of the city, each step echoing the rhythm of Lena's desperation. By her side was Marcus, his brow furrowed, a storm of conflicting emotion swirling in his amber gaze. He was a warrior, a protector, yet he felt so utterly powerless. The chant of the crowd mingled with the dissonance in his chest, a cacophony of hope and despair. "Adonis, return to us," they cried, their voices rising like the smoke from the pyres, reaching for something lost, something that felt so agonizingly out of grasp. Lena's gaze darted around, catching glimpses of faces twisted with grief, some weeping openly, others lost in a trance. They were here to mourn the death of the god, but in truth, they were mourning the parts of themselves they had sacrificed at his altar. "I remember," she whispered to Marcus, her voice barely a breath. "The way he smiled, the way he made me feel alive." But she didn't just remember him, she felt him. Adonis was woven into the fabric of her being, each fiber a testament to her longing. "Lena," Marcus said, desperation lacing his words, "you can't keep doing this. You can't keep chasing shadows." His eyes bore into hers, a collision of fear and affection. He wanted to save her, to pull her away from the precipice of obsession. But how could he? He was just a man, a mere mortal, and she was lost in a labyrinth of devotion. "What if it's too late?" he added, the weight of that question hanging between them like a noose. The night pressed on, thick with the weight of the coming ritual. They reached the temple, its grand entrance looming like a gaping maw, beckoning them into the darkness. The priests awaited, adorned in the blood-red robes of sacrifice, their faces hidden beneath ominous hoods. The flickering flames cast twisted shadows that danced on the stone walls, a macabre ballet of fate. Lena felt the call of the divine, the urge to surrender herself to the power of Adonis, to become one with the essence of desire and death. The thought was intoxicating, yet terrifying. "I remember the stories," she murmured, her eyes wide with fear and yearning. How lovers would sacrifice all for a moment of his affection. Each word hung heavy in the air, a reminder of the price of passion. The priests began their incantations, voices intertwining in a melody that resonated deep within her soul. It felt like a siren's call, echoing through the corridors of her mind, pulling her toward the altar. Marcus gripped her arm, grounding her in reality. "Lena, Don't do this, he pleaded. You're losing yourself.
But could he ever understand?
This wasn't just a ritual, it was her lifeline. The worship of Adonis was not merely about devotion, it was about rebirth, about shedding the skin of the mundane and stepping into a realm where love and loss coalesced in a divine dance. And yet, the tension between them crackled, a fragile thread holding them together in an ever-growing chasm. Lena finally stepped forward, drawn by an unseen force, her breath quickening. The altar stood before her, blood-stained and sacred. She could hear the heartbeats of countless souls echoing in the stones, a chorus of longing, a testament to the sacrifices made for love. The priests moved like shadows around her, their chants rising to a fever pitch, a wild storm of sound that ignited the night. The air crackled with energy, anticipation spinning like a web around them. Adonis, hear me, she cried, her voice rising above the chaos. I offer my heart, my soul, my very essence. With each word, she felt the weight of her longing, the depth of her sorrow, the fierce urgency of her desire. Marcus was at her side, desperation coursing through him like a wildfire. Stop, he shouted, but his voice was swallowed by the fervor of the crowd, lost in the overwhelming tide of devotion. The world around them blurred, became a surreal tapestry woven from dreams and nightmares. Lena fell to her knees, the stone cold beneath her, yet her heart soared. She felt Adonis with her, a tingling presence, a whisper in the dark. I remember, she breathed, tears streaming down her cheeks. I remember the love we shared, the moment stolen from time. It was both a prayer and a plea, a final surrender to the abyss. In that moment, as she offered herself to the god of beauty and death, Marcus felt the irrevocable shift. His heart shattered, fragments scattering like ashes in the wind. The realization hit him with brutal force, he could never compete with a god. Lena, please, he shouted, anguish spilling from his lips. But the words were lost, drowned in the rising tide of worship. The air thickened with an electric pulse, the atmosphere alive with something primal and terrifying. A flash of light erupted from the altar, blinding, consuming, pulling them into its depths. Time ceased to exist, the cosmos folding in upon itself, and all that remained was the echo of hearts beating as one. Lena and Marcus, lovers ensnared in the web of devotion, caught between the realms of life and the shadowy embrace of sacrifice. I remember, she whispered again, her voice trembling, her heart racing toward the inevitable climax. In that haunting moment of surrender, the fabric of reality unraveled, leaving behind only raw emotion, a longing so profound it eclipsed everything else. The darkness swirled around them, wrapping them in its embrace as the worship of Adonis raged on, an unending cycle of love and loss, where the boundaries between the divine and the mortal blurred, forever entwining their fates in the dance of eternity. The moon hung low in the sky, a cold, silver eye watching the chaos unfold below. A forest of shadowy trees whispered secrets to the night, their branches curling like bony fingers, longing to grab hold of the warmth still lingering in the air. The scent of damp earth and decaying leaves mixed with something sweeter, something like memories of youth, the kind of memories that don't just fade, they linger, haunting like the specter of lost love. Elias stood at the edge of the clearing, heart pounding against his chest, as the guttural cries of his friend pierced the stillness. He could feel the weight of it all, a crushing silence, the anticipation of a violent storm brewing just out of sight. I remember the first time I saw him, he whispered, his voice almost lost to the wind. Adonis. Like a god descended, with sunlight flickering in his hair. But gods don't belong to mortals, do they? The word slipped from his lips, unbidden, as he gripped the hilt of his sword, the metal cool and familiar against his palm. It felt like a lifeline, yet all it really held was the promise of blood. Then there was Lyra, standing a few feet away, her eyes wide, a storm of emotion swirling within them. She clutched a bouquet of withered roses, petals falling like whispers of love lost. Elias, we can't do this, she pleaded. Not for him. Not for a ghost. Her voice trembled, a fragile note in the cacophony of impending violence. She was soft, but strong in her resolve, like the delicate threads of a spider's web, glistening in the first light of dawn, yet capable of ensnaring the unwary. Ghosts don't die, Elias shot back, the bitterness in his tone like shards of ice. They linger, they haunt, and they take what's ours. Adonis was everything: beauty, desire. He was the dream we all chased. But now, his voice broke, the weight of the unspoken pain looming like a dark cloud. Now he's just another soul lost to the shadows. The moonlight painted them in ghostly hues, illuminating the conflict etched in their faces. Elias's heart raced, driven by the fire of his unrequited love for the figure frozen in time, the one who had never truly belonged to this world. And Lyra, caught in the spirals of her own heartache, had lost her chance to love Adonis in the chaos of their shared history. The air was thick with regret, thick enough to choke on, a weighty silence that pulled them into the depths of a shared sorrow. In the distance, a figure emerged, cloaked in darkness. The silhouette almost seemed to shimmer, an ethereal glow surrounding it, a ghost stepping out of the very fabric of myth. It was Adonis, or what remained of him, a vision of beauty wrapped in the pallor of death. "You think you can save me?" he called, his voice both haunting and beautiful, reverberating through the trees. "You think love can conquer the grave?" His laughter echoed, a sound both exquisite and tragic, as if the universe itself was mocking their toil. Elias felt it in his bones, the truth coiling around him like smoke. "We loved you when you were alive, Adonis. We loved you when you were more than just a tale. And now, we'll fight for you, even if it means tearing apart the fabric of our souls." The words were a raw confession, a desperate grasp at the fading light. The very air crackled with tension as unspoken feelings hung heavy between them, each pulse of the night's heartbeat echoing the unsaid and the undone. Lyra stepped forward, her heart was a drum, beating wildly in her chest, the battle between love and loss written all over her face. "You're not a god, Adonis. You're a man, and men can bleed. Men can die again." Her voice rose like a crescendo, fierce and relentless. "You think we can save you from your own prison? This is not a fairy tale. We can't bring you back." A sob caught her throat, raw and ragged, and the tears streamed down her cheeks. "Not when we're drowning ourselves." And as the confrontation unfolded, the clearing transformed into a theater of despair. The shadows danced around them, swirling in a macabre waltz, as if the very spirits of the forest were watching, waiting for the inevitable climax. There was a tension in the air, a storm brewing that threatened to break the fragile bonds holding them together: love, loss, betrayal. "Then let me drown," Adonis said, the soft sadness in his voice slicing through the night. "Let me slip back into the depths from whence I came. You think I wanted to be a symbol? To bear the weight of your desires? I'm not your savior, nor your idol." Silence echoed, the weight of his words lingering like a ghost. Elias and Lyra stood frozen, caught in the chaos of their own hearts, hearts that had struggled to breathe in the suffocating grip of nostalgia and longing. The shadows of their past clawed at them, and they could feel the pull of the mythos surrounding Adonis, a tale woven from threads of desire and destruction. Each heartbeat echoed a truth they dared not confront: love, at its core, was a double-edged sword, capable of both blessing and curse. Suddenly, the wind howled, and the forest seemed to lean in closer, as if eavesdropping on their pain. Time stretched, reality warping under the weight of their emotions, memories flickering like candles in a draught. Flashes of laughter, stolen glances, the warmth of a touch lingered in the air, haunting reminders of what had been, what could never be again. "Requiem," Elias murmured, realizing that this was their elegy, their lament for the beauty that had slipped through their fingers. The air thickened with the unspoken promise of heartache, the inevitability of a love that transcended the mortal coil. "We're all just trying to hold on to something that was never ours." Lyra's gaze pierced the darkness, seeking a resolve that hovered just beyond reach. "Then let us remember," she whispered, the words fragile yet powerful. "Let us carry him in our hearts, as both our burden and our blessing. For even in death, he has shaped us, and perhaps that's enough." As her words hung in the air, Elias felt the tension shift, a moment of clarity piercing through the storm. They were bound, tied to the fabric of a story that had woven itself through their lives, echoing across cultures, echoing across time. Adonis was more than a figure, he was the embodiment of longing, desire, and the beautiful tragedy of being human. And in that moment, as the moon glowed brighter, illuminating the path ahead, they stepped toward the unknown, embracing the shadows of their hearts. the echoes of their pain and love intertwined, a tapestry of existence that would never truly end, always compelling, always haunting, waiting to be written into the next chapter of their lives. The clock ticked, each second a heartbeat in the dead silence of the night. Shadows danced across the walls of the abandoned factory, where rust and decay whispered secrets of a forgotten past. I could smell the metallic tang of blood and sweat, a lingering reminder of battles fought and lost. My heart raced, a drum echoing in my ears as I pressed my back against the cold, unforgiving wall. I wasn't alone. Across the room, she stood, Maya, with wild eyes that flickered like flames, and a spirit that burned bright even in this darkness. Her hands trembled, not from fear, but from the weight of decision she had made, the blood on her hands that she could never wash away. I remember the first time I saw her, the way she walked into the bar, her laughter cutting through the smoky haze like a ray of light. But laughter had turned to screams, and now, here we were, caught in the throes of something far more sinister. Adonis, she whispered, her voice laced with desperation. The name hung in the air, heavy with unspoken dreams, impossible choices. I wanted to comfort her, to tell her it would be all right, but the truth was too raw, too jagged. I was no savior. I was just a man, a flawed man with scars etched into my soul. I remember standing at the edge of the abyss, my own demons whispering sweet nothings in the dark. They called me Adonis, the beautiful one. But beauty is a cursed gift. It seduces, entraps, and then leaves you hollowed out, a shell of the person you once were. I could see it in Maya's eyes, she was veering closer to that same edge, and it terrified me. In the shadows lurked our enemy, a spectre I had fought against for too long. The air thickened as the door creaked open, revealing a figure cloaked in darkness. It was Alex, the embodiment of everything we feared. His laughter echoed through the factory, a chilling sound that sent shivers down my spine. He was a ghost from our past, a reminder of the lives we destroyed, the friendships we shattered. Maya, he crooned, his voice a silken thread weaving through the tension, come to me. You know you want to. Her breath hitched, and I felt my heart drop. The battle was no longer just outside, it was within her, a tempest raging between loyalty and love, between the past she couldn't escape and the future she couldn't face. I wanted to reach out, to pull her away from the brink, but my own fears held me captive. Adonis, she repeated, her eyes pleading. You have to help me. But how could I help when I was lost myself? I remembered my mother's words, the way she would gently whisper, beauty is fleeting, my son. Strength is what remains. But strength? I felt like a paper doll, easily torn and discarded. Choose, Maya, I said, my voice barely a whisper. Choose before it's too late. The clock continued its relentless ticking, each second a countdown to an inevitable confrontation. I could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on my chest, smothering me. I clenched my fists, feeling the sharp edges of my own despair. I was tired of fighting for the title of hero when I was merely trying to save myself. Alex laughed, a sound that reverberated through the hollow room, a taunt laced with malice. You think you can save her? You're as broken as she is. Look at you, Adonis, this beautiful disaster, yearning for something you cannot have. I felt the truth of his words slice through me. I was so busy trying to rescue Maya that I hadn't even begun to rescue myself. And then the realization struck like lightning, being the hero doesn't mean being invincible. It means being vulnerable. It means bleeding, it means falling down, and finding the strength to rise again, even when the world tells you to stay down. Shut up! Maya screamed, her voice fierce and defiant. I could feel her spirit igniting, a flicker of light against Alex's encroaching darkness. You don't own me. I am not your puppet. Time froze, the air electric with tension. In that moment, I saw her clearly, not as the broken girl I tried to save, but as a warrior ready to fight her own battles, a flame rising from the ashes of her past. Suddenly, the shadows seemed less daunting, the darkness less suffocating. Together, I asked, my voice a mixture of fear and hope. She nodded, determination igniting her gaze. Together. And just like that, the shadows that haunted us seemed to bend, shifting in anticipation of what was to come. I could feel the weight of the world on my shoulders, but it felt lighter now, as if shared between us. It was terrifying and exhilarating, love and fear intertwined in a deadly dance. I turned back to Alex, who stood there, his smile fading. "You think you can rewrite the story," he hissed. "This isn't a fairy tale." "No," I spat back, adrenaline coursing through my veins. "This is reality." The clock continued to tick, the shadows pulsating with the rhythm of our hearts as we took a step forward, side by side. No grand proclamations, no heroic poses, just two souls ready to fight for what mattered. The air crackled, thick with the promise of confrontation. And as I squared my shoulders, I felt the essence of Adonis ripple within me, and not the flawless visage, but the imperfect man who could still rise from the ashes. The fight was about to begin, and together we would carve our own destiny in the night. The clock struck midnight, a heavy silence draping the room like a funeral shroud. Outside, the city pulsed with the vigor of life, the laughter of feasting revelers echoing through the streets, a backdrop to the storm raging within her. Marisol stood in the dim light of her crumbling apartment, fingers gripping the edge of the table as if it were the only thing anchoring her to the earth. She could almost hear the echoes of his laughter, the way it rolled from his chest like thunder, electrifying the air around him. Adonis. They called him a god, a man sculpted from the dreams of every woman, yet here she was, a fractured reflection staring back at her in the glass, every flaw, every insecurity magnified. I remember the way his smile made the world tilt, she whispered to the shadows, the weight of memories heavy as stone. I remember how it felt to be seen, to be desirable. Her heart raced, a wild caged bird, clawing at her ribcage, desperate to escape this moment of aching vulnerability. Every beat echoed the fear that wrapped around her throat, squeezing tighter with every recollection. Across town, Sophia leaned against a cold brick wall, the chill seeping into her bones. She watched the streetlights flicker, each one a fleeting reminder of her own impermanence. The night buzzed with anticipation, the kind of tension that makes your skin prickle. She had spent years studying the way men like Adonis moved through the world, the way they wielded their allure like a weapon. She felt the raw heat of anger churn in her stomach, a slow burn igniting as she thought of all the women who had bent themselves into pretzels to fit his mold, all of them searching for validation in a gaze that rarely lingered. "It's a game, isn't it?" she muttered to no one, the words slipping through the cracks of her resolve. A cruel, twisted game. But even as she spoke, the ghost of infatuation knotted deep in her core, an unwelcome companion. The way he made her feel, alive, electric, dizzying with possibility, was a drug she couldn't quit. No matter how many times she reminded herself that he was nothing but a mirage, the image of him lingered, haunting her like a specter in the periphery of her mind. Meanwhile, Lila swirled her drink, staring into the amber depths, searching for answers that danced just out of reach. She had seen the fallout of Adonis's charm too many times, the way it left women broken and questioning their worth. She had watched her friends shrink under the weight of his casual cruelty, and still, she couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that she was next. "Is love supposed to feel like this?" she asked the universe, her voice barely a whisper, teetering on the edge of despair. "Is it supposed to hurt?" She bit her lip, trying to stem the tide of emotions threatening to spill over. The three women were bound by a single thread. Adonis had woven himself into their lives, leaving behind a tapestry of love, obsession, and betrayal. The air thrummed with unspoken words, a cacophony of heartbeats resonating in the stillness. They had not met yet, but fate was weaving its intricate web, drawing them toward an inevitable collision. "I remember the first time I saw him," Marisol spoke again, her voice rising above the pulsing silence, each word a sharp blade cutting through years of self-doubt. "He stood there, all cocky and confident, and I thought, this is it. This is the moment my life changes." The memory swirled around her, intoxicating and terrifying, a double-edged sword that could cut through her facade. But he was only a reflection of what I wanted to be. What I wanted to believe I could be. Sophia felt her pulse quicken, her breath coming in short gasps as Marisol's words ignited something within her, an understanding, a bond forged in shared pain. "And yet, here we are," she murmured to the night, "chasing shadows. Anger bubbled within her, twisting into a knot of determination. No more pretending. No more bending to fit their idea of us. In that moment, Lila's heart raced as new clarity washed over her, a revelation rippling through the silence. We're not just victims. We're more than the roles they assign us. It was enough to shake loose the fear that had wrapped around her heart like a vice. We're the storytellers. We have the power to rewrite this narrative. The air thickened with tension, a palpable energy igniting their resolve. The night, once a void, became a canvas, and they were the artists ready to paint a new reality, one where they would reclaim their worth and their stories. But the shadows grew long, and the clock ticked on. They could hear the soft echo of laughter from the streets below, a cruel reminder that outside this moment, the world continued to spin in its chaotic dance. They could feel the weight of expectations pressing in, the constant reminder of what they were expected to be. I remember, Marisol's voice broke, raw and trembling, as she recalled the moment she let go of Adonis's illusion, shoving aside the dreamlike haze that had clouded her judgment. I remember the pain of losing myself. The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of truth, reverberating in the hollow spaces of their hearts. Sophia stepped closer, her gaze fierce, unyielding. Then let's turn this pain into something beautiful, something transformative. The resolve in her voice was a balm, soothing the fractured edges of their broken dreams. As the night thickened around them, a storm brewed on the horizon, a confrontation was coming, inevitable and raw. The air crackled with electricity, the city's pulse harmonizing with the wild beat of their hearts. They stood on the precipice of change, teetering between the haunting past and an uncertain future, ready to reclaim the narrative that had long been dictated by the whims of a man who had never seen them for who they truly were. And as they stood together, three fierce souls intertwined by longing and pain, the shadows whispered secrets, promising that they would rise, no longer defined by Adonis, but as warriors of their own stories. The night held its breath, anticipation thick in the air, as they prepared to embrace the darkness and perhaps, in doing so, find the light. The moon hung low, a silver coin cast against the inky night, and the streets whispered secrets, secrets that hung like fog in the air, thickening the space between breaths. I stood there, heart racing, pulse thrumming like a war drum. A figure emerged from the shadows, backlit by the glow of a flickering street lamp. He was beautiful, chiseled like a statue, every muscle defined, every line sharp enough to carve regrets. Benjamin, my best friend, my tether, and my tormentor. Did you see him? His voice, a blend of awe and despair, echoed in the silence. Adonis. He's real, and he's here. I felt the weight of his gaze pressing against my chest, suffocating yet thrilling. Benjamin's eyes sparkled with a manic energy, the kind that could ignite a city, but all I saw were the cracks. The way he wore his obsession like a shroud, a gossamer veil that left him exposed, raw. You're losing yourself, I whispered, but the warning faded into the night as he ran a hand through his tousled hair, oblivious, as if the very air electrified with the promise of beauty could shield him from the storm within. And then there was Marcus, lurking at the periphery, his shadow a reminder of the darker corners of masculinity, where envy festered like an untreated wound. He watched Benjamin with a mix of longing and disdain. I could feel the tension crackling like static, each heartbeat heavy with unspoken words. He doesn't belong here, Marcus muttered, his voice thick with contempt. He's a god among men, and we're just men. But that was the problem, wasn't it? In a world that revered Adonis, the ideal, the unattainable, where did that leave us? I felt the weight of the cosmos pressing against my skull, the stars spinning into a kaleidoscope of doubt. I remembered the mirror, how it never told me what I wanted to hear. Just a reflection, a reminder of what I could never be, and yet, I was still here. Don't let him get to you, I said to Marcus, but I could see the shadows wrapping around him, pulling him back into the depths of his own insecurities. He laughed, but it was hollow, echoing like a ghost in the night. You think I care about that pretty boy? I'm a man. I have power. But power is an illusion, a flickering light in a storm, and beneath the bravado, I could see the cracks forming, just as they had in Benjamin. Adonis appeared, gliding through the crowd like a spectre, head held high, skin alight with an otherworldly glow. The air shifted, tension electrifying. I felt it in my bones. It was a primal instinct, the way the world folded around him, bending to his will, desperate for his attention. Faces turned, hearts quickened, and in that moment, everything shattered. The gaze of the crowd, hungry and desiring, became a palpable force, leaving me winded and aching. Benjamin's eyes, wide and shimmering, locked onto Adonis like a moth to flame. I saw the ore turn into something darker, a hunger that sent shivers through me. "I can be like him," Benjamin breathed, and the words fell like lead. It was a vow, a curse, a promise written in the language of despair. "Don't," I pleaded, but it was too late. I watched as he stepped forward, driven by something that felt as ancient as the stars. The shadows of our lives crept behind him, but all he could see was the glow of perfection. I turned, eyes searching for markers, and found him seething, his fists clenched, the muscles in his jaw taut with betrayal. It was a fragile thing, the balance of friendship and envy, teetering on the edge of a razor blade. "You don't understand," he spat. "He's everything we're not. He'll take him away. He'll take everything." I felt his desperation clawing at the edges of my own heart, tearing at the seams. "I remember," I whispered, caught in a flood of memories that threatened to drown me. "I remember the day we were kids, running through the field, laughing at the world. We knew we were more than just what we looked like. But those days felt far away, swallowed by the shadows of who we'd become." Adonis turned, meeting Benjamin's gaze, and the electricity shot through the air, a violent storm brewing in the quiet of the night. Time slowed, the clock ticking louder, each second a heartbeat that echoed in the silence. I was paralyzed, caught between the love I felt for both my friends and the specter that loomed over us all. Benjamin took a step closer, and I could see the pull of the male gaze, the way it wrapped around him, seductive and suffocating. He was entranced, and with each breath, I felt the distance between us growing, a chasm widening as darkness seeped in. "Don't lose yourself," I shouted, but my voice was swallowed by the chaos, the laughter, and the whispers swirling around us like a ravenous beast. Marcus stepped forward, fury igniting in his eyes. "You think he's special? You think he's better?" His voice was a storm, a tempest that threatened to consume us all. "He's just a man. He doesn't know us." But even as he spoke, I could see the doubt creeping in, the fear that Adonis was not just a man but a mirror reflecting all our insecurities, all our desires, all our unfulfilled dreams. I felt it too, our echoing emptiness where hope once thrived. The confrontation loomed, and I could feel the electric tension in the air, thick enough to cut. I was trapped in the eye of the storm, watching as Benjamin and Marcus spiraled toward each other, each fueled by their own demons, their own obsessions. And there, in the heart of the chaos, Adonis stood untouched, a god among men, oblivious to the darkness unfolding around him, a light that both illuminated and consumed. The world shifted again, and I felt the gravity of our desires pulling us deeper into the void. I breathed in, heavy with anticipation, knowing that the confrontation would come, a collision of hearts and minds, a reckoning of emotions long buried. And in that moment, as the shadows danced and the moon watched with bated breath, I understood that the real battle was never against Adonis, it was within ourselves, a struggle for identity, for worth, for acceptance in a world that painted beauty in stark, unforgiving hues. In that cacophony of longing, I stood, a silent witness, afraid yet drawn to the chaos that could either bind us together or tear us apart forever. The clock ticked on, marking the final moments before everything would shatter, and I knew that the male gaze was not just a reflection of beauty, it was a mirror that shattered the very souls it sought to define. The clock on the wall ticks, its sound a relentless metronome counting down the seconds, each tick a reminder of the moment slipping through fingers like sand. And there he is, Jacob, standing in the dim light of the living room, eyes glazed with disbelief, heart a wild drum in his chest. Just hours ago, laughter had filled this space, a melody dancing off the walls, but now it's a mausoleum of silence, weighted by grief. The room seems to hum with the ghosts of what was, shadows flickering like memories he can't bear to touch. "I don't understand," he whispers, voice cracking, reaching for the shattered pieces of a life that was whole just a breath ago. He stares at the empty chair across the table, Sarah's chair, her laughter still echoes in his mind, a haunting refrain. But laughter is a luxury he cannot afford now, not when loss is a suffocating blanket wrapped around him, squeezing the breath from his lungs. He remembers how her smile could light up a room, how it felt like the sun breaking through winter's chill. Now, all that remains is the cold, hard truth of absence. And there's Lily, perched on the edge of the couch, a storm brewing in her tempestuous heart. She glances at Jacob, her best friend, her anchor, but is lost in his own labyrinth of despair. She wants to reach out, to pull him from the depths, but words stick in her throat like shards of glass. Did you think she'd always be here? The question lingers, unasked, heavy in the air, but it hovers like a ghost, taunting her. She can feel it, the tightrope of unspoken feelings, the fragile web of their friendship stretched thin by the weight of tragedy. I remember the day we saw the stars, she murmurs, her mind drifting to a night painted in starlight. They lay on the grass, plotting futures and trading dreams, the universe stretching infinitely above them. But now those dreams lie shattered like glass underfoot, each memory a jagged reminder of her absence. We thought we were invincible. We were so stupid. A bitter laugh escapes her lips, but it sounds foreign, mournful. Jacob's eyes flicker to her, and for a moment, they share a silent language, a communion of pain. There's a flaw in his chest that's widening, a gaping hole where love used to dwell. She was my everything, he breathes, and for the briefest flash, his pain ignites like a consuming fire, lighting up the dark corners of the room. I never told her enough. Time bends and warps, a cruel trickster as they sit in the shadow of their grief. There was a time when they believed in endless tomorrows, but now, every tick of the clock feels like a reminder of what was stolen. Jacob can almost hear Sarah's voice in his mind, teasing him, coaxing him to believe in something beyond this moment. But belief feels like an illusion, a fragile thread fraying with each heartbeat. Lily shifts, restless, the memories clawing at her like thorns. What if I told you, she hesitates, the words tumbling awkwardly in her mouth. What if I told you that love never really dies? The statement hangs between them, both absurd and beautiful, a fragile thread of hope tangled in despair. They share a fleeting glance. Can love linger in the silent spaces, in the echoes of laughter that fade into whispers? I want to believe that, Jacob replies, voice low, the weight of his sorrow heavy in the room. But it's hard to hold onto something that isn't there. His hand trembles as he brushes against the table, searching for something solid, something to anchor him in this storm of emotions. Lily closes her eyes, remembering the warmth of Sarah's embrace, the way her laughter could shatter the darkest moments. Maybe it's not about holding on to what was but letting it change us, she offers, her voice a fragile candle flickering against the gale. Maybe love is not defined by presence, but by what it inspires within us. The thought is both terrifying and exhilarating, a chasm of possibilities yawning before her. The air thickens with unspoken emotions, a tension that feels almost palpable. Jacob's breath hitches, a flicker of understanding igniting in his eyes. You mean, to carry her with us? It's a fragile notion, a way to breathe life into the hollow spaces left behind. But how does one carry a ghost? How does one move forward with the weight of love and loss, with the echoes of laughter forever etched in their minds? I remember the last time she smiled at us. Her voice trembles, and with every word, a universe unfolds, memories bursting like fireworks. It was like everything held still for just a moment. Each recollection feels like a shard of glass, beautiful and painful, cutting deep into the fabric of their sorrow. She always believed in the absurdity of life, that laughter was the only antidote to pain. Maybe we can honor that. Jacob's heart races as the idea takes root, fragile yet alive. To laugh in the face of loss, to allow the memory of Sarah to spark joy instead of grief. The thought is both liberating and terrifying. But what if the laughter feels wrong, he asks, voice barely above a whisper, the fear of moving on clawing at his insides. Then we sit in the silence, Lily replies softly, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. We allow ourselves to feel everything, the pain, the love, the absurdity of it all. Because in that, we find her. We carry her with us, and that makes us alive. The clock ticks on, each beat a heartbeat of the universe, relentless and indifferent. The world outside fades away, a blurred canvas as they find themselves anchored in this moment of truth. And in the silence, a fragile understanding settles between them, a recognition that love, in all its complexity, breathes even in the depths of loss. Jacob reaches for her hand, and in that single touch, they forge a connection deeper than words, a promise to cherish the light and the shadows, to laugh and to cry, to hold on to each other fiercely as they navigate the uncharted waters of grief. The air hums with the unsaid, heavy with the weight of love that refuses to fade. In that dimly lit room, the ghosts of what once was whisper, weaving through the air like a melancholic symphony, urging them to embrace the beauty in the chaos. And as they sit together, love and loss intertwining like vines, they begin to understand that even in the heart of darkness, there's a flicker of light waiting to be ignited. And perhaps, just perhaps, that light is enough to guide them home. The wind howled through the darkened streets of ancient Byblos, a city haunted by whispers of love and loss, where every shadow seemed to carry the weight of longing. I stood at the edge of an altar, the stone cool beneath my fingers, my heart racing as I caught sight of her, Astarte, the goddess of war and love, her eyes like twin stars caught in an eternal conflict. She was searching, always searching, her beauty both awe-inspiring and tragic. It was a heart-wrenching dance, a poignant ballet of desire and despair, and I was but a spectator, entranced by the chaos of passion that surged around us. I remember the first time I felt the pulse of her sorrow. It surged through the air, thick and electric, a reminder of Adonis, the mortal beauty whose life and death would intertwine with the fates of gods and men. A figure of heartbreaking perfection, he walked among us, and every heartbeat that echoed through the streets felt like a promise and a curse. I could see him, standing tall, with sun-kissed skin that glimmered like a golden relic, but his smile held a shadow, an awareness of the fleeting nature of his existence. Then there was, though, a woman whose heart beat in time with the seasons. She was fierce, yet tender, a living paradox caught between the warmth of summer and the chill of winter. I watched her grip the edge of a broken vase, her knuckles white as bone, as tears mixed with the dust of forgotten dreams. "Why must beauty fade?" she murmured, the question echoing louder than the crashing waves against the shore. It was a plea that shattered the silence, a yearning that no answer could satisfy. In this world, the gods played with our fates like children with marionettes. I had seen it all, the laughter, the longing, the brutal reality of love that found itself drowned in the blood of sacrifice. Adonis, with his laughter like rippling water, was both the gift and the blade. He would be adored, worshipped, and ultimately, he would die, a tragedy played out on the stage of existence. I felt the weight of inevitability, the chill of prophecy settling into my bones. As I watched, a ritual took shape, a bloody tapestry woven from the hearts of those who had loved before. The air crackled with tension, a premonition that clawed at the edges of my consciousness. Adonis would die, and the earth would mourn. It was a cycle we all understood, yet our hearts couldn't bear it. Each of us, in our own way, was a reflection of him, a fleeting moment of beauty caught in the relentless tide of time. "Adonis!" Though cried out, her voice breaking like glass as she pushed her way through the crowd, desperation lighting her eyes. "Come back!" But he was already slipping away, his back turned to the cries of a love that felt too tender for this world. It was a moment marked by both hope and anguish, a spark that ignited the air, a promise whispered into the void. I turned my gaze to Astarte, the embodiment of desire, her face shadowed by regret. "Why do you torment us?" I whispered, feeling the weight of my question like an anvil on my chest. She met my gaze, her eyes a tempest, revealing the depths of her own longing. "To love is to suffer," she replied, her voice a haunting melody that lingered in the air like smoke. "And yet, we love." Time warped around us, seconds stretching into lifetimes as the tension built, a storm that surged just below the surface. I felt it in my bones, the unrelenting pulse of fate that marched toward its inevitable conclusion. Adonis, the radiant star, would fall, and we would be left in the dark, grappling for the pieces of our shattered hearts. I remember the night he was taken. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into the depths of despair, illuminating the path to his doom. Though stood at the edge of the forest, uncertainty etched upon her brow, her breath catching in her throat as she watched him walk toward the shadows. "Don't go," she pleaded, her words wrapped in desperation. But he turned, and I swear I saw a flicker of regret in his eyes, a fleeting recognition of the hearts he would leave behind. A heartbeat, a gasp, and then silence. The air thickened, pregnant with a fear that wrapped around us like a suffocating shroud. It was then that the cries of the earth rose up, a mournful wail that echoed through the night, a siren song of grief that pulled at the very fabric of our beings. Every soul in Byblos felt the tremor, the shattering of something sacred. I couldn't tear my gaze away. I watched as the huntress, a figure cloaked in shadows, descended upon him with a grace that was both beautiful and terrifying. Her arrows, cruel and precise, sought out the heart of beauty, and it was then that I understood we were all Adonis, fragile and fleeting, caught in the relentless cycle of life and death. With each breath, I felt the weight of their conflict, the unbearable tension, the raw beauty of longing mixed with the inevitability of loss. Though cried out, a sound that ripped through the very air, while Astarte turned away, her heart shattering quietly in the dark. I was left standing in the aftermath, a witness to the tragedy that unfolded like the petals of a wilting flower, each moment steeped in the anguish of inevitable loss. And still, the darkness whispered secrets, hints and murmurs of what was to come. As Adonis fell, the stars blinked, a cosmic reminder that even in death, beauty would linger, a ghost that would haunt the hearts of those left behind. Time would march on, but the echo of his laughter would remain, forever entwined with the sorrow of a love that could never be contained. In this moment, I understood the weight of history, the way the past bled into the present, shaping the very fabric of our existences. We were all part of this story, woven into a tapestry that spanned the ages, held together by the threads of longing and loss. And as I stood there, at the edge of eternity, the air heavy with the scent of earth and blood, I felt the truth settle into my bones. The cycle of Adonis was our cycle, a relentless phenomenon that would echo through the annals of time, forever binding us to the past, shaping our futures with the cruel intimacy of love and sacrifice. A howl of wind cut through the air, cold and biting, like the scream of a wolf echoing through the barren woods. It clawed at their skin, a warning of the storm brewing, both in the skies and within their hearts. The very earth beneath their feet trembled, a palpable reminder that something monumental was about to unfold. Standing at the precipice of conflict, the moon hung high, a haunting witness to the rivalry that had festered like an open wound between the goddesses. Astraea stood, her silhouette carved against the pallid glow of the moon, her eyes shimmering with a fierce intensity. "You've made your choice, Selene," she spat, each word dripping with venom, as though it could cut through flesh and bone. "You've sided with the mortals, and in doing so, you've betrayed your own blood." Her voice was low, seething, every syllable vibrating with the kind of rage that could ignite a world. Selene, cloaked in silver, the very embodiment of serenity, raised her chin, a gesture of defiance. "I do not betray, dear sister. I protect. The mortals are not the enemy, they deserve their chance to choose their fate." But her heart quaked as she spoke, doubt gnawed at her resolve, whispering that she was but a ghost of what she once was. "Protect!" Astraea laughed, a sound sharp enough to pierce the night. "You think they can wield the power we have gifted them without turning it against us? They will ruin everything." Shadows danced behind her, a swirling chaos of despair and fury, each flicker a memory of what they had built together, a world of balance that now teetered on the edge of an abyss. A distant thunder rumbled, a chorus to their discord, but all Selene could hear was the echo of their shared past, the laughter, the warmth of sun-drenched days, the promises whispered under the watchful stars. "I remember," Selene said softly, the weight of nostalgia pressing heavily against her chest. "I remember the joy we wished to share with them." "Don't you?" "Joy?" Astraea scoffed, hand clenched into fists. "Joy is naive, sis. Joy is a fleeting dream that turns to ash in the moment of waking. You can't see the storm brewing, can you? The darkness that wants to consume it all." The world around them trembled, as if it too were holding its breath, teetering on the brink of chaos. It was a moment that hung suspended in time, two sisters bound by blood yet torn apart by belief, each a reflection of the other's fears. "I remember," Selene repeated, her voice barely a whisper now, nearly drowned by the cacophony of the wind. "I remember laughter. I remember the dreams we spun like silk in the night. They deserve to dream too." Tears pricked her eyes, a floodgate threatening to open. Look at what we've wrought together. Can't you see the beauty? There's beauty and there's folly. Astraea rocked back on her heels, her breath coming in sharp gasps, as if the weight of her conviction threatened to crush her. When the mortals grasp the power we've granted them, they will not create, they will destroy. You're blinded by sentiment. Maybe I am. Selene's voice cracked, the admission hanging in the air like a blade. But I would rather let them try than watch them wither in fear of us. Astraea's expression hardened, a mask of fury and pain. And if it all crumbles? What then? Will you still be so forgiving? The thunder rolled again, low and rumbling, an ominous promise of upheaval. The ground beneath them seemed to pulse with energy, a heartbeat that resonated with their own. Selene took a step closer, the distance between them feeling like a chasm, as wide as the cosmos. What if I told you we could find a way to compromise, to forge a path together? Just as we did before. Astraea's eyes narrowed, a flicker of vulnerability cutting through her armor. Compromise? You mean to submit? To bow to their whims? No. Selene's voice rose, fierce and raw. To unite. To harness their potential without relinquishing our essence. To show them the stars without fear of the dark. For a moment, silence stretched between them like a taut string, vibrating with the tension of unspoken thoughts. In that stillness, the moon cast a silver glow upon them, illuminating the doubt etched in their features, the shared memories that haunted their every word. The storm continued to brew, winds howling, lightning flickering ominously in the distance, heralding the impending clash of wills. And then, Astraea's expression softened, the ghost of a smile flitting across her lips, a memory awakened. Do you remember that night? The first time we crafted a comet together. Of course, Selene whispered, the memory flooding in, warm and golden, like sunlight piercing through clouds. We laughed until dawn, two goddesses dancing across the sky. Perhaps, Astraea's voice trembled, the storm of her heart quaking. Perhaps there's a flicker of hope in your madness. The air crackled as if the cosmos itself held its breath, waiting for a decision that would sway the very fabric of their existence. And in that moment, between the chaos and the calm, under the watchful eyes of the universe, the rivalry turned to a fragile understanding, a temporary truce forged in the flames of their shared pain. But just as hope began to blossom, the wind shifted violently, a harbinger of turmoil. Shadows lurked at the edges of their vision, dark tendrils creeping closer, threatening to unravel all they had achieved. Selene stepped forward, heart racing, as the confrontation loomed closer. We must act. Together? Astraea nodded slowly, uncertainty still dancing in her eyes. But at what cost? And as the heavens crackled with foreboding, they realized that their resolution was but the beginning of a struggle far graver than any they had faced before. The darkness was not just outside, it was within, a mirror reflecting their deepest fears, ready to consume them if they faltered. And so, they stood on the precipice, two goddesses caught in a maelstrom of emotion and turmoil, ready to compromise, yet unknowing of the true cost of their choice. The moment was electric, charged with the promise of an uncertain future, and as the storm broke, they knew this was only a taste of the battle yet to come, a haunting echo of the choices that awaited them in the shadows. The wind howled through the alley, wrapping around me like a lover's whisper, beckoning me into darkness. I stood there, heart pounding, the echoes of laughter and music spilling from the nearby club, a siren's call to the living, while shadows danced in the flickering streetlight. It was almost too easy to forget the world outside, too easy to lose oneself in the pulsing beat of the moment. But in the silence of that alley, where the lamplight faltered and the scent of rain-soaked pavement clung to the air, I remembered, oh, how I remembered. I remember Adrian, his smile electric, the embodiment of everything we craved, youth, beauty, passion. He was the Adonis of our generation, his golden skin glistening under the neon glow. But beneath that radiant surface lay the fracture lines, the cracks that threatened to shatter his perfect facade. I could see it in the way his laughter rang hollow, like a bell tolling for a lost soul. I always thought the world held him in its thrall, but I knew better. The gods were fickle, and so were we. Then there was Sophie, with her wild hair and eyes that blazed like candle flames. She had a fierce love for Adrian, a love that clawed at her chest like a caged beast. But love, as we all know, is a double-edged sword. It gave her strength, yet it was also a poison that coursed through her veins. I watched as she tried to get closer, only to find herself pushed away, Adrian's demons rising like shadows, swallowing her light. I wanted to scream at them both, the beauty and the chaos, the push and pull of desire and despair. Oh, how the heart aches for what it cannot have. I remember the night it all came crashing down. We were out, the three of us, adrenaline coursing through our veins like wildfire. Adrian, buoyed by the attention, tossed back drinks like they were water, his laughter echoing through the club. But beneath the surface, the storm churned. I saw Sophie watching him, her smile brittle, her hands trembling as she clutched her glass. The air grew thick with tension, an uninvited guest that prickled at the back of my neck. And then the confrontation. It came like a clap of thunder, loud and unexpected. Words flew, sharp, hurtful, the kind that leave scars. Adrian, always the charming prince, turned into a beast, his insecurities roiling beneath that perfect skin. "You think you know me," he spat at Sophie, the betrayal lacing his words like poison. "You don't know anything." I felt the heat radiate off him, the energy shifting, morphing into something dangerous. Sophie's eyes widened, crumpling under the weight of his fury, yet holding on with a fierce grip, like a drowning person clutching at a lifeline. I remember how the music faded into a low hum, how the world outside blurred and dissolved. There was only the three of us, caught in a moment that felt eternal. I sat back, a bystander in this cruel play of hearts, feeling every heartbeat echo in my chest. The weight of their longing hung heavy in the air, a palpable thing, as if the universe itself held its breath. It was beautiful, it was tragic, and it was real. The city outside buzzed with life, but inside, we were in a tomb, trapped in our own spiraling madness. Shadows flickered around us, whispering secrets only the ghosts of our past could understand. There was a clock somewhere, its ticking deafening, counting down to an inevitable moment of reckoning. And then Adrian turned, his gaze piercing through the haze. "What do you want, Sophie?" It cut through the air like a knife, bare and brutal. I could see it, the shifting emotions in her eyes, the hope battling with despair. "I want you to see me," she whispered, a soft plea laced with desperation. The words hung between them, woven with a fragile thread of longing. But instead of reaching for her, Adrian stepped back, as if her truth burned him. I felt the sudden chill of the night air, as if time itself had fractured, the cosmos swirling in an unpredictable dance. Her heart shattered silently, the pieces scattering like autumn leaves in the wind. In that moment, I became acutely aware of my own presence, a ghost among the living, watching as love twisted into something unrecognizable. I wanted to scream, to break the spell that held them captive, to shake them awake. But who was I? Just a witness, a spectator to their tragedy, caught in a web of my own unresolved emotions. The world outside continued to spin, oblivious to our struggles. I could hear the distant sirens, the laughter, the sound of life going on. But inside, we were frozen, trapped in a moment that felt as though it could stretch into infinity. I remember the weight of it, the aching need to scream, to shatter the silence, to make them see what was right in front of them. The allure of Adonis, of unattainable beauty, was nothing compared to the raw, jagged edges of reality. I remember how the night wore on, how the atmosphere thickened with despair. Adrian, a broken god, and Sophie, a wounded warrior, caught in a cycle of love and pain. I stood on the precipice of their emotions, feeling the pull of their darkness, the gravity of their mistakes. The clock ticked down, the shadows crept closer, and I knew, oh, how I knew, that this was not the end. The allure, the promise of beauty, lay hidden beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered, waiting to tear through the fabric of their lives. The city pulsed around us, the heartbeat of a world alive and breathing, as we faced the dark. In that moment, I realized that Adonis was not merely a figure of myth, he lived in the chaos of our hearts, in the struggles we faced, in the choices we made. And as the night deepened, as the shadows took form, I knew the story was far from over. It was merely a prelude to an even greater confrontation, a collision of beauty and despair that would echo through our lives long after the sun had risen. Chapter 37. The legacy of Adonis, Impact on religion and myth. The wind howled through the barren landscape, a mournful sound that echoed across the empty earth. I stood on the precipice, the night sky swirling with stars, a cosmic tapestry that felt both intoxicating and terrifying. Below, shadows writhed in the darkness, whispering secrets of the past that gnawed at the edges of my sanity. The air was thick with tension, heavy like the oppressive weight of unspoken fears. I could almost hear their breaths, like the haunting chorus of lost souls, desperate for a voice, for a reckoning. Ilara. Her name hung in the air like the promise of a thunderstorm. All her life, she had chased the ghost of Adonis, the embodiment of beauty and desire, a love story wrapped in tragedy. I remember the glint in her eye, the way it sparkled with unrelenting hope, even as the shadows crept closer. But now, with her heart shattered, she stood at the brink of despair. I thought love was worth fighting for, she whispered, her voice tremulous, barely above the howling wind. It was a confession that hung in the air, heavy with the weight of her broken dreams. Across the ridge, I saw Marcus, his face contorted in anguish, a raw wound laid bare. The glow of the moon washed over him, illuminating the conflict that raged within. "This isn't just about Adonis," he shouted, fists clenched, his knuckles white against the darkness. "It's about us. It's always been about us." His words were a desperate plea, a battle cry against the cruel fate that had snatched joy from their grasp. I felt the tremor of his anger, like an earthquake threatening to swallow all that he held dear. And yet, beneath that fury was a fragile heart, one that had loved too deeply, one that feared the abyss of loneliness. I remember the stories, the myths that entwined their lives like ivy around a crumbling wall. Adonis, the god of beauty, whose death sent ripples through the fabric of existence. How can beauty exist in a world so cruel? How can love, once ablaze, turn to ashes? They sought answers in the ruins of faith, in the hushed whispers of the ancient texts that told of rebirth and renewal. Yet all they found was the mockery of fate, a cruel reminder that life was a game played by gods who cared not for mortal hearts. In that stillness, the air crackled with unresolved tension. Ilara stepped closer to the abyss, her silhouette framed against the starry night. "What if love is just a myth?" she dared to ask, her voice trembling as if challenging the very fabric of the universe. "What if all we are is a fleeting moment, a whisper in the wind?" The question hung in the air, a dangerous spark that could ignite an inferno of despair. Marcus felt it, too, the weight of her words, the gravity of their shattered hopes. "No. We have to believe," he cried, the desperation spilling from his lips like a waterfall in the dead of winter. "Adonis may have fallen, but his legacy lives on. We can't let the darkness consume us." But the words felt hollow, echoing against the vast emptiness of their pain. Time, that relentless beast, ticked away in the background, each second a reminder of their fleeting existence. I could sense the ghosts of their past swirling around them, memories dancing like phantoms in the night. I remembered moments spent under the sun, laughter shared like a sacred bond. Yet here they stood, trapped in an unyielding cycle of grief and longing. I saw Ilara clutching a wilted rose, a symbol of love's fragility, its beauty destined to fade. "This was once vibrant," she murmured, her voice breaking, "but now it's just a shadow of what it could have been." It pierced my heart, that simple admission of loss. The rose was their love, once a radiant bloom, now a mere memory, crumbling in her palm. The wind howled again, a lament for the lovers caught in their own tragedy. I felt the chill of despair wrap around me, tight like a noose. "What do we do now?" Marcus asked, desperation etched into every line of his face. "Do we let ourselves be consumed by the darkness? Or do we fight?" The question hung in the air, a challenge to the very gods they sought to appease. Ilara stood at the edge, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, reflecting the stars above. "I don't know if we can fight anymore," she whispered, the vulnerability in her voice cutting through me like a knife. "What if the legacy of Adonis is just a cruel joke, a reminder of everything we can't have?" It was a terrifying thought, one that sent shivers down my spine. The weight of their shared sorrow pressed against my chest, a palpable force that threatened to drown us all. I watched as they swayed between despair and defiance, their fates intertwined like a tapestry woven with threads of hope and heartbreak. Time seemed to stretch, each heartbeat an eternity, each breath a reminder of their fragile existence. The cosmos shifted above them, galaxies spinning in an endless dance, yet here, in this moment, everything felt stagnant, trapped in the haunting echoes of their emotional turmoil. And just like that, a flicker of determination ignited in Marcus's eyes. We owe it to ourselves to fight, to embrace the pain. Love is messy and complicated, but it's real. It's alive. His voice, once trembling, now thrummed with conviction. We don't get to choose how we feel, but we can choose to honor it, to honor each other. I felt the air shift, a current of something powerful coursing through the night. Ilara hesitated, torn between despair and the flicker of hope ignited by Marcus's words. What if we could find a way to carry the legacy of Adonis, but in our own hearts, she murmured, slowly inching back from the edge, the rose still cradled in her palm. With the night wrapping around us like a shroud, I understood then, their story wasn't just theirs, it was a reflection of our own struggles, our own desires to love and be loved against the backdrop of a world that often felt indifferent. The legacy of Adonis lived on, not just in the grand tales of gods and heroes, but in the quiet intensity of two souls wrestling with their fate. As the wind howled once more, it felt like the universe was holding its breath, waiting for their next move, waiting for the story to continue, to weave itself into the fabric of eternity. And so, with hearts heavy yet defiant, they stood together, ready to face whatever darkness lay ahead. The echoes of their pain became the melody of their resilience, a song that would resonate through the ages, a reminder that even in despair, love could rise anew, even from the ashes of loss. The air crackled with tension, an electric current coursing through the night as the church bells tolled, each clang a reminder that time was a relentless thief. I stood there, heart pounding, locked in a battle between dread and exhilaration, the shadows stretching like fingers desperate to grasp something, anything, tangible. A figure emerged from the darkness, silhouetted against the flickering flame of a lone candle that trembled in the wind, its light casting distorted reflections on the stone walls, an ethereal dance of mortality and divinity. Is this the place? The voice was raspy, like gravel scraping against skin. Tessa's eyes glinted with a mixture of fear and determination, a storm brewing beneath her surface. She clutched a weathered journal, pages filled with trembling letters that spoke of fate and foreshadowing, a desperate grasp at something we both knew was slipping away. I remember the first time I saw it, I said, voice barely above a whisper, recalling a childhood where the lines between reality and imagination blurred. The church stood tall, a monument to hope. But now, I trailed off, the weight of what was to come pressing down on me like a shroud. Now it feels like a tomb. Her gaze, fierce yet vulnerable, pulled me in. We can't turn back, not now. Not after what we've seen. With each heartbeat, the stakes rose higher, and the specter of our choices loomed larger. The whispers of the past echoed in my mind, shouts of laughter, promises etched in the stars, and the aching silence of loss. I could still hear my father's voice, filled with conviction, telling me that every moment mattered. You have to fight for what you believe in, he would say, his hand heavy on my shoulder, grounding me against the chaos. But belief was a fragile thing, easily shattered by the weight of grief. The clock struck midnight, each chime reverberating through the air like the final countdown before a storm. A gust of wind swept through the empty streets, rustling leaves that danced like lost souls. I could feel it then, the chilling breath of fate, the moment teetering on the edge of an abyss. We moved forward, each step a defiance against the shadows that threatened to engulf us. The church loomed ahead, its Gothic spires clawing at the sky, a fortress of despair and hope intertwined. What if we're too late? I asked, a tremor in my voice. Tessa stopped, her eyes wide with a mix of fury and fear. Too late for what? Redemption? Closure? There's no such thing as too late when we're standing at the crossroads of the divine and the mortal. Her passion surged, igniting something deep within me. We can't let fear dictate our choices. Not anymore. And in that moment, I felt it, the pulse of the universe thrumming against my chest, the heartbeat of something greater than myself. Yet, every pulse brought with it the echo of my insecurities, the fragments of my past that clung to me like shadows. I wanted to believe we could face whatever lay ahead, but the specter of my own failures haunted me, whispering doubts that clawed at my resolve. The church door creaked open, an invitation tinged with foreboding. I hesitated, the threshold feeling like a portal between worlds. What if we find something we're not ready for? I asked. Or what if it's exactly what we need? Tessa countered, her voice steady as a lighthouse guiding ships through a storm. She stepped inside, and I followed, the air thickening around us as if the very walls were inhaling our fears. Inside, the atmosphere shifted, the flickering candlelight danced erratically, illuminating dust motes swirling like spirits of the past. The scent of aged wood wrapped around me, a reminder of all that had withered away. In the center, an altar stood, adorned with remnants of prayers forgotten, rosaries, wilted flowers, and a single, rusted key that glimmered with the promise of revelation. This is it, Tessa breathed, eyes fixed on the key. This is the bridge between us and the unknown. But as she reached for it, a chill ran down my spine, a warning I could not ignore. Wait! I shouted, but it was too late. With a swift motion, she seized the key, and the air crackled with an intensity that sent ripples through my very soul. The walls seemed to shudder, the shadows twisting and contorting as if awakening from a long slumber. I could feel the weight of every unfulfilled promise, every whispered prayer, every ounce of regret rushing back at me, all the moments where I failed to choose, to act, to fight. Do you feel that? Tessa's voice trembled, yet there was a fierce glow in her eyes. It's alive! And then, the world around us shifted. Memories flooded in, my mother's laughter, the warmth of summer days, the ache of a lost love. They layered upon themselves, a tapestry woven from the threads of our existence. Time is a cruel mistress, I thought, but as Tessa raised the key, I sensed we were standing at the precipice of something monumental. But what if the price was too high? What if we were not merely uncovering truths but awakening ancient forces that thrived on despair? My heart raced, echoing in the silence as the shadows pulsed with a rhythm I could not comprehend. Tessa, we need to be careful, I urged, my voice breaking. Careful, she laughed, a sound both wild and beautiful, echoing in the hollow sanctuary. This is our chance. To confront our demons. To reconcile with what lies beyond our understanding. But the deeper we pushed, the more I felt the weight of the unknown pressing against us, tightening like a noose. There was beauty in her defiance, but it was mingled with a reckless abandon that scared me. As the shadows danced around us, a single thought crystallized. Here, at this intersection of mortality and divinity, we were both fragile and fierce, caught between the yearning for answers and the fear of what those answers might reveal. And then, I saw it, a flicker of something, a whisper of a shadow that seemed to watch us, its presence both ominous and alluring. Was it a ghost of the past or a harbinger of what was to come? I could feel its gaze, piercing through the veil of time, beckoning us forward, but also warning us away. As Tessa turned the key, and the air around us trembled with anticipation, I knew we were at the brink of something profound and terrifying. Here, in this moment where mortality met the divine, we danced on the edge of an abyss, hearts racing, breaths shallow, trapped in the spiral of fear and hope. The shadows loomed large, the clock continued its relentless march, and I realized we were no longer just seekers, we were players on a stage where the stakes had never been higher. And as the key turned, the world held its breath, waiting for the curtain to rise and reveal what lay beyond, both salvation and damnation intertwined, a symphony of chaos and clarity poised to unfold. The clock struck midnight, its echo filling the air like a funeral dirge, each chime reverberating against the cold, damp walls of the old cathedral. Shadows danced wildly, cloaked figures slipping through the cracks of history, merging with the past. I stood there, breathless, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm, caught between the weight of what was lost and the terror of what was yet to come. The scent of incense hung thick, a ghost of prayers long unanswered, and I could almost hear the whispers of the souls that had wandered here before. They knew the pain of love, the ache of loss, the desperate clawing for redemption. Adonis had been among us, a brilliant star, blinding and intoxicating. I remember the way he moved, all grace and arrogance, laughter spilling from his lips like warm honey. I remember the night spent under a sky so overwhelmingly vast, it swallowed us whole, where dreams and desires mingled freely. Yet, there was always a shadow lurking, a dark tremor beneath the surface of our shared laughter. The price of beauty is steep, I would learn, and in its pursuit, it often leads to devastation. Where is he? I turned on my heels, catching sight of Myra, her face pale and drawn, eyes wide with panic. She painted a portrait of despair, a woman shattered and alive, flickering between hope and despair. She was a tempest, caught in a storm of her own making, chasing the ghost of a man who might have loved her but had, tragically, slipped through her fingers like sand. Her hands trembled, threads of her hair sticking to her forehead, glistening with sweat, a mirror of my own torment. He was here, Myra, I swear. My voice cracked, a fragile thing in the oppressive silence. The air thick with tension, a palpable electricity sparking between us as we both understood that we were racing against time. We were bound by the same desperation, the same fire. We needed him, needed to know he was safe. Adonis, who had danced through our lives, leaving nothing but haunting memories in his wake. Safe, she laughed, a bitter sound, hollow and broken. Adonis hasn't been safe since the day he opened his heart to the world. He's aflame, and we're moths, drawn to his light, knowing full well we'll get burned. Her words sliced through the air, sharp and searing. I could feel the truth of it like a cold blade against my skin. We both knew the risks we took, that love could turn toxic, that longing could poison the soul. Then why are we here? I shot back, desperate to cling to our flickering thread of hope, to the idea that love could wield a power greater than our fears. We can't just abandon him. Myra's eyes, dark and stormy, bore into mine, and for a moment, I saw the truth, the fear, the doubt, the unyielding pain that shadowed her heart. Because sometimes, letting go is the only way to save ourselves, she whispered, the words barely audible, heavy with the weight of resignation. The cathedral loomed around us, its stone walls echoing our anguish, filled with a history that was both a comfort and a curse. Memories of laughter, of whispered secrets beneath the moonlight, lingered like ghosts refusing to leave. I could see the flicker of candlelight illuminating the altar, a beacon in this darkness. It beckoned to us, urging us to confront our demons, to face the reality we had tried so desperately to ignore. Suddenly, a noise, a scuffle, the sound of footsteps breaking through the silence, heavy and hurried. Our hearts raced in unison, the tension curling around us like vines, squeezing tighter with each passing heartbeat. What was that? Myra gasped, her eyes wide, filled with raw fear. Adonis? I called out, my voice trembling, the word barely escaping my lips before it dissolved into the empty air. The silence returned, thick and suffocating, every inch of me vibrating with anticipation. Was it him? Or were we chasing shadows, haunted by a spectre of our own making? Time stretched, elastic and cruel, as we waited, each second a cruel reminder of our own mortality, of the fleeting nature of love and life. I felt the weight of our choices pressing down on me, the burden of love entwined with the inevitability of loss. The clock ticked on, relentless, a metronome marking the heartbeat of our desperation. And then, like a breath drawn after an eternity, he emerged from the shadows. Adonis stood there, eyes wild, hair disheveled, a frantic energy radiating from him like the sun breaking through storm clouds. I thought I lost you, he gasped, the words tumbling from his lips like a confession, a promise that cracked open the night. I wanted to rush to him, to wrap my arms around him and forget all the pain, but the weight of Myra's gaze held me back. She stood frozen, her heart caught in a storm of longing and betrayal. I could sense the battle raging within her, a love fierce enough to burn but fragile enough to shatter. Adonis, she whispered, and the name hung in the air like a prayer, a plea that carried all the weight of their shared history. You can't keep doing this. You can't keep running. His head hung low, the light in his eyes dimmed, burdened by the weight of choices made and paths untaken. I never wanted to hurt you, he said, and the rawness of his voice cracked like glass against our hearts. Then stop running, I urged, feeling the sharpness of desperation clawing at my insides. Just stay. Just for tonight. And in that moment, as the three of us stood entangled in this web of love, loss, and redemption, the air crackled with an intensity that could ignite the very stars above. We were all moths, drawn to the same flame, swirling in an intricate dance of hope and despair, shadows blending into the night. the lesson of Adonis loomed before us, daring us to confront our demons, to face the truth that love was both sanctuary and storm, a fleeting spark that could illuminate the darkest corners of our souls or consume us whole. The cathedral stood witness, a timeless observer as we navigated the chaos of our hearts, a place where love and loss intertwined, reminding us that redemption is not a destination but a journey, one that we could only take together. As the clock continued its relentless march, our choices hung heavy, echoing through the night, a prelude to what was yet to unfold. A solitary figure stood beneath the flickering lamplight, shadows dancing across his face like whispers of the past. The wind howled through the narrow streets, a tortured melody that seemed to echo the chaos in his heart. Gabriel's breath hitched, a ragged inhale that felt like shards of glass scraping against his lungs. In his hand, he clutched a crumpled piece of paper, the ink smudged and barely legible, a love letter left unfinished, words that had burned in him like acid. "I remember the way she smiled," he murmured, the lamplight flickering over his face, casting angles of light that revealed both the beauty and the torment etched in his features. "I remember the way she laughed, and how it felt like the world had stopped turning, just for us." But that world was gone, shattered by bitter betrayal and the relentless passage of time. The air crackled with tension as the memories clawed at him, insistent and unforgiving. It was a Tuesday when everything fell apart, a day so ordinary it felt like a mockery of the chaos that ensued. He had found her in the arms of another man, their laughter mingling in the air like a cruel symphony. The betrayal sliced through him, a cold steel that twisted deeper with every heartbeat. Why? The question echoed in the hollow chamber of his chest, reverberating in the dark corners of his mind where hope once resided. Across town, in the midst of vibrant chaos, Mara moved with a grace that belied the turmoil within her, a dancer trapped in a nightmare. She spun and twirled, her limbs fluid, yet her heart felt like a heavy stone, anchored in despair. "I'll forget," she whispered to herself, the words tasting of ash on her tongue. "I'll forget the weight of his gaze, the way it felt like the universe was folded into that one moment." Yet, the memory clung to her, a ghost that haunted her every step, chaining her to the past. Mara and Gabriel had once danced together under the stars, free from the constraints of reality, their laughter echoing against the moonlit rooftops. But now, as they moved through their separate worlds, the vibrant colors of life dulled to shades of gray. They shared an unspoken bond, a thread of sorrow that wove them together even in their solitude. Time had become a cruel companion, relentless in its march, mocking them with the memories of what once was. Gabriel felt it, an ache that resided deep in his bones. Every tick of the clock was a reminder of the moments lost, the dreams abandoned. What if I could turn back time, he thought, desperation creeping into the corners of his mind. What if I could rewrite the ending? Mara, tucking her hair behind her ear as she stepped into the dimly lit bar, felt the weight of eyes upon her. She glanced around, searching for familiarity in the sea of strangers, desperate to drown her sorrows in the bottom of a glass. But the emptiness she sought to fill was deeper than any drink could reach. "You can't escape yourself," she murmured, bitter laughter bubbling on her lips as she raised the glass to her mouth. It tasted of regret, each sip a reminder that she was still tethered to the ghosts of her past. Across the room, Gabriel's eyes locked onto her silhouette, a sudden jolt of recognition striking him like lightning. He felt the air shift, a palpable connection that pulled him toward her like the tide. "Mara," he breathed, the name escaping his lips as if it were an incantation, summoning the essence of their shared history. He stepped forward, each footfall heavy with the weight of unspoken words, of apologies that lingered like smoke in the air. "Gabriel," she whispered, her voice barely audible, yet loud enough to drown out the cacophony of the bar's laughter and music. Recognition flickered in her eyes, a fleeting moment where time seemed to suspend itself. In that heartbeat, they were not just two broken souls adrift in a chaotic world, they were a story, tangled in love and loss, a testament to the timeless nature of human connection. "I remember the way you danced," he said, desperation clawing at his throat. "I remember the way you made me feel alive." The intensity of his gaze pierced through her defenses, unraveling the tightly wound cords of her heart. "I've been lost without you." "Maybe we both have," she replied, her voice trembling, raw with vulnerability. The pathos hung between them like a delicate thread, ready to snap at the slightest touch, yet it pulsed with the possibility of something more, something real. Outside, the city pulsed with life, the neon lights casting ghostly reflections on puddles of rain, the night alive with the whispers of secrets and dreams yet to be realized. It was a symphony of chaos and hope, a reminder that even in the darkest of nights, there existed a flicker of light. But the ghosts beckoned, shadows lurking just beyond the edges of their newfound connection. Gabriel could hear the echo of laughter from the past, feel the sting of betrayal burning in his chest. What if it's too late, he questioned, the fear curling around his heart like vines, threatening to choke the tender shoots of hope that had begun to sprout from their shared pain. Mara stepped closer, her breath brushing against his skin, igniting a fire that had long been extinguished. "It's never too late," she whispered, her eyes searching his, a plea wrapped in vulnerability. "We can still find our way back, together." As the clock struck midnight, the tension in the bar thickened, an electric charge that crackled in the air. In that moment, time became a mere illusion, a concept they could bend to their will. They stood at the precipice of possibility, staring into the abyss of their shared history, hearts pounding in unison. The world outside continued to spin, but in the cocoon of their reconnection, everything felt suspended, waiting for a decision, a choice that could ignite the spark of a new beginning or plunge them back into the darkness. The shadows echoed their unspoken words, and in the haunting silence, they realized that love, raw, chaotic, and unfiltered, was the only truth that would bind them, the timeless nature of Adonis pulsing through their veins, demanding to be recognized, demanding to be felt. The weight of history hung heavy, but it was not a shackle, it was a reminder of their shared humanity, the flaws that made them real. And as Gabriel took a step closer, the night enveloping them in its embrace, they knew they were on the verge of something beautiful, something terrifying, the kind of love that could shatter them or save them, an echo of the past reverberating into the uncharted territory of the future. The universe was vast and chaotic, yet in this moment, all they needed was each other.